Let
Good evening,
Then I was
everyone,
like, oh,
and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast. I am joined by a bunch of our old friends tonight. Trim, Second Plague, That Oregon Capstator, and tonight we're also joined by C.S. Cooper, renowned Australian author. Details to get
glad
some...
to be here, Jen.
Yep, details to get hold of C.S. Cooper's social media and other books and things down in the description. Other than that, shall we jump right into it, folks?
Let's get right into the news.
yeet. Kill me.
Yeah. So, apparently everyone but the English-speaking world has realised that wokeness is a plague and must be destroyed.
Oh man, I haven't watched the podcast today, so I'll get this all firsthand from you guys.
I have a feeling about this one. It is these countries outside of the Anglosphere that is against wokeness. It is basically the authoritarian countries, right? So that means that the authoritarians see another authoritarian ideology encroaching on them. It's like, no, this is my territory. Go away.
Yeah, the problem with liberalism is it doesn't have a good way to defend itself against ideas that sneak in like that.
Yeah, it's basically the only flaw with liberalism. You allow... What is it? I think it's called the tolerance paradox. And that's essentially what it is. Where you tolerate so much, you get screwed in a bad way.
Like a bunch of, bundles of sticks singing about how they'll take your children and come on your children.
We're coming for your children.
Yeah, that.
But you didn't get the joke. Why are you taking it seriously? It was just sarcasm.
Yes, and if I say something sarcastic about one color or another, it's at least it's not that way, so fuck you.
Yeah, when a whole choir just straight up sings about, oh, we're coming to get your children. It's like, should we go back to the 90s and apologise for the religious right?
Yeah.
I'm
Meanwhile,
okay with that.
meanwhile, fucking Boris Johnson is like, there's nothing wrong with being woke.
Except that
Of course,
certainly
okay.
is.
Build up better, in a greener, in a more feminist way.
Yeah, how about no? We've seen what. Just look at Sweden, and you get to see what a more feminist way looks like. No-go zones and rape gangs.
How progressive.
Yeah, it's incredibly progressive.
You should say build back in a more non-binary way.
Really?
In a more non-binary way.
Wonder whether or not he realizes how well he's doing in the polls, and whether or not he truly appreciates just how few tosses people in Britain give about what the media say. I mean, if you look at the
Johnson's
success of
a fake,
Brexit,
that's what
nobody
I'm saying.
cares about what the media says.
You'd like to think so, but sadly far too many people do seem to care what the media says.
Have you noticed that the term build back better has only ever been used by people that have never built anything?
Yep.
Yeah. Interesting.
I've never thought about it that way, but it does seem to be true. In fact, it seems to be used entirely by people who are trying to rip something down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Irony. That ironic.
I build lots of stuff, and I build it really carefully the first time.
What about the second time?
There is no second time.
There is no second time. The things I build, if they explode, it's usually on purpose.
Billy Bloggs says, a bunch of nonsense sing about coming after your children. Lol, if you don't laugh, you'd cry.
Well, coming after
Yeah.
I am crying.
Coming in.
Well, it's a good thing that they were all of fat, pathetic, low testosterone losers. Otherwise, they might be able to catch the kids.
That's a good. I'm sort of like I said this last week. I'm kind of like pro pedophile for children's health.
So the kids run faster.
Right, yeah, I mean, like if you keep them in the correct conditions, I can see social use for them.
Yeah, the track can end with the kids just darting into a small alley.
Oh, just a
And
way
the
of getting.
pedos. Yeah, but they run to a small alley, right? And the pedos don't see it, so they just keep running. And at the end of a tunnel, there's like a wood chipper waiting for them.
I just like use the pedos for like like shoplifting, security, stuff like that.
I still think we should just use them as a labor force if we're not just gonna wood chip them. I mean, it's not slave labor if you're not human.
I had no idea that we made my like avatar with the twirling eyes the subscription pop-up thing. That's awesome.
Well, because you picked such a fantastic topic and Trim drew it so well, it took all of 5 minutes for an absolute idiot at editing like me to go, oh shit, I can make this cool.
It's Avant, everybody.
I still think my avatar is his best work.
I'm pretty happy with
good.
it. I'm pretty happy with it, yes.
Yep.
It's pretty. I mean, it's
Bearded
fucking-
red Adair with his cigarette money. Chef doll.
So Chad.
He
He's
doesn't
so
even care.
Chad.
He's smoking next to oil. He doesn't even care.
Exactly, because
Yeah,
he's
he don't
too
give a
rich to give a
fuck.
shit.
Because oil respects me, and it won't go.
Yeah.
He's so rich that not even oil.
The oil
wants to hurt him.
whisperer.
The oil knows if it ignited and caught him on fire, he'd sue the shit out of it with his
I would,
million.
just to be slightly pedantic, point out the oil itself does not burn. But like other than that,
It's the gases from the oil that burns.
Yeah.
He's
So,
a bitch.
Will the Impaler asks, why is wokeism so attractive to the corporations? I don't get it. The leaders of these companies are the least woke people I have ever met, but the companies they run gobble down the woke shit. Well, I saw an interesting quote today that I think explains it. Companies pretend to be woke in order to sell bullshit to idiots that pretend to be anti-capitalist.
I mean that seems reasonable.
That's one part, but I've seen V explain it in a really good way. It's union busting.
Ooh.
If you sow division between the employees on terms of race, they won't have time to form a union because they'll
Yeah,
be too angry at each other.
That
In
makes
the
a lot of
UK,
sense.
unions don't have anything like the sort of power in the UK that like they do in America or anything like that. So it doesn't follow in the UK that logic. It doesn't work.
I guess, but the UK is just fucked politically.
I think honestly, I think there's a much more easy explanation to this. That basically some very very cynical managers went, if we just do this, people will think we're a good company. And then, because they've done that, they allowed in filthy communists through their door who have been allowed to infest and reproduce inside our beautiful capitalist companies and got more bigly and
Bigly.
just eating them away from the inside. And basically, they're a fucking infection. And the only way to destroy them is with fire.
I approve. Again, it's not murder if it's not human, so it's just going to be pest control.
Also, another thing that we need to look out for is the impact the ESG score is having on companies. They do anything to chase a higher ESG score. And stuff like an actual green company like Tesla has a very low ESG score, despite being very environmentally friendly. But other companies like Coke have a very high one because they're very progressive and talk about all the right issues.
Oh God! Wait, what is it like? Biden or somebody at the UN is trying to push some shit where it's like, oh yeah, we replace shareholder capitalism with
stakeholder capitalism.
No. Words or something, and it's like,
do I even want to know what the fuck that is?
Basically, replace capitalism with communism.
No.
Yeah. You will
That's
own
Chinese.
nothing, and you will be happy. Trim.
Fuck
Eat
no.
the bugs, live in the
the
pod.
idea is you and the shareholders of the company have no say in what the company says, because everyone has a stake in it. What the company does has ripples throughout the whole society, and it affects every and each individual person. So they should all have a say in what your company does.
Yeah.
It turns it all into white noise.
It's always very important to get, when you have a very high functioning stock market based finance company, you should definitely always ask the opinions of your janitor.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, the janitor would probably have a better idea on how to run anything than your chief diversity officer.
Well, yeah, but that's not even a real job.
Yeah, but another part of it, and it's kind of annoying because this has actually like happened to me.
Oh, no.
But in this new place, me and my roommates live at are relatively new. We moved here a few months ago. The electricity, like utility people, are a co-op, which means that the customers get to vote in the decisions as well. But because of that, we have to like pay more for the membership thing, and I'm just like, I don't give a shit. Like I don't care. Just make it work. Just make it so that the lights go on. I don't care about like voting in company decisions or whatever.
And you live in Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
So Austin, Texas is commie Texas now. Great.
Well, I mean,
Well, the
I
whole
don't
of Silicon
know.
Valley
I
is
mean, this
moving
is
there.
my first experience with any kind of. This is my first-hand experience with any kind of company like that. But I mean, something I also mentioned because one of my friends is like a Vosh fan. He's
Ugh.
defending, yeah, who is defending stakeholder capitalism or something. I'm like, yeah, but isn't a problem with like worker co-ops also that it like raises the bar for employee entry? Like, who's gonna hire some like 15-year-old, right? Like, who's gonna hire a 15-year-old? Like, oh yeah, I'm sure they'll make great company decisions. And the 15-year-old might even just be like, I don't give a shit about making company decisions. I just want to do my minimum wage work and get money so I can buy cannabis. But if Vosh and my friend and stakeholder capitalists force every company to be a workers' co-op, then then suddenly there's another barrier for entry because you're not just taking on an employee, you're like taking in somebody's input on the direction of the company.
Oh boy.
So now do you see where the weird, very, very weird intersection between communism and corporatism arises? Both of these will result in the employee having to be heavily involved in the job and to highly care about it.
God damn it.
Because in a workers' co-op, you have no choice, and in a corporate society, the corporations want you so hard to be invested in the job because then you won't leave, then you won't ask for higher pay, then you won't do all these kind of stuff.
They want you to be a resilient worker.
And the more you work for the same pay, is the more bonus for the company.
Yep, and there's nothing they love more than enriching themselves at the detriment of their employees. At least any company I've ever worked for.
Communist way. I mean, that's literally the most communist thing ever, actually.
That's why I keep saying corporatism is not capitalism, because it's not. It's not. What in God's green earth has government giving infinite loans to company like BlackRock to buy every single apartment that's for sale and then mark up the price infinitely and just holding them there? What does that have to do with free market capitalism?
Absolutely nothing.
No, exactly.
Nepotism.
That too.
They're just buying the properties with taxpayer money.
At this point, I'm starting to, really want the calamity itself just to burn this entire planet.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go get some water, lads.
Bye-bye. Get your water. Stay hydrated.
On the topic of big companies, Will the Impaler says that they love giving more and more non-financial rewards, but smaller and smaller pay rises. Yep, because the non-financial rewards come out of something like the facilities budget, not the wage budget. Therefore, they look good.
These are the companies that would pay you with funny money if it was legal.
Oh yeah.
Like cola bucks.
Yeah. Corporate script.
Yep. And another day...
You can buy, you can spend it on anything you want as long as it's in the corporate store.
Yes. What
Like
is it? 40 tons more, and what do I get? Another day older and deeper in debt?
Well, yeah, I mean, like even in like South Korea is pretty based, but like Samsung has, its own corporate apartments for their gut. Like you get a job. Samsung has its own bank. Samsung pays its employees into a bank it owns, and gives them apartments and buildings it owns.
Well, that's fucking terrifying.
Well, yeah, they're not. I mean, they're not doing anything bad, but
It could quickly
they
turn
really
bad.
fucking could.
It
It
really,
reminds me of company
really
Town.
quickly could.
Yeah.
Holy, this is playing with fire while
Yeah,
being
yeah.
covered in unlit napalm.
I mean, most people in this country or like in America think of Samsung as a company that makes TVs and DVD players and phones and shit like that. That is not Samsung's primary business.
What is it?
What is their primary business?
They build huge control systems and automation systems. And that's where all their money comes from.
Oh.
Neat.
You know,
Something tells me you're quite familiar with that.
yeah, right. So, but like Mitsubishi as well. We think people think about Mitsubishis as cars and stuff like that, but they build massive automation and control systems. They started building cars and shit as like an off.
About
Actually,
Mitsubishi I knew, but I
Mitsubishi
didn't know
was
about
quite-
Samsung.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever watched these videos where it shows all of these factories that like food making factories and everything, where they've got these intricate robots that twirl like strings of pastry into friggin' pretzels and everything? That requires tremendous amount of research and development to make fast machines that make those really, really quickly, and it's a lot of work. So there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes in those kinds of things. So I can understand if a company like Samsung or Mitsubishi, their biggest cash cow would be in the automation that we don't see.
Yeah,
Well-
you should see some of the farming machinery that they've been making to get rid of, to pick fruits and things like that.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
Well, something that I found out an embarrassingly short time ago was that Mitsubishi actually has a massive heavy electrical division. And it's like, oh,
Yeah.
that's probably where they're making their money, not on their stupid, crappy cars that keep falling over.
Yeah. So they build HV transformers and gen sets and
Air conditioners.
Also Mitsubishi make very high grade programmable logic controllers, and it's a massive heavy industry. Samsung, LG's the same. Basically, all these companies that make TV, like you think make TVs and that's just something they do on the side.
They make the factories that make the TVs.
Yeah. The only one who doesn't actually even do it is Sony. Sony don't make anything at all. Sony are a purely branding company now.
Well, about all Sony does is that they take Japanese media, strip out all the good bits, and then redistribute it.
So Sony haven't built anything for decades. Do you remember when as far back as the TiVo? Do you remember the TiVo? That was like one of the first like hard drive recording systems that you could buy for your TV, and you could link it to a system and all that kind of stuff. there were 3 TiVos available on the market. One was JVC, one was Sony, and one was Thompson. And the difference in the price was like 800. Like the Sony one was like 800 quid. The JVC one was like 500 quid, and the Thompson one was like 200 quid. And they're all identical. There's no difference between them at all. They're manufactured exactly the same way, and just a wire link in them that changed the amount of memory that they had, and you just had a different color of case. Other than that, there was no difference in them at all. Because it's easier to make 100,000 of those than it was to make 50,000 Sony ones, 30,000 JVC ones, and 20,000 Thompson ones. And that is a normal way of manufacturing.
Effective.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of the TVs that you buy, if there's like multiple models of them and they have different functionality, they all have the function. All 3 of them will have all the functionality, and the functionality is simply turned off.
Yep, and it's not just it's not just stuff like that as well. Like, I don't know about how it works for your individual countries, but in Australia we've got what's called home brand products from your supermarkets and the like, which is basically just it's literally just the same shit in a plain packaging for half the price.
Yeah, we got that in the UK.
Well, there was the old Coca-Cola Polar Cola thing. So Coca-Cola decided that they were going to they needed to get the bottom end of the market as well, and so they released a thing called Polar Cola. But when they had been figuring out how to do it, they realized that it was going to be way too expensive to make a second line of cola, so they just filled the bottles with Coca-Cola. It was cheaper to increase production than it was to set up a second production line. They got caught out doing it eventually and got into trouble for it. But yeah, manufacturing's pretty shady, like, actually.
Oh shit, man.
Generic purchasing is usually a good. Like in a lot of TVs and that, you can turn quite often the way that because nowadays it's all done with software, right? So what they usually do is they get a remote control from a different manufacturer for the engineers to use to test setups and stuff like that. So if you can get online, you can often find which remote control you need to turn on the additional functionality of your electronics that you've bought.
Huh. That's neat.
I mean, it's pretty common stuff.
I'd imagine if it was something like a small hardware block, the hacking community would have a field day with it.
Pretty normal.
The hacking community doesn't even need to get started half the time. All you need to do is find someone with an internet connection, go on Facebook, spend 5 seconds looking at pictures, then get a couple of guys with a hood and a zip tie, and your problem solved.
No, I mean like hardware hacking.
Of course, with the hard bus in the background.
The real hacking.
Oh,
Hardware
real hacking.
Real hacking's never been tried.
Just like communism, what? If I ever actually say that completely unironically, I expect someone to kill me. Painfully, preferably.
Will do.
Thank you.
There was something that they had said in the podcast today that I've thought about, but I can't remember what it is. I'm trying to remember.
Well, shall we look at some depressing shit then, while you try and think of that?
Sure thing. Let's fucking stop our will to live.
But it gets worse.
Yeah, just to save myself doing some typing, Billy B has been asking in our Discord, judging by the sitcoms and TV programs in Australia and New Zealand, it looks like you're in the 70s/80s in terms of technology/infrastructure and attitudes. On technology and infrastructure, more like the 60s. And then on attitude, it's like modern day California, but it also makes California look like a 2A sanctuary.
Yeah, you know, because the kangaroos have pagers.
Well, the kangaroos are smarter than most of the people.
Fucking kangaroos.
We're pretty up to date. We just never got into the TiVo thing.
No one got into the TiVo thing.
You say that, Cooper, but
Norway got into the fucking TiVo thing.
do remember that our fiber optic broadband network runs on copper cable.
Well, part of it does. Part of it does.
Well, so does everybody's.
Yeah.
Find me a person who's a fiber. Other than me, find me a person with a fiber optic cable that actually goes into the terminal in his house.
Well, under the original plan in Australia, everyone would have, but then they fucked it up monumentally.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, most people have a fiber optic line that goes to a box outside their house and a copper cable to their actual router. Unless you've got a fiber optic that runs directly to your router, then you don't have fiber optic, do you?
Well, they were that was legitimately their original plan. Go on,
In
Goop.
the place where I live, I've got fiber to the home, so I don't know what everybody else's problem is. But the thing is, Australia is a pretty massive country, and a lot of it is actually not inhabited, and so the idea that, like, because they're able to run fiber optics in places like England, for example, because it's a relatively small country. Same thing with Japan, small country, and so it doesn't cost nearly as much. Whereas in Australia, of course, let's also not forget a lot of Australia's telecommunications infrastructure is heavily nationalised. And, well, no, it started off nationalised, and then they privatised it in a very bad way by selling off our infrastructure to a small group of people who now just have the monopoly. So,
well, I mean, the thing is, the fiber itself is actually much, much cheaper than the copper.
Yeah, but the copper was already there, and the government went, "Screw it, we give up."
No, but every time but what I'm saying is you should have a policy that whenever anything is replaced, it's replaced with fiber. But I mean, the fiber itself doesn't work on its own, right? You have to have a laser to repeat So about every 90 kilometers, you need a optical regeneration card to basically it receives light in the form of a laser beam. It reads that information. It's synchronous digital hierarchy packages. It encodes it again and shoots it back out of a laser for another 90 kilometers, right?
As we all can hear, Oil has maxed out his tech tree. Drawing, man.
And as Cooper pointed out...
Sorry, one of us designed telecommunication systems in the 90s.
So. as Cooper pointed out...
Possible, bitches.
As Cooper pointed out, like Oil said, you need your regeneration device every 90 kilometers or so. So in England, you need like 3 of them to go across the country.
Yeah.
In Australia, you need a couple of thousand.
Yeah. Well, only if you want the spiders and things to be able to use phones in the middle. Otherwise, you just have to go around the edge, right?
We don't want to give the spiders any more evolutionary advantages. Thank you very much.
Oh, I don't.
The thing is, even like you go around.
I don't want
the
the pseudo-arachnids to
and
start earlier than the goddamn veteran revolt. Thank you very much.
I think rather than trying to do a national broadband network, they should have just focused on the cities, like an exchange in the cities, fiber optics through it, done. Don't worry about all the fiber optics all around everywhere. But then again, I don't know how they rolled the bloody thing out. So
if they'd at least shrunk the major cities and say somewhere across the bloody ocean, things would be vastly improved.
Somewhere across the bloody ocean. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Well, fiber optic is a human right.
Bloody well should be.
That would be nice.
Like, I'm sitting here considering 6 megabytes a second to be a fast speed.
Oh boy.
I've had a direct
Yeah,
line
it
into
seems
my.
to give
I've had
me
a
what I
direct line
want.
since the 90s.
In Romania, we had
Yeah.
optical very early on.
Oh yeah, Australia's literally a third world country when it comes to internet.
It's because of Dracula, isn't it?
No,
He was actually in part of the R&D
yeah,
team.
yeah.
Yeah. You see,
as a
we
way of-
have to use this cable. I know how it works, yes. Now let me drink your blood.
It was a way of diverting light away from him.
Yeah.
No, I have no alternative motive. This is all for helping you guys. No worries, no worries. What? No, I don't know where Susan is.
Speaking of Susan and sacrifice to Dracula, can we make that happen?
Please let it happen.
I wish.
Well, let's have a look at the the quick descent of the West into insanity. Deliveroo,
great.
alphabet soup. LGBTQIAAP. What does the P stand for?
What?
Pedophile.
Okay, you know, I asked some.
100% for pedophile.
I asked some person who's like into that shit, but not completely, you know, in the rabbit hole yet, and he's like, "Oh, it's pansexual." No, it's pedophile. And of course, the individual got really mad, and I can't say any gender because then, of course, they'll be mad. But fuck it, it's a dude.
It's a dude, folks.
Frankly, you've never seen a dude that is so obviously a dude as this guy. Claims to be a chick, but you see that bulge. Frankly, it's huge. The Adam's apple is like the prow of a ship, frankly.
What did he say that? Wait, did he actually say that?
Come on, folks. Look at those broad shoulders. Do those look like the shoulders
You've
of a
never
woman? I
seen
don't think
shoulders like that. It's incredible.
Well, we're talking about Michelle Obama now, right?
so. Yeah.
Or is it? Was it Michael Obama or
Yeah,
Michelle?
it's
I just
Michael.
can't tell.
Oh, are you
Also-
dead naming again, Trim? You know that's not allowed.
Yes, I know. Shame on me. Shame on me. I should know better, but I've decided to become a bigot when fucking pedos say they want to fucking come for our children. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Also,
actually,
I never thought they would make me miss the classical or I guess the conservative pride flag, but I actually do.
I know.
I miss it. This new stupid fucking triangle
you know,
progress
But this
flag
isn't even the latest one, is it?
my head in the wall.
This isn't even the latest one. This is like the second one. They still haven't had the one that has the other flag entering in the front of it. The racialized one.
hmm.
Does it mean they are not woken up?
Of course they can't be, because they'll add a new letter every day.
Oh shit. You just had to add a fucking P. Just they had to add it. It's not even subtle. It's not even fucking subtle.
Well, Will the Impaler reckons that the B stands for buggery, specifically animal buggery.
Hey, Will the Impaler, isn't that like Dracula's estranged cousin?
Yes.
By the way he talks, it sounds like Dracula's Australian cousin. Oh wait, he said strange.
Oh, what is this headline?
Oh no!
So,
I forgot about
This is Cap hasn't seen the episode, so this is gonna be
I have
good.
not seen it yet. What is this?
Disgusting perverts or just misunderstood. Meet the zoophiles who have sex with animals and want to be embraced by pride.
The first one,
What?
definitely. The
I
first
mean,
one.
this I sort of vaguely understand
Oh.
because that Cadbury's caramel bunny was sexy as fuck, right? So
Oh
you know.
shit. Well, there's okay. I have to ask: do any one of you remember back in I think it was like 2016 or 17. There was this one chick on YouTube who made a video where she talked about the joys of fucking her own dog.
Yep.
That's
White
what I'm
girls
talking
do
about when I
fuck
see
dogs,
this.
though.
Also,
There's
the
also a story about a woman and a dolphin.
yeah, just write dog fucker girl and you'll probably find her.
Yeah,
I'd rather
I'm not
not.
I
putting
feel
that
like I
into
should
my
be able to
search
remember
bar,
her
man.
name though.
Oh,
Okay,
boy.
so I'm just going to point something out for those
I just
those
Stop
anime
pointing
fans
at me,
once
yeah.
again. If it's humanoid with animal ears, it's fine. If it's not humanoid, it's fucking weird as shit, and you should go in the wood chipper.
Yeah.
Level 3
I
is
think
already a crime.
it
Level
helps.
2 is barely acceptable. Level 1 is the only thing that
Yeah,
goes past.
level
Yeah.
3 is corrective beating, not wood chipper.
Yeah,
3 onward is just... What's wrong with you, man?
heresy, just heresy. I mean, do any one of you watch Flash Gets?
Yes.
Yes.
No? What's that?
Basically, it's a bunch of fucking people making animations, and they just
Really edgy, fucked up cartoons, and it's
yeah.
beautiful.
And it's,
Right.
it's like
One of their
current-
classics, I think, is Racist Mario, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, but they have a new standard, which is basically the Black Templars from Warhammer 40k. There, you know how the Space Marines pretty much are a bunch of xenophobic, zealot mass murderers. The Black Templars are that on steroids.
Oh.
And then it's like the Black Templars fucking having an eternal crusade against the furries.
Oh, I've seen those. I have seen those.
Yeah,
I
it's
know what you're
beautiful.
talking about.
Brother, avenge me! Avenge me, brother!
So, Billy Blog says, does anime lead to furry, which leads to fanboys and transsexualism? No, anime does not lead to
No.
furry.
Yes.
Space
Yes, it
Jam
does.
from
It
the
does not.
90s leads to furry. Fucking Lola Rabbit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh god, fucking that was a movie, wasn't it?
We're
I don't know
coming
if it was
for
just a
your
Bugs Bunny movie to
pet.
me, and for some reason someone was like, hey, that's a bunny with tits. I wanna fuck that.
I would say in Space Jam's defense though.
There we go.
Hang on. In Space Jam's defense, I did work at McDonald's when I was young, and I came out, and there was a really excellent burger for Space Jam, and
The Space Jam burger that existed?
yeah,
Does
it was
that
very-
excuse bestiality? I mean,
it-
furrism.
well,
No, it does
Yeah.
not.
yeah,
No.
it does. It does.
No, it does not.
It does.
It does
In the
not.
same way as that Mulan Szechuan sauce excuses feminism.
There is no
Yes.
burger or any kind of food good enough to excuse furries.
No,
Wait,
fu-
did
The furry burger, the furry
furries
burger.
are fine. It's zoophiles that need to get fucking executed.
Actually, I'm fine with furries because at least you can identify them easily.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
They're not, like then. If you need to round them up at some point, it's not that fucking hard, is it?
that's true.
Listen, I'll tell you what. Like, furry is the fetish of the most rich fucking people.
That's fucking true.
Yeah.
Fucking-
Fursuits are like one of the most expensive things you can buy just to wear.
Yeah, honestly, that just like makes me think of a quote from C.S.
You're
Lewis.
saying furryism is elitism.
Yes.
What?
Oh, damn it! Now
Bill
that
Gates
old
is
guy's
probably
gonna
a
become
furry.
to prove how
So
much
the
money he has.
equivalent of tennis. Your furry suit is equivalent of tennis whites.
Yep.
Oh boy.
All right.
Yep.
But yeah,
A
and
fursuit is a sign of status.
Furry sound pretty good to me.
I really like this meme about furries in the art community. Basically, it's always when an artist is having an economic issue,
Sound effect.
they
That's
always
cool.
they always post this meme where you have it's a SpongeBob meme with a fish that's actually gonna stab himself. It's like, not today. But then you have on the arrow he's about to stab himself with is like drawing furry. It's like, not today, not today. I have
Yeah,
standards.
drawing furry porn.
Yeah, you can literally just sell your soul and make furry art, and you'll make so much money. But like,
Yep.
you know, You also sold your
Stain on
soul.
your soul.
I mean, yeah, this weird like sexual
Figure out what
stuff.
my company.
Yep.
I'm just like trying to figure out what my company can make for furries because I'm quite happy to sell my soul for almost anything. So,
Yeah, I noticed you're willing to sell your beard.
What soul? You're Scottish.
exactly. Oh, I'm not ginger.
Wow.
I have got.
Just
the sort of
because you
withered
died,
remains.
that doesn't mean you weren't. Come on.
I'm half
No,
ginger,
no,
okay? Half
I
ginger,
just
I
have
have soul,
withered,
I swear to God.
withered remains of a soul.
I
No,
have
I
he
do
soul.
not-
doesn't have freckles. That makes him a daywalker.
Yes.
I'm
I
not
don't
ginger.
combust in sunlight, for fuck's sake. I'm not a gremlin.
Yeah, but Trim does mostly do night shift, doesn't he? So you know.
Oiled? Shut the fuck up!
But yeah,
Just
Giving it away his
that.
color.
all this random sexual stuff reminds me of a quote from C.S. Lewis's future dystopian novel, That Hideous Strength.
Okay.
There, when a man takes a maiden in marriage, they do not lie together, but each lies with a cunningly fashioned image of the other, made to move and to be warmed by devilish arts. For real flesh will not please them. They are so dainty in their dreams of lust.
Makeup.
I mean,
No, the
C.S. Lewis
guys
was right.
with their body pillows.
C.S.
Yeah.
Lewis was right.
Oh, God.
Hugo body pillows.
Yes, Billy BM.
God,
the Texan.
no fucking Stu Pride. Of course, a fucking fur bag.
I'm gonna repost that quote every so often in the NSFW chat to shame everyone.
Yeah.
And you think that I actually have shame? That's
Look,
adorable.
second, and I will repost my response. Every time you say that, I'm just going to say, have the women consider not being fat and crazy?
I mean, that's a fair point. That's
Or
really
even just
fair.
one of those.
Yeah.
Bruh, you're making
Or either, actually.
you're making an excuse. You can find a good woman if you're a real man. Someone who will love you.
I know exactly
Gee,
who
I
you're quoting, but we're
wonder
not
who
going to go
the
into that.
I think you know, like what men have got to do is start picking women that don't indulge them in every fucking puerile thing that they like. So you know, like if you're looking for a serious relationship, don't pick a girl that likes playing the same games as you do, because what you'll do is spend your time playing fucking games.
Yes, when instead they should be spending their time playing
Yeah.
fucking games.
Yeah, what you should do is what you should do is pick a woman who thinks that everything about your lifestyle is trash, and that you should change for the better. That's the kind of woman you really need.
The opposites
Because your
attract.
lifestyle,
But also that wants
because your
you to
lifestyle
improve.
is trash for most people. You know, when you're in your
Yeah,
20s. If you're a standard man in your
you
20s,
need a
you are
woman who
terrible
wants you to improve.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's it's one of Jordan Peterson's rules. Make friends with people who want the best for you. Well, you need your best friend, being your partner, to be the one who wants the greatest. And so,
Well,
if
you
you've
know, when
got somebody who's just going to say yes, you're right, well then that doesn't require you to make any improvements on yourself.
Well, you know when you ought to make friends with what you don't know rather than what you know, because there is so much more that you don't know, and making friends with what you don't know is a sign of humility and courage.
There's only one person on this planet that I make any concessions for.
The Queen.
It is my wife.
Yes. God bless.
And I don't make very many of them.
Mm-hmm. Like I keep quoting, and I add a third bit to be inclusive to second, a real man only kneels for God, the Queen, and the woman he makes his wife.
Yes.
Based.
Yeah. No, not based enough. I didn't kneel for the wife.
Did she kneel for you?
And your knees.
Oh man, that oil guy. A real man would kneel for his wife. Show her she's important.
Yeah, it wasn't actually critical in the position we were in at the time.
What kind of flag is that fucking Sioux Pride flag?
Well, I think
What
it's
is
got a
it?
depiction of a tapeworm on it.
Oh, that it is. It is. No doubt about that. But I'm just wondering, what the fuck are the colors? Brown, teal, and yellow, but it's all just darkened out? What the fuck? Do I
It
even
doesn't
want
need to
know
make
what they
sense.
represent?
Do I
Separate
even
but
want to make
equal?
a connection?
I don't
I'm
know.
just
Maybe
saying,
it's
maybe-
animals of the earth, animals of the sky, and animals of the water, or some bullshit.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm just
Animals
saying
of the
maybe
pit.
maybe
Poop,
maybe
urine, and
fucking
grass.
no, I'm just saying maybe Christian sexual morality had a point to it.
I'm not doubting that anymore. Actually.
Well, good news, guys. According to this totally sane person on Twitter, love is love unless you are for incest, pedophilia, zoophilia, and super straight. Because apparently,
Right.
apparently, only being attracted to the opposite gender is the same as wanting to fuck children and animals.
And
Yeah, that makes sense. Did they list necrophilia there? I'm being suspicious now.
Well, hey, they barely consider babies to be human. Why would they care about dead people?
yeah.
I mean,
oh my God.
super straight isn't. I think it's really rude against the super straight. They are the most oppressed sexuality nowadays.
Yeah.
Well, what about super gays or super lesbians? I'm sure like a super lesbian.
I'm
doesn't
sure
wanna
that's a
suck
hate
Yeah,
dick.
but
crime.
But guys,
Yeah.
you know that the intersectionals have
If you're a super lesbian, then you're just a turf.
Yeah.
What about masochistic zoophilia? What about masochistic zoophile necrophilia? Or is that too much like flogging a dead horse?
I have a friend that actually.
Okay.
It would have worked better
That
if
was
you'd said
also one of my-
sadistic, but yeah,
Okay.
beating a dead horse.
Like,
Oh, okay. Here's an absolutely
sadistic.
stupid piece of shit from this article. Another furry is Tyler, who lives in New York City and is 15 years old. He has husky and fox suits and has already experienced a backlash. Why? Is his groomer upset that he's talking to other men?
How is a 15-year-old bought those suits?
Well, that's why I'm saying there's a groomer. There is clearly, presumably, an adult man paying for this kid to be
Yeah.
abused.
oh god.
Like, there's no
Light
sane
it on
parent that
fire.
would spend
That's the only solution.
that much.
Light it on fire.
Yeah.
What's that?
Not
What's
bad.
the thingy is amazing? What was that kid?
Oh,
Desmond.
Desmond
Desmond.
is
Desmond
amazing.
is amazing.
I hope
And
Desmond.
That's his
I
mum.
really hope. I hope Desmond is amazing. Has saved up his tips and bought that kid those suits.
That's
Oh,
if
man, that's
Desmond is
just
amazing, gets the
bad.
money.
When he gets the
Of
week.
course not. The parents get the money and he gets a meal on the table. And raped, but
Yeah, but he should be grateful for that apparently because he's so inclusive.
How vibrant.
Well, something is vibrant. Well, I'm not even gonna.
oh no.
Too much even for me. Too much even for me.
So, what?
You know, I'm just gonna say this. It's shit like this that makes me believe that there is no God. Just I get, sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, there is there is a kind-hearted God, and then I'm like, if God exists, he must be a piece.
Well,
of
it's shit like this that
Every-
makes me say that the devil can't be real, because there's no way he'd allow this shit either.
Okay, because I was about to say, what was it? It was like a Dennis Prager quote where it was like, I learned to believe in God because I first believed in the devil.
Yeah.
Well, Dennis Prager also says something that's very, very, very good as well, which is, well, why should the world be the way you want it?
Oh.
God,
That's right.
just because the world isn't the way you think it is doesn't mean God doesn't exist. Or just because the world isn't the way you think it should be doesn't mean God doesn't exist.
So what you're saying is that the entirety of this whole word soup people and pedophiles on March is essentially just a trial from good old God himself.
Of course.
The
But
thing
you
I
could
always
see
say
it
is
that way.
if you believe God exists, you must also believe that he generally approves of what I do. Because I'm consistently rewarded for my actions. So at least,
Are you?
Well, I'm quite wealthy. Tacitly approves, at least. Tacitly.
That is not your choices. That is your hard work.
Y'all
Well,
can
think about it from the evolutionary perspective. Think about it from that perspective. Evolution favors that which enables evolution favors those genes which allow a population to thrive the longest and reproduce. And so you could say that the behaviors that you exhibit that allow you to thrive and reproduce are what God wants. And so if
Being a narcissistic
honoring your
asshole
parents-
is what God wants?
Yeah, I think so.
well, no, because
If
are
it
these
to me-
appears that way.
people, are these narcissistic assholes going to thrive in the long run?
Yes.
Are they going to reproduce
Are
in the
you
long run?
thriving in the
Yes.
long run?
Yes.
Are they? Really?
Well,
if the
the fact that the
narcissistic
political
asshole
class
who's filled with
exists.
Chaddism, yes, he is going to live longer. My God, the guy
But is
who
he going to
works harder, who
reproduce
eats
and
well, and
get-
who works out is going to live longer. Yeah, I wonder why.
No, I meant
Yeah,
more about
but
some of the less ethical projects I've designed and things like that. You know, is what I meant
Okay,
more.
okay. Here's why that will survive. If the ethical framework of the nation is designed to reward that bastardization of things, yes, it will.
Yeah, in the short term, but what about the long term? What happens to the nation?
I'm
if
sorry.
the
How
rewards
old was
these
David
things?
Rockefeller when he died?
How old was he?
He was like in his 90s with like 7 heart transplant.
Shit.
Yeah, so clearly it does reward bastards.
Yeah, Chad.
No, that's not Chad. I think buying people who might have died is not Chad move. That's some shady. That tells me you are so bad. Satan doesn't want you in hell.
Super Chad.
Put him off.
many
Put him off. I
kids-
don't want him here. I don't want content.
Look, Rockefeller was clearly a Chad.
I think the
Here's-
original OG, his
I
offspring were
reckon-
bastards.
I reckon he smashed a lot. You know what I mean?
The
Go
original
on,
OG was a
man.
family
Yeah.
man who was like heavily Christian.
Yeah.
I read about him in
Also-
a book. He was notorious for giving away money. He gave away like $500 million in charity in like the 1900s.
Yeah.
So very friendly, good man. But his people who came afterwards, probably not so much.
Yeah, but I bet they're smashing loads, so that makes them Chad.
Also,
I don't think excessive sex makes you Chad. I think
That is
okay.
exactly what.
No. Here's the reason why. In terms of evolutionary biology, right? If you smash and produce offspring like a motherfucker, then you're Chad. If you are just like, imagine you go to a lion and said, "I have shagged 60 females. How many did you produce? No cubs." He'd look at you and go, "You suck. You're impotent."
You basic bitch.
Chaddery's about being able to smash, not actually smashing, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree with
No.
I agree with that oil guy on that one.
No, I'm starting with the producing cubs.
Which honestly,
Chad is
I
about
wonder-
being a Catholic with 20 children.
Oh, that's about being Mexican.
I actually
Same
no, I
thing. What?
have a Catholic cousin who has like 8 kids.
There you go.
Yeah,
see?
that's Chad. You see?
Yeah.
Well, the thing
Oh,
is,
he is Chad
and-
if he managed
well-
to take care of them all. Then
oh
he's
no,
Chad.
it's well, I mean, well, she's a woman, so
Oh,
does
shit.
Chad play
Oh,
to
God,
win?
there's so many jokes I want to make now.
But no, I mean, no,
None of them are nice.
she like my cousin and her husband though, they send like all kids to like private school, have them do all these extracurricular
Wow,
activities.
holy shit. That's a
And-
lot of money.
And they're like Omega based when it comes to communism. Like I was flexing a picture of Jordan Peterson to my cousin's kids, and I also watched Ben Shapiro videos with one of them. So they're doing good. They're doing good. They're
That's good parenting. That's good parenting.
Population.
And
Oh God, I don't want to hear about more progressive shit. I had to read about it yesterday for the video, and oh my God, there's some creepy shit.
You look at all these woke people, and you look at these guys who are saying, we're going to come for your kids. Do they look healthy?
No.
No. In fact, they sent some memes exactly
do they look like, even if today the society rewards this behavior, do you think in the long term, these guys are actually going to end up happy, or going to have kids that will thrive and reproduce with good values?
Well, they're sure as shit not going to
they're
have
gay.
kids.
They won't have kids.
Society as well. The society as well is not going to function very well in the long term. It's going to collapse.
You can if you can indoctrinate the kids with capitalism.
Does it get the thing up by putting memes?
No, it's not indoctrination. It's initiation. A bird teaching
the only
another
difference
bird
between
how
those
to
two
fly.
is who gets them first.
Now you're talking about changing the values. That's the point.
I think it's not changing the values; it's instilling a value. Communists don't have any values.
Change its values if it's
Right,
not
but I
succeeding.
mean, there's a difference between indoctrination and initiation.
I know, but
raising
here's the
your
thing:
children properly is initiation. You are a bird teaching a younger bird how to fly. You are teaching something that is commensurate with the nature of a human being.
But that's true. But here is your problem.
Indoctrination, as I've learned from Mass Effect, is when giant robot squids from outer space try to fucking mind fuck you into being a slave.
But here's the your downfall in this argument. You're being serious, and I'm being slightly whimsical for the sake of my own amusement.
I think,
I agree with it.
If you want kids to be more capitalist, you have to start making them think more capitalist. So you have to stop giving them stuff. That's not how capitalists get stuff. That's it.
It's called no.
Stop giving your children everything they fucking ask for. That's communism.
Do you have any kids, Olga?
I do not.
Okay, maybe that's the reason why.
Yeah.
I feel like you are
I've
one
got
economics book from slave labor for your kids.
Just stop giving them all the free stuff that they want. Give them some stuff, just not every single thing they ever ask for.
I want a toy. Clean this and you'll get it. Man.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I actually think that's not a bad idea. To teach your kid, like, if you do something, you get rewarded. Yes.
Yeah, you could have you could have different jobs, and you could have, like, you've got 4 kids and there's 4 jobs to do. They could pick out the jobs they want, but you put prices on them, so you get more money.
Basically, put them back up the chimneys. For totally not self. I mean, it's not because I'd like the world to use more coal, but I think chimney sweeps are the way to go. I think more children as chimney sweeps. Give them, but this time round we'll give them PPE. And,
I disagree about the idea that you should allow the kids to choose what they want to do. That sounds like democratizing the workplace. That's too much of socialism. Fuck that. Screw that. Like, go with the traditional business model. You're the boss, and they're the subservience to boss. That's
you were about to say slaves, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
Right.
I mean, I'm actually pro indenturement systems. I think we should instead of
indentured slaves.
I'm starting to see why you and I get along, Olga.
Instead of university, right? This is it, right? The problem with the university system is it produces a lot of bullshit courses to generate money, right? That's the main problem. So we should university loans. Well, no, because if you just all you do is borrow money to go to university, you can do whatever you want. People will borrow money for stupid jobs. Instead, companies should be paying. Companies are the people who benefit from people having educations. Yeah. The companies themselves should
investing into it.
So here's what you do. Yeah. You're a company, say, in 3 years' time or 4 years' time, I need 20 engineers. Thus, I will fund 20 engineering places. But
don't they do that already?
No, because now you've got no guarantee of actually getting any of the people that you funded. Now instead of interviewing graduates, you interview people before they go to university, pick the 20 people you want, fund their university place, and they have to work 4 years afterwards for you at a lower rate, or pay back the money that they used.
That's not a horrendous
job.
idea. That's actually
Absolutely
pretty
just
simple.
fucking done.
I thought we already do that because that just sounds like sense.
No, that's not what happens. But also, the person studying the fucking thing also more or less guaranteed a job at the fucking end.
Well,
instead of having 100,000 people train for a job that there will only be 20,000 positions in your country for, you get more or less the right amount. If you want to do something for which there isn't a job tethered to the degree, then you fund it yourself.
Isn't that what used to happen before the government started paying for university courses?
I feel there is one problem with that. The business environment might change drastically in 4 years.
Yeah, it happens.
So, well, that sounds like they're in a bit of their problem.
That's called insurance.
I don't think it's quite that simple, but I am pulling this out of my ass. It's about the only thing I can think of that's shady about this arrangement.
Yeah, but you just have to you have to create. I mean, I'm not an economist. You have to create systems by which to make it.
I don't think an economist can tell you more. Fortune teller would be useful for this.
Well, yeah.
Yes, but Spoon, you drink mud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
people who argue with me drink faggy tea. You can piss off.
I mean, to be fair, it's probably a good idea that Harry doesn't drink any coffee. To be honest.
No, he's jittery enough as it fagging is.
Mm.
Speaking of that, I was just walking down the street and I saw the weirdest thing I've ever seen in ages. A woman was walking down the street and I couldn't tell if she was high, angry, or dancing, or all three.
All three.
High, angry, or dancing.
You know the people who power walk? It looks like
like
that on meth.
That seems like a pretty good start to a Friday, to be fair.
Yeah, like she was shaking to the point like her hair was like weaving from side to side, like she was in the middle of a dance routine.
Oh God!
It's like she did the Thriller routine, but times 100 speed.
Okay, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful mentality.
I wanted to stop her and go, "Are you okay? Because you look really pissed."
Yeah, probably just some poor woman with Parkinson's or something.
You reminded me of some
she was
weird.
too.
You reminded me of some weird shit where my family and my parents and I went to Louisiana because one of my cousins.
You could have ended the story there, you know.
Well, yeah, one of my cousins
there's way
was
too many
getting
stereotypes
married.
just based on that.
Louisiana.
No, one of my cousins was getting married, so we were staying at a hotel, and in the room next to our room, while we're trying to sleep, there's this like couple that is obviously hammered, and they're alternating between yelling at each other and singing a duet, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on?
Sure, it's just the same thing, but they're reaching different notes.
Just with a quick jump ahead, does anyone get run over by a car in this story?
No.
Okay. I was checking.
That's a bizarre thing to ask.
It's relevant to all of Second's stories.
It's a recurring theme.
I would have thought this is just life in Scotland if you're
and
hammered.
roadkill. That's the story of Second Plague.
Slightly faggotry drinks.
That too. But then again, he redeemed himself last time a bit, if I remember correctly.
Strongly disagree.
What do you mean?
I mean, you drink literal oil, so you know. By that I mean good stuff. You drink really good whiskey and shit like that.
Yes, and so do I.
Like, a few times ago, I had some 151 proof shit, and then last podcast I had some Lafroig. So
I have a question for oil. When Raytheon goes bankrupt due to woke bullshit, you gonna buy him out?
We were actually laughing about. Well, I was in a meeting yesterday, and we were actually laughing about that. We're like, because Raytheon is a competitor, not to my company, but to the company for which my company currently works.
Parent company, you mean? A parent company?
Well, I own a consultancy business, and I'm currently consulting for a military contractor. That's why I do
That's
it.
badass.
Can't see too much of it. But
No wonder you were looking at buying
the-
tanks.
well, I just happen to know. But anyway, Raytheon.
Where'd you buy a
Raytheon is
T-34?
Raytheon
Okay,
is
so
a direct-
when the Terminators start coming around, they're most likely gonna have the drawing I made for you as an emblem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be okay dying in an apocalypse like that.
I think you would. I think Trim would appreciate my company's theme song.
Really?
I the
Yeah.
Tiger.
And I'm sure you're familiar with it. It's NRG's Instruments of Destruction.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I don't know who they are. I don't know what they do. I don't know their morals or anything else. But I already love these people, and I approve of everything they do.
But don't you know
Well,
the song?
good, because they kill
from-
very
I know
many
the song.
people.
It's a song they play when fucking Megatron runs through the Autobot ship and fucking
That is
nukes everyone.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
I fucking
And,
love that movie. Sorry,
and I
no,
would-
I'm not gonna
I would
start.
just-
I'm not gonna start.
I would just like to point out, in my first meeting with our current client, we played that on our phone as we walked into the room,
Oh god, yes.
and they fucking, and we do it all the time, and all these, they just fucking love it.
Oh god, that's beautiful.
We did a trade show, like a proper trade show. We had it blasting out and girls dancing and stuff. Now look at what we've built.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I mean, the best part is just, I mean, I'm an Ironhide fan, but just ends up with Megatron's like, such heroic nonsense. Boom,
Yeah.
get fucked. And the song just ends as the fucking shuttle goes toward Autobot City, causing a fucking huge massacre. I need to stop.
So that aside, this issue actually was mentioned in the meeting I was in yesterday, and to great hilarity.
They were already counting the future money as Raytheon drives themselves under.
Well, no, because it's nonsense, right? Because obviously Raytheon and like the people I work, they're not required to, for very specific reasons, not required to tell you who works there. So it's very easy for them to go, oh yeah, we're going to do all kinds of diversity, and then continue to employ all the white British and German guys who actually build everything. I mean, like,
Decolonize your bookshelf.
how many black guys do you think are in Raytheon's R&D department?
Yeah, well,
I-
you see, I
And then
recently
how many 80-year-old Germans do you think there are?
I recently decolonized my bookshelf. I got books all about the conquering of the Americas, of Asia, of Africa. It's all about all the brown people and how they got defeated.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, spite them by buying a bunch of Thomas Sowell.
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
Beat you there, man.
So they want white straight Christian men to identify their privilege, participate in reparations, fuck you, pay me, and decolonize their bookshelves.
Yeah, it should be pretty funny.
Oh god.
Imposing an anti-racism programming using critical race theory, which the teachers would like to remind us doesn't actually exist.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Raytheon's customer base has basically just gone from DEFCON brown to DEFCON yellow anyway. So I mean, they can have essentially decolonize. You know, it's fine to not kill brown people now.
Do they call it Defcon brown because business is shitty?
Seems like it.
No, because the weapons were designed to kill brown people. Now they're designed. the next set of weapons will be designed to kill yellow people. You know. Fair enough.
Well, we all know that it's fine as long as the bombs they're dropping on random third world countries say Black Lives Matter on them.
Well,
Yeah.
Or have the pride
I mean,
flag.
I mean, if you think about it for 1 second, you have to tailor your ordnance to the area, right? So, like, dropping bombs on, you know, Syria or whatnot is very different to dropping bombs on China. You know, you need a different kind of ordnance.
It has to be rice based, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's it. Ryson, maybe. We don't do that. Yeah, no, it's like it's just obvious that you need different toys for different places.
Well, maybe the idea, maybe what we need in, I don't know, England and America, is to overnight replace all the statues with a vibration/movement sensitive explosive device hidden in a fake statue, and then we let the problem sort itself out.
I mean,
Wait, we have 81 subscribers?
All right. One of the biggest problems the Americans will have fighting the Chinese is remembering to aim low.
Oh god.
Well, what you miss, yeah.
Christ.
True.
You know, but thanks to you, I now have the fucking song Instrument of Destruction just stuck in my head, and it's fucking beautiful.
Yeah, of course.
God, I love that fucking movie.
The thing you've got to remember as well, I'm 41, nearly 42. So that movie came out when I was literally a child.
You watched it in cinema?
Yeah.
You lucky motherfucker.
Yeah, but the point is some years later I started a company and started doing militaristic things and thought, I know exactly what song I'm going to use for this.
Oh, I approve. I approve immensely.
I went to cinema.
It wasn't like I
last
heard it in
month.
between, you know.
Yep, Billy Blogs agrees. Mercury tilt switches linked to C4 on all old statues. Problem fucking solved.
I went to.
I disagree because that will damage the statue.
Oh shit.
Well, that's why we swap it out for a fake overnight.
Good
And
plan.
then
I just feel like there are better ways.
Yeah, but do you want to be
sniper in the nearest
effective,
building?
or do you want to be effective, or do you want to do it in style?
I would just have the thing emanate H2S or something.
What's the H2S again? Oh
Hydrogen
yeah, that's
sulfide?
gas, that instant. Yeah. Oh yeah, that. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
something similar. The good thing about that is when somebody runs over to help, they die as well.
Ouch.
You get more lefties to the buck that way. Quite low,
Well-
low cost as well.
Well, should it emanate H2S or H for the H3?
Oh, fucking stupid, dude. You got a holster, so you got a small dick. Don't even gotta think about it, dude. The CDC just tells you what to think, bro.
Makes you want to kill yourself.
I'm never gonna think about it.
Ooh, how vibrant.
Yeah, yep, apparently Christopher Rufo got on board with the memes about how Raytheon turned the LGBTQ plus drone strike into reality.
Oh.
What?
Ooh, Daily Wire. 10
You got a clip?
says I do. Whether I can play it I can cut through, let's find out. You might have
But
to.
why would Raytheon get into critical race theory? Well, we know why. Because this new administration is woke. So now they're going to drop LGBTQ plus drone strikes. It's disturbing to think about, but our weapons manufacturers are now woke. What do we mean by that?
Oh dear. Oh, just look at these articles that the Daily Wire is recommending. 10 books every conservative should read in 2021. Jordan Peterson front and center on the picture. Beautiful.
All right. Yeah, that's good.
5 stars.
I've
Who
got
stood
my
up
the
to...
rest.
I've got my copy of Beyond Order with
Yep.
the
In 1982, one Georgia town required everyone to own a gun. Here's what happened. Probably
A
nothing
lobster.
bad. 5 stars who stopped to cancel culture, and 5 who bowed down, and of course good old Ricky Gervais. And 5 times men dominated women's sports.
Men.
Dudes.
did.
Not exactly men though. Real men don't do that, but it's a dude, you know.
I mean,
minimum.
Zuby did it, and he's a
It's a
man.
guy.
It's a guy.
I just thinking about Raytheon a bit more as well. You know, they're actually heavily involved in laser production.
So the guys
really
are getting space lasers.
No, I just really like the idea of their next direct energy weapon being a rainbow laser.
Yeah.
Just
Wait, isn't there a
Because-
Pokemon? Isn't there a Pokemon attack which is a laser? Or am I remembering wrong here?
There should be.
Hyper beam, maybe.
it just seems like I mean, like, just thinking about it, it wouldn't really be that hard when you build your laser just to emit the various light frequencies required to give it the color. I mean, no one's ever asked me to do it, but we could definitely do it.
Well,
You could just
hell,
add,
it'd
you
probably
could
be
just fucking
easier
add
than.
this.
I'm not sure how much I remember from the science on it, but wouldn't it actually be easier to get the laser to do that than to just be one consistent color?
The targeting sensor could emit the sound, taste the rainbow, motherfucker.
But just it's a bit like the old.
Or it could emit
bit
the
like the
sound.
old Rick and Morty Wrangler jeans issue, you know.
Just throw a pride flag in front of the laser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or have a
Be like that
speaker-
gay car
or have a
alarm from
speaker
Family
on the-
Guy.
Or have a speaker on the gay laser that just emits, "We're coming for your children.
No.
We're coming for them."
We'll get to
I mean,
that.
I wasn't a. I
That
wasn't
is such a fucking horror thing. I mean,
Yeah.
I heard that song and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go get a knife and just wait.
Well, I have to say, I was talking to somebody 4 or 5 months. Do you remember when they said that they were going to let the military wear makeup and shit?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Why?
really?
Yeah, there was a conversation going, is that something that we'll be able to detect? Can we use our thermals to pick that up? Can we use the fluoroscopes to get that?
Probably.
Probably.
You know,
Well,
sweet. Let's do that then.
making nice plans.
I mean,
Well, the stupidest thing was like, what was it? Like tanks designed to like fit pregnant women in them, or some
Yep,
shit?
because they
Because
should
when
be
abortions
anywhere
aren't
near
enough-
a war
When
zone.
abortions aren't enough, you send pregnant women to war.
Yeah, it's flight suits designed for pregnant women.
But
Yeah,
why?
Pregnant
Why
women
would
can
you
drive
send
jet
women to
fighters.
war?
It's fine.
You can design a flight suit for pregnant women if you want, but I argue you might struggle to get one in a cockpit. I mean, have you ever
Well,
seen?
no, they'll design jet fighters for pregnant women too.
Have you seen the average size of a man who flies a fighter craft? I'll give you a clue. Tom Cruise is closer to reality than fucking Val Kilmer was.
Yeah.
I mean, guess what? They tend to recruit short pilots. Fucking weird that for some reason, huh?
Yep.
Very.
I also
I mean,
would love to
according
know.
to Nintendo, they pilots should cut their legs off in order to endure higher G-force and shit like that.
Short people have a better time in G-forces than tall people. Wonder why?
Could it be
Is there
blood?
possible reason?
Well,
Could it be
that,
like
that
blood,
comes
or is it that it's bigoted?
No,
bigoted, clearly.
Okay.
That actually does bring up a.
involved in the
That,
R&D for that one.
that's actually another good point. What would 7Gs do to a baby? Squanch!
Probably not.
You're
Well,
lucky.
That's what they're
retarded
trying
if
to
you're
find
lucky
out, you
dead.
see.
Fluid
The
doesn't.
thing is-
Fluid,
Oh wait, I
Fluid
meant that
doesn't
opposite.
generally-
Sorry.
well, fluid doesn't really compress, so probably nothing actually.
It'd probably harm the mother though. But the thing is, I actually had this idea. I had this thought. How do we know that these generals, when they carry on about being woke, that they're not just putting it on to make it look like they're weak, so that if the Chinese and the Russians try to go to war, they can come out and say, "Yeah, get fucked. We're more powerful than we're letting on."
Well, I think what
How do
you've
we
got
know
to think.
that they're not just doing that?
Well,
What you've got to consider is that there's a large, like if you take the American military force, for instance, there's a huge number of generals who have responsibilities for all sorts of banal shit. So a lot of people involved in logistics and stuff like that. Which generals are actually saying this sort of stuff? Are the ones that are actually involved in actual militaristic activities? You know, that's the question. Are they the people who actually order people to go and fight? And those are not the people that you're seeing. Largely because you don't get to see.
That's what I was thinking.
Largely because you don't get to see those people.
Yes, it wouldn't be helpful for people to know what they look like at the drop of a fucking hat. So, let's see what Raytheon thinks, how Raytheon thinks you should use your everyday privilege. Privilege is often ignorable unless you don't have it. Okay. As award-winning...
What kind of loser doesn't have any privilege?
Those of us other than you, Oil. Because I don't know. Maybe I should get you to talk to the government for me because my straight white male privilege check's been missing for a long time.
If you can't recognise your privilege, how do you expect somebody else to?
Well, if they have to bow down to us.
If you're not exerting it, how are you supposed to use it?
Exactly.
I'm saving mine up for the ultimate move.
What, to build your own transformer?
Yes. Is it that fucking obvious?
Yes.
God damn it.
So and presumably to have sex with it, right?
No, to blow shit up.
He definitely wants to be inside of it.
I'm just saying, if we make sex robots,
it's not a Gundam, for fuck's sake.
When you say that, I just imagine Trim being folded up inside Soundwave like a tape.
So basically, I'm Rumble or Frenzy.
Yeah, no, Ravage.
Well, I'm a Power Master. I'm a Power Master Transformer. That's fucking hardcore.
Okay,
I
Ravage.
approve that. Oh, I like Ravage too.
I think of you more as Thingy in the stupid Transformer suit.
Frenzy.
No, fucking Thingy's kid.
Wheeling.
No, Thingy's Spacky kid.
What?
The kid
Thingy
from Transformers the movie.
Thingy Smacky Kid? What the fuck are you talking about?
Spacky kid.
Smack. What are you fucking talking about?
Fuck me. What's his name? I forgot what his name is.
Thingy Smacky Kid. What?
Spastic.
Spastic Kid? Yeah, which one?
Well, there's only one in Transformers the movie.
There's a lot of those.
Wait, Shia LaBeouf?
No! Oh god, we're not talking about the shit Transformer movie.
Okay,
We're talking about the good one.
Oh, wait, you're comparing me to Daniel?
Yeah.
You're a fucking asshole.
It's the single most... Yeah, sorry, it took me a while to get it. Single most offensive thing I could think to say to you.
Nah, not really, though. He ends up getting his own fucking...
There is one thing that's more offensive that you can say to Trim. You can call him a filthy fucking Swede.
Yes.
That won't work on me because I'm not a filthy fucking Swede. So fuck
Shut up, Swede.
Yeah, you're a filthy Swede who worships Jane Foster.
Yeah.
Second.
You're gonna set him into a flying rage.
I'm going to make you so entuned with your savior. I'm gonna nail you to a fucking cross.
Okay, just do it upside down.
Just do it up. I knew you were gonna go for that.
What?
I'm pulling a St. Peter and asking you to nail me to a upside down so that I don't die the same way as you did.
I'm not gonna nail you in any way. I'm just gonna fucking draw spice through you.
Whoa! You say you're gonna nail him? Hang on.
I mean, I appreciate your sentiment, but I'm not that kind of guy.
Okay, moving rapidly on.
What the fuck were we talking about again?
Some dumb bitch at New York University's Stern School of Business says in America, if you are white or Christian or able-bodied or straight or English-speaking, these particular identities are easy to forget. Who the fuck in America isn't English-speaking?
Well, obviously the people
fat.
that cross over the border illegally.
Didn't mention fat, did it?
It said able-bodied.
Oh, student history.
No, but that's the thing. Isn't being fat being able-bodied since all sizes are healthy?
Oh shit. I've lost all my fucking oppression points. God damn it.
Yeah. So, first, consider those aspects of your identity that you think about the least. Okay, be it your gender or ethnicity or sexual orientation, once you pinpoint your ordinary privileges, you can better utilize them to help others who don't share the same ones. Right, so what they're telling us is that the black lesbian women think about nothing but their fucking identities all the time. It's no wonder they don't have time for productive work.
Well, it's also like, what do they mean by that? Like, what? What do they mean by that? Like, oh, I'm a white person, so I have clearance for this, and I would like to take this black guest into the hierarchy's upper echelons. Like, what?
What? Don't you do that on a daily basis? I mean, I go around just walking around the street, finding the everyday yuckamuckamers, like, I choose you to ascend. And then we enter the whitewashing room, and he turns into a white person.
Do you suck the black out of them like Joe Biden?
Japan? No, not Japan. China actually had a commercial like
You're
that.
not black.
I know, I just throw him in a washer.
Well, the whitewashing room is just
The washing machine.
A shower.
It's a completely white room, and there's a speaker in there, and he keeps saying Biden over and over. You're not black.
And they're like fucking in a moment with the mask. He's like spins around, the black just splatters over the walls, evaporates. And it's like, hey, I'm a
Wait,
white
does
guy.
that mean that all black people had to do to lose their oppression in 2020 was vote for Trump?
Yes.
Yes.
Unironically, yes.
I mean,
'Cause
that's
Both as a
it's
joke
like
and as a
this
serious
weird-
comment, yes.
It's like this weird Freudian slip where like the left is like, oh, those Cubans and Venezuelans became a part of whiteness by voting for Trump.
Yes, the Cubans in Venezuela. That sounds like exactly like something the leftists would say.
No, I said the Cubans
Well,
and Venezuelans.
There probably
Ah.
are some Cubans in Venezuela, to be fair.
Oh, that's the one. That's the one,
yeah.
Cap. That's the one.
I mean, like you've got to just love communism. Venezuela, the single highest earning oil country in the world at the time, just completely decimated. I love it because eventually they'll sort their shit out, and I'll be able to go and work there. And I'll have a fucking lovely time. It's going to be amazing. Really looking forward to it.
One
So
of
I
my
just get
best
taken-
friends is from Venezuela, and they're like, as they work in their own fucking bakery, is like, yeah, this is fucking shit.
I mean, they've literally disappeared. A load of their like high end oil infrastructure guys just disappeared. So, I mean, there's going to be plenty of jobs when it goes good. It's going to be a full on retirement job for me, I'm sure.
Sorry, I watched the comic that Cap Stasher has posted. I fucking love this. I love this artist. I love this guy.
Yeah, George is amazing.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
Yeah.
tried to take on the Kanye, but the Kanye is too strong.
so
Although it's like it totally made like Joe Biden's like face the creepiest thing ever for me, because like now I can't like look at his face and not see his eyes the way they're shown in that comic.
I can't wait to see. Actually, I can't wait to see.
Wait,
the Joe
that's
Biden
in.
interview.
Wait, that's actually a drawing of Biden. I thought it was just a regular picture.
Like this.
What?
okay.
Yeah, show that shit on stream.
Okay, let me just show this shit on stream for the guys.
I've seen it. Yeah.
So we've got the original I will never vote for you. Then I'm afraid you ain't black.
black.
And he
And I'm
sucks the black
afraid
out.
you ain't black.
Then we have Kanye. Unlike a few notable exceptions, it seems you ain't black either. Girl, you may be right, because I'm a dragon. Love it.
And then he fell down the stair.
And then we have Joe
Yeah,
Biden eating a baby.
I have that dragon energy.
But you know
Very
what?
good, Kanye.
You can tell that that last one is fake news because he doesn't sniff that baby first.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Oh my god. I need to come up with like another way to sniff something. I need to send in my Joe Biden imitation again because every time I do it, Carl is like gone.
Fucking Carl.
Okay. Well, he's always there on Friday, so
Yeah.
make those Biden things on Friday. But here's a thing you can sniff. Like, do you have some kind of doll or shit around? Then you can like use like a put it on the table. Use a blade and cut it like cocaine. It's like sniff it up like that. That's the stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that fucking clip you made. That fucking.
So, right, now, Trim, what you need to do is learn about others' disadvantages. You need to take your freshly opened mind and seek to understand others' experiences. You can do this by increasing your awareness in your own life and looking beyond to the world in general. The internet, news, blogs, social media is a great place to start. Okay, done that. Now I hate the LGBTQ lobby. What's next?
I've ascended to a new state of mind, which has instantly made me realize all this crap should just burn in a fire pit.
Oh shit! He's done a new one about the Lego capital.
Put the brick down. What's going on? Your child's an insurgent, ma'am.
God forbid you build a Lego model of the capital of your own nation's capital.
Don't you see? The Lego is the ultimate representation. You can make anything with it.
Lego model of Death Star found in Luke Skywalker's home.
Wait a second, guys. I just need to interrupt for a second, right? I've just seen a group of kids, and they've obviously they've got loads of stickers, and they've all stuck them on their faces and that. But there's about 5 of them that have essentially given themselves Hitler moustaches.
Fucking fantastic!
There was a couple of old ladies a couple of tables away from them, just staring at them. The kids have got no idea, and the old people obviously haven't got the balls to say anything to them. But it just fucking just made me laugh my bollocks off there.
The last one there. Show this one too, because that's.
Yeah, this is kind of like a two-parter.
Oh god!
Oh god!
I'm just looking at it myself. Lego.
Oh yeah, so yep, in the women's room, a woman and a child, and a
woman,
a man.
Woman.
Fucking come fight me, YouTube.
It's a woman.
Whammon.
Someone call the police, and the woman gets arrested for being transphobic.
The kid gets arrested too, actually.
Yep.
Yeah, the kids are getting arrested.
And then the one above.
Yep, and then they go to women's jail. And there's
There are a lot of women there, indeed.
Yes, where there are some women with suspiciously large vulvas.
Yes.
Hey, my name is Betty.
Now, they didn't talk about it on the show today, but actually, a UK judge has just upheld the rights of trans women to go to women's prisons in the UK.
Oh, God.
What? I thought we were past that.
No, just being
Fucking dumb shit, Judge. What about the rights of women not to be raped by men?
No,
Well, I mean, that's-
sorry.
Actually-
we don't have that right.
I know.
convinced that's right.
I've got the solution. If the legal system recognizes them as a woman, then the government should fund their bottom surgery. By which I mean rusty knife, no anesthetic. Then send them to prison. We'll see how long they want to pretend to be women after that.
Oh yeah, you think it's no pre-ops, all only post-op?
Yeah, only post-ops. And they don't get a choice in whether they get to stay not being pre-op.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty reasonable actually. I think it'd be reasonable to post-op women in women's prisons.
Yes. If they want to claim to be trans, well then, since we've got the taxpayer in England funds the surgery anyway, maybe we should just make it non-optional.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's other surgeries I would make non-optional first.
Lobotomy?
Oh, no.
Oh my god. You know what's actually funny about Ollie London?
What? I don't get it.
Other than the whole fucking thing.
Everything's funny about Ollie.
No, but I actually heard about him a few years ago because like PewDiePie did a video reacting to like some of Ollie London's like older content of, oh, I want to be Jimin, so I'm getting all these surgeries.
Forever,
yeah, exactly.
Jimin.
Yeah.
What?
That's why he got the operations. He wants to be Jimin from BTS.
Yeah.
Wait, so it's a guy. It's a thing.
Yeah, it's a guy from a K-pop band.
Okay, because I had no idea. People's being like, I want to be Jimin. I want to be Jimin. I was like, what the fuck is Jimin?
Yeah.
Well, you're lucky you don't know because the K-pop community seems kind of.
I'm not touching the K-pop community with a fucking burning stick.
Well, I mean, they're all like degenerate lefties too. Like, apparently, they're very politically organized.
Well,
and they'll buy a bunch of tickets to conservative events that would be sold out anyways to keep people from showing up and actually hearing them. And whenever something trends on Twitter that the left doesn't like, K-pop fans will like organize together and just spam the hashtag with like random bullshit and all like upvote each other to bury what they don't want to be seen.
Yeah, they're all fucking insane. Look, since Ollie identifies as a Korean, I suggest that we use taxpayer money to buy him a parachute and a plane ticket to North Korea.
I approve.
Oh, no.
No, keep him around, bro. You need to keep him around.
No, I think we need more of them.
Yeah.
We need more
accelerationism.
And not
well,
that,
I see your point.
He should be getting special forces training. He should be getting special forces
Send him to North Korea.
Oh my god! Wait, did any of you guys see?
London needs high quality rooftop Koreans. We've got a massive stabbing epidemic.
Yes.
How do you stop stabbings? Rooftop
Koreans.
Koreans. Base.
Did you see any of?
And since trans race people are just as legitimate as regular race people, it does count.
Yes.
Did any of you guys see Sargon's?
Yeah, just before we jump to that second, just Will the Impaler says, put them in their own wing. That was apparently the UK's plan before this dumb fucking judge got involved. They were going to make special prisons just for them so that they could be safe from the evil cis women.
Yeah.
Why'd they have to get him?
I mean, you sort of said that as if cis women aren't evil, but I mean, most women are pretty evil, really. Don't know.
Well, that goes without saying.
Yeah.
It's the implication.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on a second.
I think most men should be protected from women as well. To be totally honest. In general.
I'm just curious, that oil guy, does your first name happen to be Cameron?
No.
Okay. I've just met a lot of Scottish guys named Cameron for some reason.
Because it's a fucking Scottish name. You would expect most people Cameron to be Scottish. Except for in America where you take our Scottish names and then pronounce them badly.
Oh, we take everyone's names, bro.
But that's the funniest bit.
And we also got some like.
No, it's fucking not.
We've also got some weirder names over here, like Lashonda Flan or some shit.
Well,
That sounds like some Swedish bullshit to me.
As black people make up, it's African name. No, it's not.
Oh my god!
It sounds
like,
French
fucking,
derived, to be honest.
African person was ever called Lushanda.
What is
Maybe.
Ibram X
Maybe
Kendi's
Margaret.
real name?
Here's an African name.
Henry Rogers?
Yeah, maybe. But it's definitely not.
I heard it on 4chan.
It's definitely
Yeah.
not Shaniqua.
Shania Twain. Wait, who the fuck is that?
Shania Twain.
Name, is it?
Yeah, that name popped out of my memory.
I don't know
back
why
nowhere.
it popped
Yeah,
out your
she
name,
was
but
a
that's a
singer.
country music singer.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, shit!
Don't know where the hell you got that from.
I don't know. It just popped into my brain out of nowhere.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well,
It's probably from your mid-90s spank bank, I would think.
I mean,
Let's me
that
check.
sounds reasonable.
Let me check.
It's certainly where it resides in my memory, anyway, that's for sure.
It will take a while.
Oil, do remember that for some of us, the mid-90s were when we were going to kindergarten.
So
I mean,
with
I was
Lonely London-
mid-90s, then I
what
was
you're saying
just
is
like...
when you were a kindergarten, you were a fag, is what you're telling me.
I think my mom was a fan of Shania Twain or some shit.
Probably.
Oh.
I know mine was.
Do you ever did any of you guys see Sargon's live stream of him reacting to that Hassan Piker video?
Yes.
That was funny,
Oh,
dude,
back in
'cause
the day.
Hassan Piker got so mad at Ollie London, like, this guy's a fucking freak. He's a freak. And like, this makes me so mad because you can't even make a good argument against it. Like Hassan saying the quiet part out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the thing is, I think the only way you actually could make a compelling argument in favor of transgenderism is to actually take a conservative view of gender roles. Like, that's the funny thing. Like, the conservative perspective actually offers a more cogent way of being able to argue in favor of transgenderism.
Well, that's it. The progressives told us that gender roles were made up and didn't matter in the early 2000s. And now all of a sudden, oh, you don't dress like a traditional woman. You must be trans.
Of course.
Well, they made it so confusing. That's why they want you to like ask everyone's pronouns.
No, I mean, I think it's just, you know, they don't want either. They want to have the best bits of everything because they're fucking still children. They're just fucking children. And
look, here's
just
how
they want everything is for me, and I don't owe society anything at all. I'll just have I'll have the hedonistic bits of everything I want, and everybody else can get fucked.
Perpetual teenagers.
Yeah, but it's just I've decided that I am special, and so you must recognize my specialness by using whatever fucking term I've decided that I'm going to call myself today.
No matter how arbitrary it is.
In the dichotomy...
Let me explain how pronouns actually work, though. You have male, female, so he, she, and fuckwits.
But the thing.
But my new pronouns.
It's my pronouns. You don't own your pronouns. Pronouns are what someone calls you. You don't decide.
In your absence as well.
Yeah. So
like you don't get to decide what people call you.
Here's how it works.
Absence.
You can say that woman over there, or that man over there, or that fucking Fruit Loop over there. That's it. Done.
That works too.
Yeah.
Cool. Just that thing.
Yep. As Melancholy Poet points out, he, she, and mental disorders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty well.
Yeah. So, speaking of leftists and double standards, Raytheon wants you to both speak up and amplify at the same time, step aside. Because why bother making sense? So, speak up. Just as the luxury to ignore microaggressions and other injustices is a tenet of privilege, action is the cornerstone of allyship. If you witness a problem, say something. Okay, They want you to say something. Your privilege will help you be heard. Right. Okay. But they also tell you that instead that your recognizing your privilege means recognizing when other voices are more important than your own. Fuck you. No, they're not. Be sure to amplify others instead of attempting to speak for them. But you just told us to speak up for them.
I love the idea of some of these meetings that could happen at Raytheon. So like the boss goes, so what happened? Oh right, yeah. So I was working on that new landmine we designed specially to kill children, and when I was telling Jeff here about the fact that I had very carefully tweaked it, especially to kill Chinese children, he looked at me funny, and I think that's discrimination.
It's also like such a Freudian slip on that step aside there. It's the mask slipping. You know, it's the very specific wording of it. They're not saying, oh, recognize when other people's voices are being silenced and step aside so they can speak, or oh, other people's voices are not being heard as much, so you should give them their spot at the table. No, it's their voices are more important than your own.
Yeah, literally. Recognizing when other voices are more important than your own. Okay, so I'm Raytheon's expert on killing children. So what they want me to do is hand over to the black transvestite to tell us about how they want us to, I don't know, kill cis people instead.
Yeah,
normal people.
Yeah. And I mean, you've got to understand, they do have departments for killing children. But it's a specialist. You got to do it differently, you know.
Crikey.
Yeah. One of the advantages of the bouncing Betty is it takes out adults.
Well, when I say they've got departments for specifically not killing children, but it's basically the same as having one for killing them, isn't it?
Well, that's it. If you know what kills, you need to know what kills them to work out how to not kill them. Unfortunately, America's ruining. Unfortunately, America makes this more difficult by increasing the average weight of a child.
It's very true.
Hey, Jen, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
with
have to
our
sign
Mountain
off. It's
Dew
almost 2 in the
SA.
morning where I am.
Sorry?
So I'm going to have to sign off.
All right.
Because it's about 2 in the morning where I am and I'm knackered. So I will talk to you guys later.
All right, man. It was good having you.
Shadilay.
Talk to you later, man.
See you later.
All right. So on Twitter right now,
Twitter.
Johnson variant is trending.
Oh.
What?
Not
Trending?
variant. Variant with an E.
Oh, fucking goddamn it.
Not only are they stupid, but they also cannot spell. These people, these are the people who want the lockdowns to keep going.
Yeah, do you want to post us a link? Yep.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there you go.
No, what is
Just
Johnson's
look at
variant? Oh god.
It's awful. It's vile.
So, there is a Johnson variant, a Johnson & Johnson variant of the poison. But that's not what they're talking about, is it?
These are the type of people who want you to stay at home forever.
Oh, fuck
Burn
me.
them. Burn
Marked
all of them.
increase in COVID infections across UK. Oh, that's fucking convenient since they were going to get rid of the restrictions next week.
Yeah, very convenient, isn't it?
Also trending, COVID is not over. Good God.
Where? What? Oh, fucking kill me.
I also, I fucking called this months ago.
Here's one for you. Lockdown continues as New South Wales records 44 new COVID-19 cases. I'll get to how fucking stupid Australia's being later.
No, I called all of this, right? Where, I called a lot of this shit where I was like, so with the vaccines, I was like, okay, the media is shitting all over the vaccines, and as soon as the election is over, the vaccines are going to become a good thing because they don't need to make Trump look bad, and COVID isn't going to be as much of a disaster in the U.S. because they don't need to make Trump look bad. Lo and behold, that happened. I was also like, oh god, like they have no limiting principles here. So like they're gonna argue for mask wearing during flu season. Lo and behold, that happened. And most recently, I was like, they're talking about the virus, like the possibility of the virus like mutating or whatever, months and months ago, and I'm like, oh god, that's how they're gonna keep the shit going for the next few years.
Oh, a new variant popped up. We need to keep this going indefinitely.
Well, here's an interesting tweet to look at from some Eurocuck, who doesn't matter. Married to a Frenchman, 3 cats. Right, so a proper queer. This is what they're posting. Latest government data for for the past 7 days. Infections up by 34.9%, deaths up by 52.6%, hospitalized up by 51.5%. Do these fuckwits, once again, no raw numbers, because they don't want you to realize that an increase of 50% could be an increase from 2 to 3.
Well, okay. I agree with one of those suggestions. Wash your hands. But
that's what blows my mind. Oh, wash your hands. Okay, why the fuck weren't you doing that beforehand, you filthy fucking animal?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Deaths within 28 days of positive tests because they go, oh, massive spike. Yes, 60 death increase over a 7-day period within 28 days of positive tests. Yeah, but fucking Al Qaeda could have blown up a fucking bus on the way to the hospital and achieved that.
Yeah, it's not.
Again,
it doesn't really say anything. It doesn't mean you died from it.
Yep, and patients admitted.
Floyd is the only one who died with COVID, but not from COVID, according to government.
Well,
actually,
I maintain that he died
you died with COVID. It just means you had COVID 28 days before you died.
No, it doesn't even mean that. It doesn't mean you had COVID within 28 days before you died. It doesn't mean you it doesn't mean you had COVID. It means you tested positive. Doesn't mean you had COVID.
Test could be faulty.
Yeah, exactly. And then they go, oh, look, patients admitted. Okay, that just says patients admitted. Let's be generous and say that that's patients admitted with COVID. Does that include the busload of people that fucking ran off a bridge on the way to the hospital, does it?
Yes.
Just utter fucking insanity. I want to know how many people were hospitalized because of COVID. Not the people that have been on chemotherapy for the last 6 months and are now hospitalized with COVID. No, I want to know how many people who are between the ages of 18 and 40 who are within a normal BMI index who are in hospital with nothing other than COVID.
You've got to remember, it also includes people that were in hospital already hospitalized who have got COVID because the hospital spread it.
Yes, which is, again, like the fucking restaurants in Australia. Oh, we've increased our hygiene regimes against this virus. Right, so what you're telling me is that for the 60 years beforehand that all your hygiene practices were bullshit.
Yes. Oh my god. It started.
What did?
What?
Let me show you.
Oh god.
Oh, Lambda COVID variant. Oh, just fucking shoot me.
Fuck that. Fuck off. Just take that shit and shove it so far up your fucking
It's
ass.
never over. Mr. Bones' wild ride is never over.
You need to throw like a box full of masks like over the edge of a rail into like a or something and be like, don't you want to be free? Just go full John the Savage.
The new strain, previously referred to as
weird
C37 or the Andean variant, has reached the UK. Oh, how are those lockdowns working for you? Oh, they're utter bullshit? Who would have thought? Here's what we know about it. preprint analysis, which has been yet to be peer-reviewed, cool, of the spike proteins show a twofold increase in infectivity. Again, I would like to remind everybody that 3 is 200% larger than 1. And 2 is 100% larger than 1. And when you've got like 8 zeros on the right-hand side of the decimal point before you see a real fucking number. And as Billy Bloggs says, the new strains should be becoming less and less deadly. Yes, because that's how evolution works. If you kill the host, you decrease your chance of infecting someone else.
Yes.
The fucking, let the doctor tell me I shall die unless I do so-and-so. Whether or not life is worth having on those terms is no more a question for him than any other man.
C.S. Lewis was so based.
Yeah. Omega based.
Absolute chad.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is though, like the upshot is we may well make lockdowns illegal for all the rest of human history if we, after this.
Well, that's one of the most annoying things about this. If we did...
Once for us to make it realistic,
Well, the thing that annoys me most about all this is, because they're locking down over such utter bullshit, the backlash to this is going to be, no, under no circumstances ever just fuck off. So what happens when we get... What happens if we get a virus that has a, in fact, fatality rate of a number greater than 0. Fuck all? What happens if we have something of 1% or higher? Like when people are actually dying.
It doesn't matter because lockdowns didn't work anyway.
No, they didn't
save a single fucking life. So it doesn't. I mean, I know what you're saying, but it doesn't actually matter because it wouldn't help anyway.
Well, I suppose not, but I can imagine like some circumstances where you might want to be like, we are building a fucking wall around this region that's got this virus, and if you try and leave, we'll shoot you.
Well, that's a different thing to the lockdowns as we
true, that's quarantine, isn't it?
No, what we need to do...
I would have been more in favour of building the wall.
What we need to do is send COVID patients into nursing homes.
Shut up, Kwame.
What we needed to do is what we knew would work. They're worried about variants, but they still allow international travel. Every single variant comes from outside of the country. So why are we allowing anybody in? It's just...
Well, that's another thing that gets me. Like,
we could have locked down our international travel the first fucking week.
Like, here's something you might be able to give an insight into, Oil, because you're into all these fancy, smancy, high-level thinking bullshit. So, prior to 2020, when COVID came in, all the governments were going, this is unprecedented, there's no way we could have prepared for this was outside of our planning. Like, have you fuckwits forgotten SARS? Like, are they telling us that they're so fucking useless at their jobs that between SARS, MERS, swine flu, bird flu, that these fucking idiots never fucking planned out a proper epidemic response?
Of course there's a plan, but the point is they just chose not to put it into fucking action. Basically, you were sold out for political reasons. That's it.
That's literally it.
The point was they were going to go with herd immunity, which would have worked just fine, by all accounts. Essentially, that's what we've got now. But then, fucking political pressure was put on to do lockdowns and masks and all that sort of bullshit.
It's so painfully non-fatal that you can't get herd immunity to it. Like influenza, you're never going to get herd immunity to it. But it doesn't matter because, oh fuck me, it's 2 days off work.
Yeah, basically. Unless you're already sick.
Yeah, basically.
But the two were far too worried about protecting the holy of holies. NHS, yeah. Oh, there you go. Thank you. That's all they're concerned about. They're not concerned about stopping people dying. They're concerned about the NHS looking bad.
But the NHS already looks like shit.
Yeah, no, but that's what they're concerned about.
Well, actually,
How can one group of people be on the side of all the losing battles? Yes, I'm pro lockdown. I'm pro EU. How?
because they're midwits. They're
Look at the link I sent to
yeah. These people are the intellectual that Orwell warned us about in his essays.
Yeah.
And the fucking
so happy to see
intellectuals
so
that
many
are
pro-EU posts.
Heinlein talks about.
Yeah, like these intellectuals are the kind of ones that he warns us about in essays like Notes on Nationalism, which, shameless plug, I've done an audio version of over on my channel. Check it out if you're bored.
Pretty good, though I do recommend.
And they're exactly what he's talking about. The people who are just smart enough to be fucking idiots.
Yeah. I mean, it's just you know, think about the rhetoric for the last year and a half. Protect the NHS, protect the NHS, protect the NHS, protect the. I mean, that's all they're concerned about. They don't give a fuck about who dies. The only concern is that the NHS does not look bad internationally.
Exactly. Well, what blows my mind, and the same mess has happened here in Australia, but they were always going, oh, we don't want the NHS to be overwhelmed. We don't want the NHS to be overwhelmed. Hold on, fuckwits. We can look at news articles from every month for the last decade about how the NHS is overwhelmed by fucking everything else. What are you idiots on about?
I also remember.
What you've got to understand is what happened the week before is that in the UK, the newspapers were full of photographs and stuff from a very specific hospital in Italy where there were just lots of elderly people dying in the corridors. Now, what they didn't tell you is that specific city in which that happened has a vastly higher level of elderly people because it's a place where folk go to retire. And the backlash in Italy over these pictures and the backlash in the UK of, you know, people going, oh my God, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. That's when Boris started to protect the NHS rhetoric and backed off of his herd immunity stance, which is what he was going for originally, because he saw that it would basically be political suicide for the Conservatives to allow pictures in British hospitals of elderly people dying in the corridors.
Well, also,
but it's based on nonsense. It could never have happened here.
Well, also, again, I've said this before, but I distinctly remember when the standard for the lockdowns was, oh, we need the lockdowns to prevent our healthcare systems from getting overloaded. And that was the original excuse for them. Now it's like, oh, as long as people are still getting it, we need to keep everything locked down.
Not a hospital in the whole of the UK that was ever above 95% occupancy.
Yeah, but they also found to mention that the fucking week beforehand, the hospitals were at like 90% occupancy any fucking way.
Yeah, exactly. 92% is kind of normal, yeah.
Again, like the CDC, like, to their credit, their reaction to the Delta variant was actually, this probably isn't going to be a big deal. People are vaccinated. We're not going to like reinstitute any like measures. And so again, like our leftist judges, our leftist fucking bureaucracy bullshit is still better at conserving things than the conservative parties in a lot of European countries.
There's another thing that typically happens in the UK during flu season that if you're not from the UK, you wouldn't know, and probably a lot of the people in the UK don't even sort of notice.
But every winter they say the NHS is in crisis?
No, that's standard. But what you don't realise is quite often in big cities at the hospitals there are refrigerated trucks in the car parks, and those refrigerated trucks are acting as overspill morgues. Quite normal during flu season.
Yeah,
right?
Because old people die when the slightest fucking thing happens. Because they're weak and old.
And typically, and typically that would make the, you know, like they go, oh yeah, you know, it's bad flu season and we have to use these refrigerated trucks, right? Now, at a time when the news have just been absolutely desperate to show how many people have died, I haven't seen a single image of a refrigerated truck in the car park of a hospital. So what does that tell you?
What I have seen though is news stories in America where they're like, we had all these refrigerated trucks and then we used absolutely fucking none of them.
Well, we built. London
We sent
built
them to
2
Chicago
spare
to take care of all the people that were murdered overnight.
Our
Yeah,
country's in
London built
crisis.
2
Who
spare
wants to
hospitals.
do
They
it
weren't
for the
used.
mother of ISIS?
Let me read the tweet out.
How many thousands of fucking ventilators were bought and never been out of the box?
Any chance that the Euro 2020 finals going ahead without spectators is a pie in the sky with this government intent on letting the Johnson variant rip through our younger age groups. This doesn't kill young people.
It's never killed young people. And the rare occasions
Apart
that it
from,
has,
the ones with actual life-threatening diseases anyway.
Yeah, the ones with a life expectancy of like 6 months. Anyway. Well, apparently, I've seen the number floating around that in America, the average days of life expectancy lost because of... Sorry, the average years of life... I fucked that up, so it's not going to sound anywhere near as good. The average years of life expectancy lost to the virus is 5 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Repeat that, please.
The average years of life lost to COVID is 5 days.
Well, yeah, because
Very true.
if the average person who dies is 82 and the average age of death in your country is 81,
It's like, no shit.
you know.
In fact, it seems to be fighting off the things that normally kill them anyway.
Yeah, it's just such utter bullshit. I mean, it's going to take decades. Like, in a decade from now, if you look back at the 5-year average, I don't think you'll even be able to see COVID happen.
Well, you haven't been. When you look at the deaths per
Excess
whatever,
deaths,
at the excess deaths, it's not fucking
there'll be
moved. It's gone down.
Well, it's excess deaths. There will be excess deaths for the year, but across the 5-year period, there won't be.
No, but the reason that they're even like, oh, all these people have died of COVID. Yes, because every other year they would have died of influenza and no one would have given a fuck.
Right.
Oh yeah, Billy B asks an interesting question. That oil guy. Do you have new pronouns now post shave?
Yeah. Youthful and faggot, I guess.
I'm just saying, I think we need South Park to become the timeline.
That'd be cool.
We need, like, after this weird choir thing, we need a group called Gays Against Fags.
Yeah, that would be beautiful.
I would just like to point out this minor thing. I have already stopped shaving, right? You understand that has stopped already.
Yeah.
He can
The work
create
has- the work has-
he
the
can
work
create
has
the
been
movement,
done.
guys. He can create the movement.
The non-beard has already ceased, and the beard growing has commenced.
Commence the beard growing.
I'm eating extra calories to ensure I've got all the nutrients and vitamins required to grow a beautiful and bigly beard.
Big, beautiful beard. You've never seen anything like it, frankly.
Exactly. Yeah. It will be bigger and better than before, and it will keep out Mexicans.
It's beautiful.
I don't know. I'm just picturing like a weird scene with, or fuck. I'm just picturing like a weird prison fight scene with that oil guy where he goes to jail for, I don't know, embezzling money or something. And there's some Mexican dude in there, and the Mexican dude like tries to rape him, but or tries to like force him to give him a blowjob, but that oil guy does a matrix dodge. The dick gets stuck in his beard, and the Mexican guy can't pull it out. So
and then the beard cuts it off.
Yeah, exactly.
The beard will keep out Mexicans.
What kind of fucking creepy ass story are you fucking?
I
Never
don't
mind,
know,
you
but I
oil
like
guy.
it.
My mind went to like, how can I make a story around that oil guy's beard keeping Mexicans out?
I mean,
Well, through supremacy, obviously.
of course. Beard supremacy.
Yes, that kind.
We're pro-beard supremacy?
Yeah.
Incidentally, did you see that guy with the moustache the other day? And the pith helmet?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I thought, oh yeah, that's pretty good, moustache, pith helmet. And then I realized he was wearing a t-shirt under his shirt, and I wanted to punch him in the face.
Fair.
As it should be.
That reminds
Yeah,
me.
if you have a mustache that glorious, I'm willing to excuse the lack of beard.
And also, who wears a dark blue shirt with a fucking khaki pith helmet? I mean, that's just not stylish.
That reminds me. One of these days, I need to find the money to dress up as my avatar. But that would fucking piss so many people off. It'll be fucking brilliant.
Sadly, I couldn't do the same without being called a degenerate furry.
I basically am my avatar though, so
It's brilliant.
well, it's very accurate, except for the beard now.
But we'll fix that. We'll build it back better.
I will build it back there.
Yeah.
But I might have to get some sort of beard surrogate in the interim.
Beards. I'm not making any donations, by the way.
I thought about this myself, but like after I'd done it, I was like, after I'd thrown it away, I was like, oh man, I so should have kept that. And I like just sticked it back on for another video comment, you know?
Oh man, that'd be funny. That'd be funny.
Well, that brings us to the real question. Is a bad beard better than no beard?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
but we have our answer.
No, it depends on how bad.
Well,
Yes.
if it's only neck, if you've only got neck and no face beard, that's probably bad. And obviously, you're a pedophile.
Well, it's also like if it's like extremely like patchy and inconsistent.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you should be taking steps to. I mean, Plague, your beard is awful. It's just you just look like a homeless. That's just the way it is. You need to go see a barber. But yeah, I mean, the patchy beard, you can fix a patchy beard, man.
Yeah.
Put some glue and.
I mean, if you have a weak
spare
beard,
hair,
you should just
anything can
keep
be fixed.
shaving it and then get better.
Well, actually, you're better off getting a microabrasion. Just stimulate the follicles and all that shit. It does work. But
just use a wire brush on your face and it'll stimulate the follicles.
basically, yeah. But I mean, shaving doesn't. What happens is because you cut the hair across the flat. When it grows back, instead of being pointy, it's now flat. So it just looks thicker. It's an optical thing. It's not actually becoming thicker, isn't it? I mean, it's obvious when you think about it. It's yeah, beards are definitely. I definitely feel less powerful without it. No
Like
question about
Samson.
that. Like, exactly like Samson, but also like I just don't. I definitely don't feel as empowered as I normally do. My privilege does not. Basically, I'm saying that all of my privilege lies in my beard. I think that's basically what I'm saying.
I've just actually made the mistake of looking at what's happening on Twitter again. Trading in Australia, #COVID is not over. You know what, you cunt? I'm going to wall you all into the fucking desert, and it's going to be like the fucking savages in Brave New World or whatever it was.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there are several, there are thousands of viruses free in the world. How many have we defeated?
We've defeated like one disease? 2.
I think it's like 4 or something,
Well, there's one disease that we've eradicated worldwide, and there's like 4 we've eradicated for the important bits.
I'm Billy B asks if you sell beard supplements for the fall.
I've answered it.
I know
Napalm.
Phoebe does.
Napalm's as a beard supplement.
Don't let it get too hot now.
Yeah, like Billy Bloggs says, I think the only thing we've eradicated all over the world is smallpox. I think we got rid of polio everywhere that matters.
I'm not prepared to say what I've just written back to to Billy.
That probably should. Yeah, let's not say that on YouTube.
Ooh.
I'm sure if we're small enough, we can say anything and get away with it.
Yeah, but no.
I lived in Singapore for years, and people would constantly ask for photos with me from the beard and moustache,
Yeah.
and it was like pretty normal. Like I couldn't go out because weirdly in Singapore goes through these weird fads. The last time I was there, it was French stuff. And I saw a girl wearing a T-shirt that said something in French, but in English. It just said something in French. So it was obviously intended to have, you know, it was a design where they'd intended to put a French phrase into it, but it was still just written in English, something in French.
So they actually
Because that's
printed the demo.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like really badly translated stuff is often the case in Singapore. It's hilarious.
Jesus
But
Christ.
when we went to begin with, they were completely obsessed with moustaches. And so you'd see there was a moustache printed on literally everything that you could imagine. And girls were getting like tattoos on their index finger, on the outside of their index finger, so they could hold their finger up to their mouth and show a moustache.
Jesus.
And it was just stuff like that. So there's this massive cultural thing about moustaches, and that's why we get asked all the time. Anyway, we're in a shopping mall one day, and this guy went, "Oh, well, can you take a picture with my little girl?" And I looked down, and there's a girl, maybe 5 or 6 years old, and so I kneel down beside her so he can take a picture of me next to her, and my wife is laughing her balls off, and I've got no idea why. And they take this picture, and I
Wait, you're married to Michelle Obama?
No, my wife just laughed a little bit. And as we walk away, I was like, "What was so funny?" She went, "You didn't see the little girl's T-shirt," and I was like, "No." And she showed me a picture she had taken, and there's me kneeling on the ground with this little girl sort of at my shoulder, and me got my thumbs up, and her T-shirt says "Free Moustache Rides."
Oh no! Oh
Yep.
dear!
Yep. And that's what I'm saying. It's just really badly stuff that's been translated in Singapore that they don't understand the joke of. So they don't understand that joke. And
Oh dear!
it's just, oh my god! And I was like, and she was like, "It's already on Facebook," and I'm like, "No!" Jesus Christ! That's the last thing I needed.
Rip.
Let's get back to Twitter. I want to make your days even worse.
But we haven't even talked about the gay choir that wants to molest all our kids yet. But let's look at Twitter.
We'll leave that for the end. Something to really scar the people as they go home.
Bezic, say the thing before he shows it.
But wait, it gets worse.
But wait, it does get worse. It really gets worse. Have a look at this. So Manitoba has gone forward with having a COVID vaccine card.
Holy shit!
And the leftists on Twitter is like, excellent. I hope Ontario follows suit.
Oh. Yeah, it's the way for people to take responsibility for their choice not to get vaxxed. Freedom of choice comes with the No, you fucking idiot!
That's like saying China has freedom of choice, but, we need a social credit score.
You have the freedom of choice, you just have to make the right choice.
Freedom of choice comes with the responsibility for your choice.
I'm
well,
actually in
if
favor
you
of social credit scores.
if you get an abortion, you should be shamed all your life.
Yeah, I
This
think
is
so,
what they
too.
mean by this.
They
I
do.
agree.
They do.
And there's
progressive.
another reply. Where it says someone has already said there'll be no vaccination passes for Ontario. I guess our provincial government has decided, in their infinite wisdom, that it is not necessary to protect health. Vote them all out, 2022.
Jesus Christ.
Actually in favor of social credit scores, though, because, you see, people used to have credit scores, and that would affect how they could spend their money, right? And so, like, when I was young, you could go into a person's house and you could have a reasonably good idea of their income based on their things. And now we just lend any amount of money to anybody, and you go into a house and some fucking guy who works at Tesco has the same TV as me, and I don't think that's right.
Oh my
Yeah, you
god.
should never have any sort of power.
So the only base reply I managed to find: people in 2021 lack critical thinking, are too easily too easily give up their freedoms. These cards are terrible. To which someone replies, "Do you have a driver's license?" Yes. A card that without it you cannot do anything in society is equivalent to a card that lets you drive a 2-ton killing brick.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
completely
Yeah,
the same. It's completely
Hey,
the same. You
cars are
don't
not
have to
always
think about it,
cars
bro.
are
You
not
don't think about it.
lethal in every situation, though.
No, oh, hey, here we go. Here we go. I knew it'd come around eventually.
Yeah, you see, some people get run over and they survive.
Unfortunately.
And then they start making funny impressions all of a sudden. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that? What happened? Tell us this story.
I got blackout drunk, passed out in front of my driveway, and then my best friend and roommate ran over me.
There we go.
Fun times.
If there's somehow someone that hasn't heard that yet.
No, but something that was funny is that in the hospital, they had me take like a cognitive test at one point. It was like the same one that Trump took, where it was like elephant, giraffe, whatever the fuck. Remember these 5 words or some shit. And I just thought that was kind of funny.
That sounds like a baseline test in Blade Runner.
Incidentally, guys, Second Plague story is also proof that I eventually build a time machine.
What?
Explain how.
Because I eventually come back and cause him to be run over.
Right.
Just to keep this
And
meme
thus
going.
you set Jordan Peterson on the path of greatness.
Yeah.
Because we all know that second is just a cover for the Jordan Peterson. And yes, I just said the Jordan Peterson unironically.
The Supreme Lobster.
Hey, lobster!
Oh dear.
Yeah, I wore that shirt on Saturday and the Free Speech Extremist shirt on the 4th of July.
Beautiful.
Which Carl and Callum are still ripping into me for my 4th of July celebration.
Oh my god.
I mean, I thought it was pretty good. This is in Nova Scotia.
Well, I mean, the thing was, that was not what I was, like, flexing on them. Like, oh, in America we got soda. No, I was just like, yeah, I made, like, a drink with, like, patriotic ingredients.
But they instead freaked out on the type of drink you had.
Yeah, it was Mountain Dew SA, so like USA, so that's American. And
It's
then
so fucking
Smirnoff
horrible
White
a
and
pun,
Berry
I
vodka.
love it.
And the thing is, the reason why it was so oddly colored is because Mountain Dew SA is a combination of a blue drink, a red drink, and a white drink. So red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
So
If
it's
you-
this
if you
weird
actually-
purple color.
I've been impressed, but other than that,
If I what?
if you'd managed to give them different densities so they stayed separate, that would have been impressive. But
That would've
otherwise,
been cool, yeah.
Otherwise, it just looked like shit. But the point is that no one in Britain gives even the slightest shit about Independence Day. It's just not a thing here.
Well, yeah, I mean, I imagine
should
it's
be
like,
one.
I imagine it's like the Queen over here, bro. That's what I think.
No, you got to understand. America didn't fight Britain in the War of Independence. America fought Americans in the War of Independence. We were kind of busy. You fought basically you fought badly trained Americans, badly trained by Americans, with Britain's worst military leaders in charge because they were the ones that we could spare from our other wars.
I'm just saying we can have a rematch if you want.
It's a little bit like who's your favorite American football team?
I don't really give a shit about sports.
Okay, baseball team, any sports.
I don't really give a shit about sports.
I mean, we're talking here about the country that decided to bastardize everything into a ridiculous abomination of what it actually is. So,
Well, I'm just saying,
can't really be surprised.
America winning the War of Independence is if, like, you went to play your worst, like, whatever team is, like, your team's worst enemy. You went to go and play them, but instead of playing them, you played an under-18 special needs team that they used.
No. Even better. You remember that South Park episode where they send the little leagues against fucking fully trained?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Basically,
England sent a team of babies.
America never fought a war with Britain. That's all I'm saying.
Nah.
Sam, we could do it now if you want.
Technically, it was a war for Britain. You still sent troops, so Britain still lost. It was a participation, and you kind of fucked it over by, sending your worst. That still is a loss, Oil. Yeah,
we
but
were
that's
super
no excuse.
busy.
That is no excuse.
It
was still a war. You still participated, and you sent your worst. How much of a fucking idiot can you be?
Oh, it's because we were already.
Hey, look, Americans are out. The American colonists are uprising. Oh, let's just send the worst we have and let them fix it by themselves.
They waited until we were busy doing something else because they're cowards and couldn't.
No, it's called being strategical.
Strategic.
You, the Brits, were outmatched by the superior American intellect, which says something when we talk about the American intellect here.
What are you talking about? They nearly lost. It wasn't like a fucking scorching victory.
Yeah, but they still won. A victory is a victory, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
And you got crushed.
Hardly crushed.
You didn't win, so you got crushed.
Well, hang on. Whose culture are they still using? Whose language are they still using? Whose everything are they still using?
A bastardized version of yours. I mean, well, not yours. Scotland never really won anything. They were just absorbed by the England. So technically, the UK is just England.
not actually.
The subjugated England. There we go.
Scotland joined the United Kingdom by choice. I think you'll find.
That's a good excuse, but we all know
by popular vote.
Well, you say bastardized.
I mean, you can use that, but we can taste the cope from the fucking ocean.
Well, you say we bastardized everything, like in the culture and language we inherited. You might have a point about the language, but as far as like the culture and values go, I mean, the Bill of Rights and the Constitution are.
Well, I was actually more referring to the thing known as mythology. I'm never gonna let you live that down, Americans. But as everything else, I really approve.
I'm just saying the Constitution is the reason why our justices are better at even our left-wing justices are better at conserving things than the UK Conservative Party.
Well, yeah, but your Constitution comes from our.
Yeah, but they did it better.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. Like, we got accused of bastardizing and ruining everything, but we actually improved on that.
Throw enough shit at a wall and it'll stick.
First thing you improved is chicken wings.
Nice try, Scott.
I mean, like.
Oh, we've gone dead.
No,
Yes.
Of course.
he muted himself.
All right, let's get into the
No, I don't want to get into it.
Get into what?
let's get into the queer choir.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, why?
Oh God.
But we don't want to.
We're
Hey.
coming for your children. We're coming for them.
That, but unironically.
That was
Yeah.
completely spontaneous too. I just had a cough out of nowhere, but it worked.
It's a sign. It's a fucking sign.
Let me see if the meme I have been working on while you guys were talking works. Oh, fuck it, that'll do. I present... If I can drag it across, my version of the card.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Okay, so which abomination of humanity are we going to now?
They're
This one.
coming for our children.
Yeah. So the San Francisco pedophiles chorus has hidden their "Will Convert Your Children" video after backlash. Interesting. I wonder why they'd do that if there was nothing wrong with what they were saying.
Well, maybe because they had
Those
faces and names
me.
open in the public, and you can easily associate a name with a face, and then look it up on the sex offender registry.
That's a legit pedo.
Little
right.
lascivious
So-
acts with a child under 14 years of age. Interesting.
The face pretty much matches. The only problem is the middle name seems to be different, so that's why I have a little bit of a suspicion about this. But it's pretty much spot on. Apart from that.
Well, it's also like something else, and this is like the least bad thing about everything here, but it deserves mentioning anyways. Everyone there is vaccinated, and they're doing this choir thing over Zoom
Well,
or whatever software they're using.
of course.
Well,
because
of course, the
there's
vaccine
laws
doesn't
against
stop you from getting it.
Well, there's laws against people like that congregating together. Like, it legitimately wouldn't surprise me if that was a thing.
I mean, I've heard about this chorus once, and that was in my teenage years when we heard a version of the internet's for porn. Gayest fucking song ever, but it's funny.
That's the faces, that's the names. You do the connecting.
No, thank you.
We're coming for them.
Yes, it's
and they're gonna come on them too.
So the interesting thing
so.
is, like, they've legitimately got all the names up there on the
Yep.
website.
Yay.
I assume this is
And
their
people
website.
have been looking into the directors as well, and they have some suspicions, but nothing is confirmed yet.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, sure.
They've found
there's
a
a post-
David Eugene Wallace, and David Sean Wallace is at the bottom of the tenors list.
Yeah.
That is concerning, but again, wouldn't surprise me.
So the thing is, you have people on 4chan posting, "Oh, we have 6 confirmed pedos." That's not quite true.
We have more than 6.
We have one that is more or less confirmed, and 5 suspicions. But the
Right.
names match. The picture just people haven't looked at the pictures yet.
Well, you just use the pictures to show the children, really. Yeah. Which one of these guys buggered you?
Oh, they've
I'm
previously
getting like South
done
Park, I get like South Park, Chef
Nambler.
Def Bean.
So in June, apparently they went
I
viral
wanna
for
make
another
love
creepy
to your
one.
children.
A brief clip barking commands to receive a coronavirus vaccine, simply titled "Vaccinate."
No.
Oh, Oh, it was these guys. Oh God, I remember that one.
Yep. Do you think we should risk playing a few seconds?
No,
Yeah, go for it. Screw it.
I don't want cancer.
But it's funny.
No, I don't like it.
Yeah, it's literally vaccinate,
I have muted my video.
vaccinate, and suck the dick bigot.
Yes.
Yell vaccinate like a fucking
Oh
dog.
dear
Like,
God, what
the
is that
fuck
thing?
is that?
That's the Nickelodeon thing.
How
is that related?
Is that a troll?
No, that's real.
Is that an actual forest troll?
That's
I-
actually a Nickelodeon.
Scroll
I
down
don't know
again,
what. I don't want to. I'm closing my eyes. Tell me when it's on screen.
please. Yeah, keep going. There we go. That abomination looks like an actual drawn image from old times Norway about a fucking troll. I'll see if I can
Oh
find
my
it.
God! And they have the fucking progress flag. I missed the conservative pride flag. Like,
what does it
actually-
say? How is this video related to the
Oh.
San Francisco gay chorus?
I'll explain that in a moment, but Melancholy Poet makes a really good point that I don't know. That he says, yeah, fuck it. He says, I kind of want to get a shirt that says slothful in rainbow colours whenever I see those proud t-shirts. Yes, because pride is a fucking sin.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, it's gotten to the point where whenever I see a classic pride flag, I actually feel a little happy.
Relief
that
that at least they're
flying it
probably
isn't
not
flying
molesting
in-
children.
Yeah.
I wonder how much trouble we'd get in if we swapped out with their proud shirts for a rainbow pedo shirt.
Jeremy, here, tell me that thing doesn't look like the abomination.
It does.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah. Can
Yeah,
you tell the
posted.
difference?
Look at it.
Troll?
Oh.
We have our children.
Whatever the fuck
being-
that thing is. Troll.
Do you know that?
Whatever the
Do you know
fuck
that
that
words
thing is.
troll in Norwegian folklore actually steal your fucking children?
That's what they're doing.
That's how they
fitting.
explain child deformities. That the trolls
We're coming for your children.
Literally, they're fucking trolls.
Yeah.
They're out to steal our children.
Yeah, but they didn't fuck the children.
They just
They
ate
ate
them. Yeah, a nice wholesome bit of
No, actually,
cannibalism.
they made them into slaves, and then they ate them.
Right.
Oh, dear.
So
That's not
I've
helpful.
sent the thing above, and that's what the 4chan investigation
Yeah.
got. Only
That's-
one face is confirmed. The rest can't be identified yet. But you'll see that deerkin.
I'll bring that up in
picture.
a second.
That's actually one of the people there.
Yeah, and as we know, there's a very thin line between furry and zoophile and pedo.
Yes.
Before we get into
Okay,
that,
you can
so
remove
I'll
that
just
picture now
just
because it's
explain
fucking
why the
disgusting to look at.
abominations in the article.
Right.
So they're talking about the "We're going to molest your children" video, and then
Can you
they say
scroll
it
up
comes.
that? I don't want to. Thank you.
It comes
Thank
on the heels of Pride Month, which saw leftists in Hollywood, massive corporations in the Biden White House pandering to LGBT demographics. Nickelodeon, for example, promoted Pride Month with a video featuring Creature, who sang about the meaning of the colours on the Pride flag. Yes, raping children is a virtue. I'm sure that's what she sang about. And overall, children's shows have
if you will
experienced
remember,
a
hang on,
220...
if you will remember, I think it was in that exact video where one of the floats had the pedo flag on it.
Would not
Oh my
surprise
God.
me. Would not surprise me.
Incidentally,
at all.
when
I'm
you
not gonna lie, Bezic. I actually had to reread that just to check and make sure that her name wasn't actually Creature.
Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
Basic, when you say there's a thin line between being a furry and a pedo, are you thinking of a zip?
What?
The zip in the fursuit.
Yeah.
Oh God.
No, but it's far funnier than what I was thinking. Whatever I was thinking. So, just to finish off with this article, before we go look at the confirmed freaks. Overall, children's shows have experienced a 222% increase in LGBTQ characters and stories between 2017 and 2019 alone. 222% increase in child grooming.
I mean, at least they're hardworking. I mean, they're not, obviously not millennials.
Ooh. Well, that's because the millennials are. That's because the millennials are still in prison for their crimes against children.
What the fuck is that?
That
Right.
I want to know.
is Fursuit McFaggot.
Why?
What?
So
That's
which
one of the guys in there.
okay, this is
This is
fucking massive, right?
furry guy is actually
God.
confirmed to be one of those guys. So all we have so far is the guy that's pretty much confirmed, Wallace David. But we have some other suspected ones. And
Yes. We have Keith Pepper on the board of directors for the pedophile chorus.
yeah.
And then we have Keith Aaron Pepper, born in 1958, who was convicted in 1998 and released in 2001 for lewd or lascivious sex with a child under 14.
What?
Then we have on the board of directors Louis Quadra or whatever, and then we have a Louis Rodolfo Quadra, who is born on the 17th of March, fucking American dates.
Yeah.
17th of March 1988, who was convicted
Same
in
charge.
2018 and released in 2020 for lewd acts with a child under 14.
Based.
What?
Just checking.
Then we have
Oh,
one of
God.
the second tenors.
This thing is
Earl
so fucking annoying.
Friedberg.
Yeah, we have Earl
And we
Friedberg.
have a Lawrence Earl Friedberg, which was born in the 20th of March, 1950.
Yep.
Who
was convicted
for the same thing
2001.
in 2001 and released in 2009.
Yep, who's one of the second tenors. Then we, of course, we have David Wallace, who may be, or may not be. Sorry, it's David something else Wallace, and then David Eugene Wallace, who may or may not be the
the
person.
face looks pretty similar.
Well, I mean, at this point, we've got. I think at this point we need to impose the Rittenhouse test. If you shoot into a crowd of leftists and you hit three people and one of them is a pedophile.
No. How many of them will be some sex offender of some kind?
Well, possibly five.
I'm just gonna drag a number out, and I'm pretty sure that at least 30% of them are convicted felons, while others, like 50%, have done stuff that is really close to the line.
I don't want to, go out and accuse people that are not confirmed yet, that haven't done anything yet, because being accused of pedophilia is a pretty big charge, and
Yes.
I don't want to do that.
And for YouTube and for the guys in chat, we are not saying that any of these people are the same people. We're just saying that the Rittenhouse test does suggest it's highly likely. At the very least, some American investigative journalists, Tucker, get your ass in gear. Let's see who these fuckers really are.
Now, obviously, they're singing about coming after your children. Well, that's terrifying. But who are the singers in this gay choir in San Francisco? Well, obviously, we should figure that out. If they're trying to indoctrinate our children, we should know who they are. But why isn't the government doing anything? Well, we know why. Because they're all woke, and these so-called mayors want to protect them.
I mean, pretty much that.
It's literally that.
I love Tucker's laugh, too. It's fucking hilarious.
It sounds fucking panicked.
I mean, if
Yeah,
you knew what he knew, you'd be panicked too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we have a Raymond Mark Gonzalez, who's a 1001, whatever that means. And then a Raymond Ramon Gonzalez. So again, a different middle name, but I don't know. I probably wouldn't put my middle name on the internet just to make things super fucking easy for people. So again, not confirmed, but suspicious enough that that someone with the resources of, say, Fox News might get a really fucking lovely story out of hiring a couple of private eyes to do some deep dives on these fuckers.
Yeah, so this is just like, 4chan poll autism at work, but that's not gonna, be as good as a professional detective.
Yes.
If anyone has the money and the interest, you can pay a detective and have a look into these guys.
Indeed. And it would be very interesting to see. I would very much like to see what a legitimate detective and investigative journalist could find.
You should have a read of this.
Okay. Ooh.
Do I want to read this?
I will read it because it looks like it's going to be fun.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, of course it was loved in San Francisco.
Yeah.
July 8th, 2021. An important message to the Chorus family. Dear Chorus family, on July 1, we posted a message from the gay community to some stupid channel and across social media. It was chosen because of how loved it was when we performed it live in San Francisco at Pride at Singouts in South Carolina and at Pride Showcase. Right, FBI needs to investigate all of these people and their internet histories. Everyone who was at every one of those places. The piece was commissioned by the Oakland Symphony, who shared it with us. Right, investigate them too. The far-right conservative media found our message.
Conservative.
Far-right. Video and have taken it as their cause. This has all happened in the last 24 hours and it continues to pick up steam. They've taken the lyrics out of context. What? The context is literally that they're coming for the children.
Out of context.
What fucking context did we take it out of?
No, we meant that we're coming for your children, as in we're gonna convert them to be more tolerant, less like you, homophobic Christian parents.
This is so full of shit. They are dodging as much as they can.
Yeah.
And they're
to
failing.
support a narrative that suits their intolerant and hateful needs. I'm sorry, but how does "we're coming for your children" not sound fucking awful?
I'm perfectly happy to
This is literally the result they aimed for, and they're scared that it happened. Come on. They knew what the outcome of them saying, "We're coming for your children, you were right, we're coming for your children," would be.
I mean, it's the whole thing that Ben Shapiro points out, where the left goes, "Oh my God, they responded to us trying to change society. Oh, the conservatives and their obsession with culture war."
Yeah, it's literally that. They put essentially
Evil
a threat out, and then conservatives are replying, it's like, "Oh, why are you stoking a culture war?"
Yeah.
Conservatives.
Right. So it continues. It is obvious that tongue in a child's cheek humor is lost on many. As a result, we have seen the user comments on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram become increasingly alarming. Emails to individuals and the chorus office are vitriolic. Good. Fuck you guys. Including threats of harm. Now, that's not okay. No one should be threatening harm. We should be investigating them. And if they are pedophiles, trying them and executing them. Legally.
Wood chipper.
I'm like, the method of execution is up for debate.
No, it's not really. There's only one solution for pedos, and that's wood chipper.
I don't know. Throwing them off the roofs of buildings works too.
I think there are some kinds of threats that are okay. Like, it depends. Like, is it "I'm going to kill you," or is
or
it,
"if you touch my children, I'm going to kill you"? Those are vastly different things.
my house
I
for
like
my demo, I
Sargon's
would meet you with
response.
both.
I am armed. I'm just gonna say I am armed.
Yeah. So, we feel the first action we must take to keep everyone involved with the chorus and the making of this video safe is to turn the video to private. Yeah, because it hasn't been fucking downloaded a million times, you goddamn cowards. We're communicating with law enforcement both locally and nationally. Yeah, and hopefully they arrest you, you scum!
Oh God.
We will not be threatened. You
already
have been. And it worked quite well. You took the video down.
Boy, fuck off. Just
Yep.
fuck
And
those
we
people.
follow legal
And
steps to act on those threats. Well, do you know where you'll be safe from those evil people on the internet? Prison.
yeah.
Back
You'll
in the
get 3
cell.
meals a day.
Yep.
Okay, groomer. Whatever you say, groomer.
Christ, dude.
Yep. We will always accept others who may hold different values. Filthy fucking lie. But when violence is their choice of expression, since 1969 we have not backed down. Well, again, that's not true because you've taken the video down. Clearly the threats worked.
Let them lie. Let them believe that their lie works.
After decades of children being indoctrinated and taught intolerance for anyone who is other... No, from decades of children being groomed by pedophiles who claim to be gay. From using the Bible as a weapon to reparative therapy. Bible is not a weapon. It is the justification, not the weapon. And reparative therapy. I still want to see evidence that therapy, not what's commonly referred to as conversion therapy, but that therapy doesn't help. Gonna need evidence on that. I want to see evidence. I want to see what happens if we take a bunch of gay teenagers and give them testosterone boosters. Let's do that. Let's see what fucking happens.
Though there's one thing I wonder. Is homosexuality something that cannot be changed, or is it a life choice? Because these people...
I think it's something that can't be changed.
Well, it used to be innate, and I believed that. I was perfectly happy with that. It's like, okay, they like men, who gives a fuck, let's move on. But now it's like, oh, you can change your sexuality. Your sexuality can be fluid. It's like, you know what? Whole thing gets burnt down now. Sorry for the legitimate... Yeah.
Are you sure giving them testosterone doesn't just create power bottoms?
No, I'm not sure of this at all, but we can do tests.
Well, I
I'd
actually saw some posts that went viral the other day that was arguing that lesbians can train themselves to love the trans penis.
Of course.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so who believes in a gay conversion therapy now? The trans lobby.
Yeah, pretty much.
Billy Blogs
so
says that the
progressive.
song was a threat. Yes, it was. The song was a threat, and people are reacting appropriately. Yeah. So they also say it's our turn. Yeah, to indoctrinate children.
That's essentially what they say.
Yeah. They're literally saying it's their turn to indoctrinate children. We have dedicated ourselves to being role models. Bad ones, pedophiles, groomers, teaching and spreading the message of man-boy love, tolerance, and celebration through our music. Sorry, I translated that. I translated that from San Francisco loser to normal people.
I know, but it fucking hurts hearing it still. Ugh.
Well, Melancholy Poet just says, just tell them you're a super lesbian. Remember that supers are transphobic, so you can't do that. You'll go to prison. In England, anyway. Yep. Billy B says in the Discord, decades of children being warned to stay away from nonces. Yep. Maybe. And then he says, giving them testosterone might make them worse child molesters. Well, we just go with Orr's suggestion, chain them to light posts outside places we don't want children to congregate.
That was my idea from last week.
Yeah. So if we give them testosterone and they make better child molesters, well, the kids are just going to have to run faster, aren't they?
Right.
I just
God, it'll be like Slender, except instead of like the creepy sound effects kicking in when the Slenderman gets near, the children just hear, "We're coming for you!" Like
We're
run.
gonna come in you. That's probably what I want to say too.
Speaking of pedophiles and child molesting, let's see, has anything new happened with the story of that poor Queensland kid who's being molested?
Oh God.
Let me have a
Why is
look-see.
it so much child molesting?
Because the slippery slope is not a fallacy. It's a prediction. And it's true.
Not sad. I'm just really disappointed on this fucking planet.
Yeah.
I think the slippery slope is actually a child molesting club in London, isn't it?
Yeah, but the reason no one knows is because it's because it's in Arabic.
No, sorry, I got that wrong.
Oh,
actually,
God.
it's a Thai massage parlor. Might be a niche joke, that one.
Cursed, but funny.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that's a joke of Thai people. Might be a British one, that might not be too well known.
So, on a slightly more positive note, that's still on the same kind of topic of social justice gone mad, from Fuck Me, segment 1 of the Lotus Eaters, that we're still on. Leicestershire PCC bans staff from contact with Black Lives Matter. Conservative Rupert Matthews claims BLM wants to defund the police and has put officers in hospital. Based.
yeah.
No arguments here. Police and Crime Commissioner for Leicestershire has said he has banned his staff from communicating with Black Lives Matter groups. Good. Why are they communicating with the enemy? Why are we meeting with an organisation that wants to defund the police? Has put officers in hospital and desecrated the cenotaph in London, he wrote. Based. Based and Chad peeled. He went on, come the meeting, I have a dozen or so faces looking at me from the team screen. Any other business? Yes, I say. As of now, this organisation will have absolutely no contact at all with Black Lives Matter. There is deathly silence, meeting over, the screen goes blank. Based.
Nice.
As PCC, he's tasked with overseeing policing in the area and holding the chief constable to account. Nice.
Even better.
The Labour councillor whined. She added she was not sure what the ban would mean in practice, as less... Is it fucking Leicester or Leicester?
Leicester.
Leicester.
Thank you. Leicester did not have a local BLM organisation. Yeah, that's the thing about terrorist cells. They move about.
Weird, Kinda weird.
Wait, hang on. Let me check this out. This is real.
What?
You guys might have to bring this up on screen, but let me check it first. You go on with whatever you do.
Okay, from a scale of 1 to 10, how painful is it gonna be?
Well, it's based on the previous topic.
Oh, God. Okay. Just do it to us.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me find out.
I'm not gonna watch it.
Saw that.
I'm not gonna watch it in Discord. I'm just going to wait until it pops up on the screen.
Oh my God! School cancels To Kill a Mockingbird over.
Yeah, they did that.
What?
Yep.
Okay.
We'll get to that. While you're preparing that, Cut, we'll just have a quick look at some dumb bitch from the EU saying that they're going to bring down the full force of EU law on Hungary to rectify their new LGBT plus law. Or Hungary can just go, EU law, not Hungarian law. Suck a dick. Bigot.
I fucking hate Ursula.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking cunt.
All right. No, I can't confirm it. It doesn't show up when I look it up. So
crap. That's a shame.
it's either like been a thing an hour ago when this was posted, or it is just Photoshop. But here it is.
Let's have a look. San Francisco gay men's chorus sex offenders. Let's have a look at the picture.
That's a wonderful word.
Open link. So, it looks like these results are changing quickly. If this topic is new, it can sometimes take time for results to be added by reliable sources. Reliable sources.
Quote on fucking quote.
We the media now.
Yeah.
Look at me. Look at me. We the media now.
But they're not a publisher, honest.
Oh, really? Oh, that makes everything better. That makes everything better.
Alternative facts are just facts that the mainstream doesn't want to talk about.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at idiots cancelling To Kill a Mockingbird. Oh, fuck you, tell it.
We talked about this.
Oh,
Cat,
God,
why?
I found a poll.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
God.
mean,
I'm not going to put that
anyone
on.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you don't need to.
Has anyone asked Richard Spencer's opinion on this?
He's probably in favour of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, if you're
Regular
ideology
CNN
aligns with
contributor.
Richard Spencer,
It looks literally like Jabba the Hutt and that weird monkey thing. It's Jabba the Hutt and Zero the Hutt and that weird monkey thing from Return of the Jedi. I swear to God, that's...
Oh, the Kawaiian monkey lizard, Silicious Scrum.
Look at that. That is fucking... No, it's not even Zero the Hutt. It's the mother of Zero the Hutt. You want to kill Mother with you?
She's not that big.
Just look at that face.
wow.
That is just... Oh, God, that's an abomination.
No, Zero's mom is, like, much bigger and has weird starfish bugs crawling all over her.
Oh God, Billy Blogs is
Wouldn't
asking
be
what's
surprised
terrifying
if I
us.
saw that shit.
I'm going to everyone watching the stream. I'm going to show you because Billy Blogs wants to see. So hold him responsible for this.
This is your fault, Billy.
This is your fault,
Billy
Billy.
has just given everyone cancer.
Just look at that. Tell me that's not fucking Jabba or one of the fucking Hutts.
Why did you put it on screen, man?
Billy asked. So it's his fault. It's all on him.
Oh, fucking.
That's
Lord.
enough of that. I don't want to see it anymore. So, To Kill a Mockingbird. Not exactly a big thing in Australia for obvious reasons, but I've heard enough about it to understand that that it is an excellent piece of literature. Did you ever read it, Second?
Yeah, I read it at the
You're
beginning
required to
of
read
my
it in school,
sophomore
right?
year of high school.
Billy Blogs would just like to say he's sorry.
Yeah, well...
Well, at
Fucking
least you
should be.
apologize, at least you apologize, Billy. And since we're not rabid leftist, I'm willing to forgive you.
I
But
haven't
never
apologized
fucking do
yet.
that again.
Well, the funny thing is, I would think another low-key reason they would cancel it is because it has, like, a narrative, don't believe all women. Since,
yes.
literally the story is, like, a white woman accuses a black guy of raping her because she doesn't want her dad to think she fucked him consensually.
Wow.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Makes kind of sense.
And so, like, Crowder actually parodied it during the Kavanaugh.
So my uneducated understanding of the plot is basically that it's bullshit and the hero of the story fights to prove that there is injustice being done against the black population, and that's bad.
Yeah.
Actually that would explain why they want it banned. They don't want people to know that in the 1960s there were people that thought that black people should have rights.
Yeah, basically.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Wait, when was it?
Well, it's time for me to get a copy of this book now that it's a banned book.
It was published in 1960.
Because I'm because I'm British and of a certain age, it meant I actually had a very high quality education. Not so much now, but when I was a kid, very good education. So I had to read that at school.
Yeah.
We didn't read How to Kill a Mockingbird in Norway,
Considering
unfortunately.
it had,
But
considering
we did see Of Mice and Men.
yeah, we had to read Mice and Men, everything like that. We
Yeah.
read all those sort of books when I was at school.
Yep, as Billy Blog
I could
says,
get
To
into
Kill a
that.
Mockingbird was against racism. These people are retarded. Don't insult retarded people like that, Billy.
Yeah.
But if you think about the time that I read it when I was at school, it's not like the UK and especially Scotland was full of black people. You know what I mean?
No.
Well, Bezic, you have to use the Michael Scott rule. You don't call a retarded person a retard. That's just bad taste. You call your friends retards when they're acting retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically.
Correct.
Basically.
Same as.
Basically.
Basically, frankly.
Yeah.
I am surprised.
Nobody. You've never heard anything like it.
So, even as totally reliable, completely infallible source Wikipedia tells us, the book covered themes such as Southern life and racial injustice, and class, courage and compassion, gender roles, laws, loss of innocence. And Harper Lee was white woman in the 1960s. Yeah, we don't.
And most importantly, false rape allegations from a woman.
So I'd say that's the two reasons they want to cancel it. One, false rape accusations by women were common enough in the 1960s that someone wrote a fucking book on it.
Yep.
And they don't want to admit that there were white people in the 60s who thought the black people were getting a raw deal.
Yep.
Well, that would undermine the whole their whole shtick.
You know why it's so difficult for women to identify the rapists, right?
Because women kiss with their eyes closed?
Eyes closed, yeah, that's right.
No, but I actually remember that year of high school, I had to read so many books and short stories where the theme was racism bad that it's like, oh, well, we never told people that racism was bad before critical race theory. Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's you guys know what a gollywog is, right?
What?
A gollywog.
It's
Is
basically
that like the monster in Borderlands?
No, it's the black-faced, curly-haired doll common from the slave era that's also apparently been used as a racial epithet.
And actually, it was the logo of a jam company in the UK, right?
Yep.
When I was a kid. Now, I can assure you, I ate plenty of that jam, and you used to get like a token in the lid, and you collected up the tokens, and they'd send you a badge. Yeah.
Yep.
A pin, as the Americans would call it. And I saved those up when I was a little kid. I can assure you, I never, for 1 second in my entire life, thought that fucking doll was a black man. Because they don't look like black men.
Like,
do you know what I mean? Like,
Obviously, you have internalized racism.
Unless somebody picked up that doll and went, "This is supposed to be a black guy," you wouldn't go, "Oh, that's
well,
that's just like that Nigerian guy who lives next door to me."
The stupidest thing about it is
colorblind racism.
What didn't they originate from the slave classes making dolls for their kids that looked like their fucking kids? You know, like everyone else on the fucking planet has done since the dawn of fucking man.
Yeah, I mean that's my understanding. Yeah.
Billy Blogs remembers it that you could get it if you saved up the stickers.
Yeah. Well, I think we're of an age, man. Billy.
Yeah.
Or I think you might be older than me.
That means old for
Just
people
go
who
back
don't
to
speak
talking
old.
about that awesome company that fucking plays Transformers music.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe weapons.
Well, it again reminds me of the dumb fuckery in, unsurprisingly, Australia. We had a brand of cheese that was called Coon, but apparently that was racist,
Yeah.
despite the fact that the man who founded it was named Coon.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Like, friggin' hell.
Well,
No,
they could
sorry.
also just use it as an excuse
Oh,
because.
there you go, Will. To make you feel better, Billy Blogg says that his mum told him.
Oh, fucking man. He's got no beard, so he's got no respect.
Says the guy with no beard.
Temporarily.
He's
but he still don't have a beard.
Oil is temporarily beard challenged.
Yes.
Yes.
Follically. No, I mean, I made a conscious financial decision to lose my beard. There's a big difference between that and never having a beard at all. Because you're morally weak.
Sacrifice your beard for money. You're a sellout.
You sell out.
Frankly,
I just want to point out that it's a renewable resource, so it's not a big
Yes,
problem.
but it's a principle.
I don't have any principles. I'm in oil.
Exactly.
Frankly, you're a sellout, and I don't like it.
I mean,
Nah,
you're a sellout.
oil is a good boy most
You
of the
look
time.
at
Yeah.
those, they're not as good as they once were, frankly.
Most of the time.
As long as it doesn't involve money, I'm pretty big.
Yeah. So, in the segment 1 of the Lotus Eaters, which we are just finishing now, there was one last thing.
Oh yeah, fuck that.
Do you remember that thing that they were telling us that no one teaches in schools, critical race theory, and how no one's ever taught it in schools?
Yeah.
No, of course they're not teaching.
Conservative.
Well, when it comes to critical race theory, teachers should go on offence with inquiry. They should
What?
the thing that they don't teach, they should now go on offence. Well, speaking of offence, I'm fucking offended. Screw off, you damned racist. Oh, California, well, there's your problem. Oh, speaking of people who look like fucking pedophiles.
Oh,
Oh, God. First post in a multi-part series.
Oh,
So-
God.
The new question of the week is a number of states have either passed or are considering legislation that would ban critical race theory, and in some cases, many types of lessons that teach about systemic racism. Yeah, we banned that in the 60s. Fuck off. How should educators respond to these efforts? Yeah, so apparently they should go on offence with the thing that they haven't been teaching in schools.
Cancer. Absolute fucking cancer.
Third grade bilingual ELA teacher at Cesar Chavez Multicultural Academic Center on the southwest side of Chicago. Yeah, because that's something of value to society.
South side of Chicago. Did you know Tim grew up in the south side of Chicago?
Really?
Just like
Yeah.
we know how that Second's mother's a
Temple.
nurse.
Yeah.
I've actually heard that story just one time less than Second getting hit by a car.
My mom's a nurse, folks. She's a nurse.
Okay, so
And what are you?
so this dumb bitch, who's allegedly a teacher, says that they're a teacher who cares deeply about
Allegedly.
the holistic development of my students and their preparedness to be skilled, knowledgeable, critical thinkers. So you're by indoctrinating them to hate themselves.
Yes.
Wait a second. They teach them critical race theory. They don't teach them critical thinking. If
Yeah,
they taught them
exactly.
critical thinking, they wouldn't.
But I thought they didn't
if they
teach
taught them
critical race
thinking,
theory
they
in
wouldn't
schools.
believe the others.
But I thought the
Yeah.
Republicans were crazy because they didn't teach critical race theories in schools. Like, rather than go on the defense about not teaching CRT, let's go on offense with inquiry. What do you think CRT is? The assumption that white people are evil and it's their fault that the black people aren't doing as well. That's what CRT is. And fucking go ahead and deny it.
If she was truthfully teaching critical thinking, then all her students would realize that she was telling them lies.
Well, she's also a fucking public school teacher. She's a third grade teacher. I'm sorry, but last time I fucking checked, 7-year-olds weren't known for their fucking critical thinking abilities. Or their thinking abilities in general.
Well, also, wait, scroll back up. Oh, wait, no, that's good. That's good. Let's go on the offensive.
And
Yeah,
did you know that Ben Shapiro's wife is a doctor?
Yeah.
She's a doctor, folks.
She's the doctor, folks. She's the doctor.
But holy fuck. Like, this is fucking gaslighting. Like, it is. Like,
It is.
Every time they're like,
really?
offense with inquiry. What do you think it is? Why are you concerned about this? Like, they're acting like conservatives aren't being completely open and honest in listing out their reasons in pedantic
well, like,
detail.
listen to these questions. Why are you concerned about race conversations in schools? Because the race conversations you're having aren't the ones that stop racism. If racism in our public institution, next question, sorry. If racism in our public institutions is not systemic, where does it come from? Okay, firstly, what is it? That's fuck. I can't even remember the logical fallacy. But that's a logical fallacy because they are asserting that there is racism in our public institutions. They're asking where the racism in our public institutions comes from. No, because again, they're assuming that there is racism in the public institutions.
Yeah, you're yet to prove there is.
Yeah, you're yet to prove there is. And do you know what happens? When we research it, we're going to find that it's anti-white and anti-Asian.
Like they did in the UK.
Yes.
I'm okay with half of that.
Well, it's also like, it's also this assumption that every bug in the system is actually a feature. Like, no, it's so obvious that the system hates racism.
Sorry, but don't we have a Civil Rights Act? Like, hello. But what?
No, it's horrible racism and evil and every buzzword you can imagine.
Because treating black people as equal to white people is anti-black racism.
Oh, also it's racist, really cruel. Poor black people can't do things, I guess.
Yeah. So
I personally don't believe that shit.
None of the things.
This daft cunt goes on to ask, I wonder how we expect our students to compete with those of other nations when we as a nation are not committed to providing them with accurate records of its inception, development, and sustainment. Well, one, how the fuck is the inception of the pissing country relevant to competing with the rest of the world? Two, you said accurate records, you filthy fucking liar from your 16 project, fuck off.
Yeah, there were literally verified check marks on the 4th of July going, oh, we shouldn't celebrate. The War of Independence was fought to protect slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah, what fucking nonsense. It's not nonsense, it's nonsense.
It's nonsense by nonsense, so really you're right on both accounts.
So the dumb bitch then says that they're committed to being a public educator that tells the truth. Well, why have you lied this entire fucking article? I want each one of my...
No, we haven't lied. We've just danced around the truth a bit.
Oh, no. We have fortified the truth.
Yes.
Yes. Now it's very, very fortified. Seriously, the Iron Warriors would be fucking impressed.
Yes. This is like them going, oh, the Conservatives have accused us of saying the wall is white. That's not true. Failing to mention that they said the wall was ivory.
Which is another form of white, but hey, never mind.
Yeah, teach it anyway. Oh, I thought that you didn't teach it. Jennifer Gillot is a member of the Chippewa Cree tribes. Uh-huh. Righto. So, that's relevant. In May, my school district school board courageously approved the teaching of the text All American Boys to high school sophomores. Okay, let's have a look at this book. From the world's most reliable source, Wikipedia. Let's see what they have to say about it.
Let's go full Vosh.
Oh,
I'm a Wikipedia scholar.
Can you read it? And
the book tells the story of two teenage boys, Rashad Butler and Quinn Collins, as they handle racism and police brutality in their community. It's a fictional book. Suck a dick. The novel has gained attention in recent years due to becoming the third most banned book of 2020, due to its inclusion of anti-police messages, alcohol, drug usage, and profanity.
You see, they would say you're wrong. Well, it's not a fictional book, it's a book of fiction. But they won't say that, you know.
Yeah. The book follows two characters, Rashad Butler and Quinn, whose surname they've dropped for some fucking reason, as they navigate racism. The novel switches between the perspective of a black boy, Rashad, written by Jason Reynolds, and a white boy, Quinn, written by Brendan Keeley. Rashad is a 16-year-old who was assaulted by a white police officer in a convenience store. Oh, would that be like the dumb bitch who got shot by a white police officer while she was actively stabbing a black girl? Assaulted by a white police officer.
No. It was a peaceful interaction between kids.
Well, the good news is it does actually make the book a little closer to reality, because there's exactly as much truth in this incident as there is in 99% of police brutality claims.
Neat. I suppose.
Yeah, this does sound like some of the comics that SJWs just put out in response to Melancholy Poet. Like, that's exactly what this is. This is crap. I'm not a complete fucking Fruit Loop, so I don't have weird fetishes like this, but isn't this like some kind of self-humiliation fetish that these people seem to have?
It really does. It really does.
Yeah, so they approve teaching the text of a book that tells the story of a fictionalized event, right, about white privilege and racial oppression. Okay, again, where the fuck is my white privilege check? Hurry up.
I've been waiting a long time for my white privilege check too. I want my money to do stuff I want to do, but no. People say, "Hey, I'm entitled to it." Apparently, so.
Yep, it is a story told from multiple points of view about police brutality. Yeah, fictional police brutality. Are you sure Sean King didn't write this?
Oh yeah, wait, didn't Sean King actually get called out for being a white guy?
Yeah, he did.
Well, he's certainly not a fucking black man. I'm sure the president of Nigeria would have a lot to say about it.
No, he's trans race, guys. He's totally a black guy. He's the first trans race guy, actually.
Yeah, God forbid we do something racist, like judging people by the content of their character.
Yeah, his pronouns are he, him, Afro.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was gonna say his are knee and
N.
Right, so let's listen to the utter stupidity.
Have you ever had gears in your knees before? Really painful and annoying.
So,
have you ever had what?
Ever had gears in your knees before?
The fuck are you on about?
No, but I've had staples in my knees before.
I'm making an N-word joke because what happens if you put gears behind
behave
quickly?
You get banned off YouTube, that's what happened.
Yes. And let's not do that. So, stupid dumb bitch read Montana Superintendent of Public Instruction Elsie answers plan.
I like how I make a offhanded joke hinted to it, and you're like, it'll get us banned off YouTube. It's like, but stupid fucking bitch right here.
Yes, but okay. It's not transphobic or racist. I'm being sexist. Yeah. That's the difference.
Yeah, and they're lower on the intersectional stack, so it's fine.
Exactly, and if they want to try and ban me, I'll tell them I'm a woman.
Oh god, yeah.
Right.
I become a woman only when it benefits me.
So, when she read the ban, shock, disgust, fear, and anger consumed her. Yeah, because her race is the only aspect of her personality.
Shock, disgust, and horrible things, and she embraced the dark side and became the
Yep.
one
How
true
could a
lord of the
state whose constitution literally upholds the distinct and unique cultural heritage of the American Indians and has committed in its educational goals to the preservation of their cultural integrity suddenly ban education of the historical and contemporary impacts of systemic racism, oppression, and genocide? Hold on a second, I thought we were talking about critical race theory. Did you guys hear that whooshing sound? That was the goalposts going flying past.
Really? Huh. How vibrant.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a Mott and Bailey, it's ridiculous.
I don't
Like-
even know what that means.
It's basically goalpost shifting.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Well, you know what? Let's find out exactly what it is, because I have access to the internet. Which might surprise you, because who'd have thought the guy live streaming might have internet access?
Really?
Would have thought people in Australia
I thought it
have
was the
internet
magic of the invisible penis.
Well, I'm surprised that I can stream and talk to you fuckers on Discord at the same time.
access. Well, soon enough they'll have to close that because they discover a way that you may spread the virus through the internet.
Oh,
Yeah, Joe Biden got ahead of that. Joe Biden wearing masks in Zoom meetings.
Yeah. So the Mott and Bailey fallacy is a form of argument and informal fallacy where an arguer conflates two positions which share similarities, one modest and easy to defend, the Mott, and one much more controversial, the Bailey. The arguer advances the controversial position, but when challenged, they insist they are only advancing the more modern position. So it sounds like the reverse of a straw man.
Okay. That kind of makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, it's basically like
By equating an
The-
attack on the Bailey with an attack on the Mott. Yeah.
the Bailey is in this instance is critical race theory, which was the more controversial one. And when challenged on that, they're like, "Oh no, we're just teaching that racism is bad and that slavery happened."
Which is
But
clearly not what
They're
they're
already
doing.
teaching that in schools, so you don't need to do that. It's fine.
Yeah. And
We really don't need that shit.
Yes, but what they want to do is spend 3 years talking about all the bad things that were done during slavery, and then tell them that the Civil War never happened. that the black people magically freed themselves from slavery.
No. They're still enslaved to this day.
Oh yeah, that's right. They never had freedom.
Yeah.
The police is just it's the thing that was invented by Americans to keep
Slave
slaves
control.
in check.
Despite the fact that the police was actually invented in England to keep the dock workers in check.
And you had police everywhere before you had it in America. Come on.
But it was literally invented in England. I'm pretty sure you can, even Wikipedia says that.
Bring back the Chad constabulary.
Yes, bring back the constabulary. Let's...
Nice.
You hear a tapping sound?
Yeah, it's just Cap's connection being weird.
Oh, okay.
I think it's
Sorry,
Cap
lads.
typing.
No, I'm not typing. It's just
Oh.
weird noises. I'm playing around because my conspiracy board finally arrived.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Right, so...
I'll actually be able to lay out the plan for videos and. I'll be
Okay, so it turns out I was wrong about partially. The first centrally organised and uniformed police force was created by the government of King Louis XIV in 1667
Oh,
to police
France.
the city of Paris. Yes,
Oh.
but then London did it properly.
Yeah.
When was it? When they got Robert Peel in, yeah. In 1829. So,
I remember back in 1829 when I first ran for Senate.
1667. What was America doing in 1667?
Busy subjugating black people?
Don't think there were any black people in America in 1667.
But
Oh no, they
it was
were because the
Kangs.
1619
was after
project.
16.
Yeah, so they
19.
keep telling us.
They was Kangs. It was Kangs, yo.
Yep.
Yes, and said Kangs sold said people into slavery.
One of the funnier ones to me was I know Jesus wasn't white, but the whole Jesus was black. Was Jesus and shit.
Well, here you guys. Here's some other examples. The Assize of Arms from 1252 required the appointment of constables to summon men-at-arms to quell breaches of the peace and to deliver offenders to the sheriff or reeve. 1252. And what was America doing in 1252? It was a bunch of Indians running around killing each other. And occasionally getting stoned in the woods.
You know what's my favorite thing?
Or tripping out in the woods. They had peyote.
People on Twitter saying, "Don't call yourself an Indian unless you're an American native."
Oh my god.
Are you an
What if
American
you're
native?
actually just an Indian though? What if you're from India?
The Roman.
Are you an
Doesn't matter.
American,
The woke
Native American?
people are Hinduphobic.
Yep, and even back in the Roman Empire, they had the vigiles, who act as night watchmen and firemen, whose duties included apprehending thieves and robbers. Capturing runaway slaves, going to the bars at night, and stopping disturbances of the police. Is this where they get their bullshit about the police being there to stop and capture the police?
No. They're talking about America itself. They're not going all the way back to that.
Yeah, but America sure as fuck did not invent the concept of a force of men in uniform who went around belting the fuck out of criminals and slaves.
Also, like, slave patrols were essentially like
they were basically
mercenaries.
Bounty hunters.
Pretty much.
Slave Patrol was like Thought Patrol on steroids.
Slave Patrol wasn't a thing established by the state. The free market sorted it out.
Don't tell them that. They'll come for capitalism.
They already do.
Come for capitalism.
Yep. So,
but
so this stupid woman who thinks she's a Native American goes on to tell us that the decree
Elizabeth Warren
perpetuates white privilege and power over the lands and resources that the tribes maintain for future generations. I'm fucking sorry. Who gave you the reservations? Who gave you the fucking reservations, you stupid dumb bitch?
Well, it was their land. You stole it in the first place and you had to give it back.
Well, maybe we should have just kept it.
I don't get about, like, stolen lands. Like, you lost it.
Second, did you give her the thingy before you got hit by a car? Are we gonna
complain now that, oh no, India is stolen land from the British Empire? Come on.
Come on, man.
And many times they didn't even, like, get conquered. They just sold it.
Corn Pop. He sold it.
So, how should educators respond to this assault on truth and equity in American public education? Not an assault on truth, because you're the ones lying. As an American Indigenous woman, oh wow! Clap, clap for the handicapped, who's been teaching for 16 years, mostly on the Flathead Indian Reservation. Right, so a Native American woman on Native American land has been teaching in a Native American school to Native Americans, and somehow this is a white people problem.
Seems like it.
Well, yes, of course.
It's logical.
Yeah. So, she says, I believe teachers should respond with protest. Teach it anyway. Yeah, sure, we'll fire you all. Who cares? Clearly you're of no value to the kids. Teachers should continue to select carefully reviewed critical race theory aligned curriculum, and they should continue teaching it anyway. Right. The key word here, I think, is continue, but I thought they weren't teaching it, so they lied to us.
No, they couldn't.
Really? They lie and they cheat? How? Wow, I'm shocked. Can you tell how shocked and surprised I am? I mean, they're the arbiters of honesty and nobility.
They wouldn't lie.
And the thing is, like, the left does not stand for that kind of shit when it comes to, like, young Earth creationism or whatever. Like,
Oh, this is fucking fantastic. Sorry to interrupt, guys. I've just been reading this. The truth is that privilege exists and has existed in this world for a long time, including during the first conflicts between European Christians and Muslims, when Europeans stripped Muslims of their resources. The Muslims in fucking France! What the fuck are you on about, you daft bitch?
You fucking reject.
Well, I mean, what right had the Christians to go in and liberate France from the Muslims?
I mean, we could
Because the Christians are already there.
The land was theirs. They claimed it. It was theirs.
Yeah, but then we.
Well, the French were the indigenous population, Cap. You've got to give it back to the indigenous, which are sadly the French.
No, it's the Muslims. The Muslims are naturally born in France. Don't you know?
Yes.
I mean, look at France today. If it wasn't a Muslim country, why would it be so brown and majority Muslim?
That sounds like
it's nearly
racism to
majority
me.
Muslim.
That sounds like racism. Cancel.
Yep. Clearly. Apparently saying that Muslims aren't native to France is racism.
Based.
Yep. Hey, I'm just quoting what I'm hearing, so you know.
There are. I mean, like if you go to like Marseille, you know, Marseille's like I don't know if it's like I think maybe it's like the third largest city in France. I can't remember. But we had contractors, a technical contractor that operated out of Marseille, and we went there. Jesus, I mean, you know, for a high density population city, you would think it was in the Middle East. Do you know what I mean? Never seen anything like it in a European city, and also oddly has Europe's highest rape incident of any country, any city in Europe.
How vibrant!
I mean, I'm sure those. I am not in any way suggesting those two things correlate. I'm just saying that it's had a steep decline in the number of white women going to university there.
White. Well, isn't that a good thing? Depending on what side you're on the aisle.
What women not going to university? Full stop. Or
yeah, that's a good thing.
Apparently, according to the
It's a good thing.
Religion of peace.
I'm totally in favor of women going to university as long as it's for kitchen studies.
I'm just saying, like after
I'll say it now, and Trim will agree with me.
Minor and ironing.
Men are better at cooking than women.
Yes.
Well, like I'm just saying, with all this,
unless you're a mother, because nobody can fucking.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Cook better than your mother, but then again,
men are better at chefing than women. Women are better at making food.
Yes.
Fuck! I should go over to my parents for dinner.
There's a difference between restaurant food and home food.
Yes.
Yes.
And also a third difference.
Not unless you're
a third difference to describe whatever the fuck Harry was trying to make when he made that omelet.
God.
Because if you saw the picture of that,
I've seen the picture, but it feels like it would have been tasty.
It's an abomination.
So much liquid. Where's all that liquid come from? It's just some mushrooms and then some egg. All he's got is egg and mushroom. Where's all that liquid come from?
The egg.
I mean,
no.
The oil.
You can get a really fucking wet omelet if you use too much milk, or if you use milk that is mostly just skim milk.
Milk?
No,
yes.
No, there's clear liquid in the. There's clear liquid in the pan.
Look,
either he's got about an inch of oil in there.
Fuck skim milk. Skim milk is water pretending to be milk. That is all.
Yes,
God, you fucking stole it, Bezic.
It's heresy. It is called heresy, and we don't approve of that. If you're gonna use milk, use full cream milk.
Return to tradition of full cream milk.
So, between the heresy, the choir coming for our kids, the new invasion of France from Islamo-leftism, critical race theory, are you guys on board with a new crusade now?
Yeah.
Well,
what do you mean?
I've been a new crusade for years.
My biggest fear is that me shaving off my beard allowed that choir to happen. I wonder I wonder
You're
if I
too
by
powerful
shaving,
for your own good.
Good news,
I'm
the
just
video
wondering if
came
You know,
out.
shaving
like
my
a
beard-
butterfly effect moment.
I just worried that shaving my beard off reduced the average masculinity of the planet just enough that was able to occur.
Well, the good news is it's not your fault. The video was released before you committed the heresy.
All right, that's fine. I noticed that Callum did call it heresy on the day as well.
Do not.
Before I don't know if everybody noticed, but before he played the video, he said, "What is this heresy?"
Of the Christ.
What are you talking about?
I did know.
Yeah. Just before he he sort of looked over and squinted and went, "What's this heresy?" And then they played the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the correct response, though.
Yeah.
It's disgusting, but wait. So we can actually say the faggot word now?
No, we shouldn't say that.
Technically not.
So why can you guys say it and not me?
Because we're not supposed to. It's naughty if anyone says it.
I was being a fucking idiot.
Well,
Yes.
I'm gonna let that one slide. I'm just gonna let that one slide.
Right.
I'm gonna be the bigger man.
So apparently in late June, some fuckwit wrote, and this is a prime example of the Motte Bailey fallacy, people are conflating critical race theory with history. You're really protesting the teaching of history in schools, and just because that history makes so uncomfortable, that doesn't make it any less true.
The fucking moron. Nobody is saying don't teach history.
No, we're saying teach what was being taught in the 80s and 90s, not this bullshit you fuckwits have come up with now. And here's where it gets really fucking dumb. Growing up, a lot of us were taught...
Oh my god.
Help!
That oil guy.
Hell portalistic.
Okay, let me know when oil's free from the hell portal, because I've just had to mute him for the guys in stream. So, growing up, a lot of us were taught a singular perspective of history. Columbus discovered America, correct. The Pilgrims landed on Plymouth and settled. Happened. The 13 colonies, yeah, that was a thing. The American Revolution, yeah, that happened. The Civil War, yep. Both World Wars, yeah, there were people that were there. And the Civil Rights Movement, there are definitely people alive today who were there. We learned them in a disconnected way. No, as though we were buckets to be filled with facts. Well, that's the problem with modern schooling in general. In a nutshell, this was our understanding of the United States history. Right.
So what's the complaint here?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Well, we were taught all these things, but we weren't told that we should rise up because of it.
Yeah. I imagine many of you have broadened your scope of history to include multiple perspectives. Native Americans, enslaved and formerly enslaved Africans. Yet we covered the discovery of the country and the Civil War, you fuckwit. South and East Asian Americans. Yes, we remember the Chinese and the gold mines and on the rail lines.
Yeah.
Members of the LGBTQIA community. Who didn't fucking exist 40 years ago, fuck off. Well, maybe the LG existed 40 years ago, but not in any of this new made-up attention-seeking bullshit.
Unless you look to Rome.
The B as well.
That have historically been fuck me, these people can't speak English properly and they're allegedly teachers. That have been historically left out of our country's narrative by people in power. Textbook publishers, yes, they were left out because they're not fucking important.
Footnotes in history.
I'm sorry, but the Chinese gold miner who fell in the river and drowned, not exactly relevant to
the river in Lego City.
Yeah. Not exactly relevant to the founding of the nation.
Also, I'm not even fucking British, but I remember learning about Alan Turing in school.
To be fair as well, if a Chinese guy falls into a river full of gold, it is quite difficult to see him.
I mean, gold shines.
No, it's yellow.
No, gold shines. Chinese people don't shine.
Yeah, right. So here's how.
I mean, unless they're like sweaty from working
Or
in the
radioactive.
gold oil. Or radioactive.
No, wait, that's Japanese. Shit.
So,
like most people from Hong Kong are right now.
Hmm.
I think the average Chinese person isn't irradiated yet.
Yes. Give them time. Their nuclear program's not going well.
Well, yeah, they're irradiated in the Hong Kong area because of that fucking leak.
Hong Kong doesn't exist, remember?
Ah, yes, I'm sorry.
How dare you?
You mean Taiwan and West Taiwan?
Yeah, it's kind of funny to think about. It's so weird. They actually call the entirety of Taiwan something different.
No. Let's be fair to Taiwan. It's an insult to Taiwan to call China East Taiwan?
West Taiwan.
West Taiwan.
I am still looking forward to Taiwan BTFOing China.
The American is the geography master.
Well, as a dumb whore McFuckwit tells us, should you stop teaching US history from multiple perspectives because you're white, racist? That's a racist statement. Parents and legislators are angry. Right, so tell me about the black kids and black parents who were screaming about how this was bullshit. Their anger stinks from ignorance.
There were
They've just got internalized. They've got internalized white supremacy. That's why.
No, they have whiteness. That's what it is.
It's also like this is bulverism. Like, address the argument. Stop making up motivations for it.
Like, at this point, it's not even the Mott and Bailey. It's the Mott and the fucking space station.
No, this is a different thing called bulverism.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not familiar with it. So, look, the stupid bitch finally gets to what her problem is. If you choose not to amplify these previously erased points of view, okay, sure, you're erasing your students. No, erasing people is what the Germans did in the 40s. Pay attention, you illiterate fuckwit who is teaching children.
They didn't erase them, just gassed them and burned them.
Well, I mean, it's also like...
Nice enough. Just because they weren't efficient at the burning.
No, but they didn't deny that they didn't deny the Jews existed.
Well, they did try to erase them, though.
No,
yeah, but they failed.
Well, I mean, it's also like, there is one...
But they didn't erase them. They tried to remove them. There's a difference between removal and erasure. To erase someone, you have to deny that they ever existed.
Now, I'm sure they would have done that once they got rid of them all.
No, I think they were quite proud of getting rid of them all.
Well, I think that obviously, I think, was done with the LGBs, right, in the past. But the problem is, that's already been like erased. Like, what do you want us to do about it? Oh, teach the 14th century from a queer perspective.
Oh, yeah, I have to say,
I have to ask this.
That sounds like teaching the 14th century from the French perspective.
Can I ask the American a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, since you are, exposed to this kind of retardation on a daily basis, you have a higher chance of knowing what the fuck is going on. What the hell is this Juneteenth thing I've heard a lot about?
It's like the day when, like, the last slaves were freed or something.
Okay.
I'm not too bothered by it. It's just kind of
when the last ones got away.
Basically a tokenistic thing. It wasn't.
Well, it doesn't.
They were freed by Republicans, and now the holiday's been put in place by Democrats. That's standard stuff.
I mean, like, it's basically a tokenistic thing. It's like a non-issue.
Well,
like
that's it. If it's to celebrate the last slaves being freed, doesn't sound like a bad thing. If they just stop murdering people to celebrate it, wouldn't be a fucking issue.
Can they block a ambulance by twerking on it?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my god.
So
I honestly like.
But that's reasonable because in America, ambulances are private business. So.
Well, so that video of the people
depends on your city,
on
but yeah.
That video of people twerking on the ambulance, Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion have changed my mind. I used to. Oh, also that gay guy like twerking at the climate protests in the U.S. or whatever. They've changed my mind. I used to think that flossing was the stupidest dance ever invented. Now I think it's twerking.
Twerking
is
isn't
the
a
answer
dance;
that's
it's an
never
abomination.
involved humanity.
Hang on, don't be racist, guys. This is African American culture you're criticizing.
My ass, it is.
That's not culture.
I still wonder who looks at that and goes, "Yeah, I'd like to fuck that girl." Like, just no.
How do people think twerking is hot? It's just been ruined.
Because their
Complete- I don't
standards
know.
are that fucking low that anyone who can move the top and bottom half of their body independently is attractive.
Christ.
Yeah. So, this is why the stupid bitch thinks that you'll erase your students. You'll erase the kid who has a desire to learn about their indigenous ancestry. Who fucking cares? Also, you are aware that there's libraries and shit. We've got the internet.
Got libraries and shit.
If
Well,
they want,
also,
if they want to learn
how
about
is-
their indigenous history, they can do that. But is it relevant to everybody that it needs to be taught as part of the class? Sorry, a second. Go on.
Well, it's also like she's conflating that with critical race theory.
Yes, which again, it's not. Again, Martin Bailey.
So it's
then-
like, you know, if Native American history and culture is like hot, like that's not what conservatives are objecting to.
Yeah. No, it's not. And then she's like, the kid who wants to know why their grandparents were in an internment camp in 1942. I'm sorry, just because you're a dumb bitch who doesn't read and has no fucking idea what they're doing doesn't mean that every teacher's that fucking useless. It's quite simple. There's this thing called Pearl Harbor.
And the Japanese, before they invented hentai. What?
Yes. Well, and the kid
Sorry,
who
I
needs
just
to
had to.
understand why people with their skin color were emancipated, but their lives didn't improve. Okay, you go ask Ben Carson about how he's not been successful. Tell me more about how Barack Obama is still homeless, living on the street like he was when he was born.
Yeah, that's horrible. Poor
Is
Obama.
she-
He never got.
she's
He never got
seriously
far.
arguing that black people's lives didn't improve since slavery.
Yeah.
She is legitimately arguing
seriously
that their
argument
lives
she's
are no better after the ending of slavery.
Yeah, but seriously, guys, just think about it. Obama is couldn't find a woman. He had to go with like Michael. Fucking, so yeah, it's
Stop
pretty
dead
fucking
naming.
low. It's
Stop
pretty
dead
low.
naming, Trim.
It's my religion. Yes, it's my religion.
Yeah, so the dumb bitch goes on to say, if you're teaching kids our country's history from opposite perspectives, this is not harming kids. Again, it's not about teaching history. It's about critical race theory, which is not history. Jesus fucking Christ. Teaching the entire scope of US history, the good, the bad, and the ugly is your job, and many of you are doing it well. Yeah, the ones who aren't teaching critical race theory are doing a good job.
Weird.
The only harm who is being done is to those students whose histories continue to be erased. The only history anyone's trying to erase is fuckwits like you wanting to erase American history.
That's a good.
But
movie, by the way.
America's racist. Of course, we should erase the history.
Has anyone seen the movie American History X? That's a really good movie, by the way.
Oh, it gets fucking dumber. P.S. Notice I never once used the term critical race theory in my letter to you other than quoting the inimitable Mr. Reynolds. That's because, like you said, you don't teach it, you teach history. But you've just said you teach it, you daft cunt.
She thinks she got a gotcha on you. Just let her have it. Just let her have it.
I'm sorry, just because you don't use the term genocide doesn't... It's like Mr. Hitler. Mr. Hitler never once said genocide the Jews in his letter. But that's what he fucking did.
Yeah, but he said a glass of juice, not gas the Jews.
Ah, shit.
Well, don't you guys know? Like, no, it's perfectly fine. No, we're not teaching Nazism in the classroom. Yeah, we're teaching that Jews are parasites that have infected society, and that
But
they
we're
should
not
be
teaching Mein
extinguished,
Kampf.
and that we need a final solution to preserve and glorify the Aryan race. But we haven't read Mein Kampf in class or anything, so we're not teaching Nazism.
No, we just looked at the life and documentary of Hitler. Completely different. Boy.
Right, so
Very sad.
we've finally got
Hungry?
through the destruction of Western civilization from segment 1. Let's
Great.
talk about the orange chat. Or how about you guys talk about the orange chat while I go have a bathroom break?
You control the scrolling, bro.
Yeah.
Well, talk quick,
Well-
think quickly. I'll try and be quick.
Just let me just put it like this. I have long awaited for the God Emperor to initiate his great crusade
His holy
against
crusade.
the Silicon, his holy crusade against the Silicon forces of chaos.
Long have I waited for this moment.
My little Silicon friend. That was wrong reference, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I sort of get a little bit tired. I haven't fucking had food yet. Weird noises. Fuck, what time is? Oh shit!
Oh.
Way past Trim's bedtime.
Yeah.
Well, if I was on the
so
ship,
what? It's
I'd
like
be
7
fucked.
o'clock. So it's past Trim's bedtime.
If I'd been on a ship, then yes, but I still have a few more hours. Because
It's not 7 o'clock in Norway.
it's 8 o'clock in Norway.
Yeah.
Well, 8 o'clock in 4 minutes.
Yeah. Trim lives in the future.
Yes.
Yes.
And believe me, guys, it's not getting any better.
Well, look, take my word for it, but Saturday it is turning out pretty good so far.
Oh, nice.
Oh shit, it's Saturday for you guys?
Wow.
It's 4 a.m.
Saturday.
Saturday for me. It's great.
It's still a
All
while
right.
until
So
Saturday.
since you're in the future, if we get like nuked or something, please warn us in advance.
Oh,
So we have time to
I
prepare.
live near an army base. I'm
Guys,
I'm
what
not
is that
suffering.
shining light over there? What's that bright light over there?
Yeah. I
Well-
live in the safest place from nuclear attacks, really.
Where?
Well, the UK.
Why is that? the
Yeah,
safest
because they
place?
got missile shields and shit.
Yeah.
We
And
got
other
cool
sort of
missile
stuff.
shields.
Built by beautifully bearded men.
Yeah, not
Lots
you.
of them.
Big,
Lots
beautiful beards.
But yeah, and there's no dumb shit country close enough to hit that we can suffer splash damage, so that's fine.
Which
Nice.
is really nice.
Well, if a nuke does
I
manage to
actually
get
just-
through and hit the military base near me, the good news is I'm close enough that I won't even see the flash.
Yeah.
Nice.
The useful thing for the UK as well is most of its military infrastructure isn't in the UK, which is sort of super helpful. Which means
Does
the
help.
UK itself. Well, it just means that there's not much point in actually targeting the mainland UK really.
Unless you want to
considering
attack
most
the
of our-
building.
I mean, most of our air forces in South America. So.
Yeah, Billy Bloggs has figured out the warning system. If I go offline, the CCP has done a first strike.
Fair enough.
It's not bad.
Yeah. So, Donald Trump suing the Silicon twats.
Well, technically, he's joining an already existing lawsuit from Florida.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
Okay.
So everything the media said so far has been dirty, filthy lies. That sounds about
Yeah.
right.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I mean that
legal.
should be what Trump spends his time doing now. He should just spend all of his time lending his name to, name and prestige to things to fuck with the left. I mean that's all he should do. He should just be kingmaker now of everything.
Exactly.
Oh, that'd be
Not
Yeah.
run in 2024, just back to Santos, and then just
Yeah.
continue fucking with the left.
Yeah.
That'd be beautiful. I approve.
Alexander posted in meme something like, yeah, Trump would really look good with a beard.
Oh shit, he would too.
Oh yeah, he would.
Yeah. It would be magnificent and bigly.
And
Very bigly.
huge, frankly.
It would be huge.
Never seen
Huge.
anything quite like it.
Wait, he reminds me about someone. Bearded Trump reminds me of someone. Who?
Where's the
Sean Connery?
A little bit. A little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Oh,
Okay,
that's a
that
good
makes
one.
it even more.
The beard looks like it was taken from Cruz.
Maybe.
it could be Cruz's beard, actually.
Yeah, Ted Cruz looks much better with a beard than Will.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's because all men look better with a proper beard. It's
Yes.
just-
one of these
Almost
days
as
I
if
should
you're
try it.
Almost as if that's what it's intended
sold
to be.
out and cut it off, right?
almost as if nature intended you to have one.
Would be totally a shame if someone, decided to just sell out and get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glad that never happens. Huh?
So what I'm really interested in is this lawsuit is I don't know if Trump will win, but if he can get past any motions to dismiss, I want to fucking see discovery. Even if the lawsuit itself fails, the discovery is going to be fucking beautiful. Yeah, it's.
But that may just be the aim. That may, that might be all they're really after.
Well, it would be. It is a good tactic. Because with Trump's name against it, throw it against the wall, see what sticks, get to discovery, and then because everything in discovery is admissible at a later date, then get the real lawsuits rolling.
Yeah.
That'd be beautiful.
Although honestly, I have my doubts if this will work just because of the power of the cathedral.
Yeah. Well, it's starting in Florida courts, so.
Oh.
It's got.
That's kind of promising.
It might get to discovery. But it depends whether they try and pull it into a different jurisdiction, which they'll definitely try. But discovery would be fun. See what the internal emails say about Trump.
Yeah. Imagine. We
Trump.
want to see every email with Trump's name in it.
Well, that's the beautiful thing. I'm not super au fait with legal terms, but I'm pretty sure that considering the lawsuit specifically is about him, if they go, we'd like every email or other form of communication that mentions Donald or Trump or the God Emperor, oh, they'd be so fucked. Like, just the image damage that the emails being published would do.
Yeah. That you got actual emails from like emails between like top guys in Twitter and top guys in Facebook, literally just calling him a cunt. Just, we have to stop this guy. We have to. Do you know what I mean? There must be loads of emails where they're literally just saying, candidly saying,
all we really need.
Must stop this.
Well, all we need is one email that says, we don't want Trump to win, we want Biden to win. What can we do about it? Bang, fucked.
Yeah, well, it's federal crime, isn't it?
Pretty much.
I fucking hope so.
I mean, if they find anything at all, people will go to jail. It's pretty serious.
Like, just get it into discovery is going to wipe out a lot of fucking careers. So that might legitimately be the aim.
They don't have to prove that they successfully altered anyone's voting, but
they just have to prove they tried.
They tried, yeah.
See, I'm just not that optimistic about it. Like, I feel like even if you got that email, they'd still get away with it somehow.
Oh yeah, they'd get away with it potentially legally, but can you imagine the picture?
The rest of the world.
Trump sitting there with his with the massive blown up version of the email going, "Fucking told you so."
Yeah.
But I mean, the rest of the world would have to condemn them for it.
Like
every other country would say because every other country would have to say, "Are you interfering with our elections too?"
Yes, but now we've got a reason to sue you to see if we can find out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it'd be never ending if it starts. It'd be hilarious.
Yep.
It would be hilarious. Frankly, you've never seen anything like it.
What would be interesting if I think this is probably more likely to get thrown out, but if in Discovery they could ask for anything that includes Joe Biden or Hunter Biden or laptop.
Yep. Oh yeah, that'd be.
Though I wonder that part of Discovery, if it goes, might have a better chance of getting suppressed, but it would. They'd better fucking try anyway. Because my understanding is of it, like in everything else, you ask for everything you can fucking think of, they'll tell you what you can't have.
Yeah, but I mean, to be honest, it may well be mentioned in emails about Trump.
Yeah, it might be. Which would be smoking gun.
God, Trump has said this. Make sure Hunter Biden's email, anything with Hunter mentioned in it, is suppressed. You know.
Yeah, Trump's tweeted about Hunter Biden's laptop. Make sure we suppress any mention of the laptop. Oh yeah. God, that like getting that. I'm getting far too excited thinking about that.
I mean, they could probably ask for anything with Giuliani in.
Yep, they could.
And anything with Giuliani, anything with the laptops.
Yep.
Probably going to mention Giuliani directly. So that would be a good chance, I would say.
Just a very...
Yeah, frankly, it would be incredible. It would be amazing.
It would be. Yeah. Prime Knight does make a comment that I'm pretty sure we have to be very careful about addressing.
Oh.
Because we know how YouTube is. According to Dr. Steve Turley, more states are doing investigations into certain events that happened towards the end of 2020 that I'm going to not mention just in case YouTube gets uppity.
Yeah, I watched that video of Turley's yesterday.
Of fortifications.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes, there might be some sapping of the fortifications.
Which is lovely.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw some. I mean, like, imagine if they prove it now. What do you do? Pull Biden out, put Trump in. I mean, we can't do that either. So.
I don't know.
Oil guy secretly on McDonald's ordering food right now.
He's delivering food. It's his charity thing because it doesn't cost him much.
Oh, right, yeah.
He's just recharging his fucking karma.
Yeah. For every weapon of mass destruction he builds, he delivers 5 bags of food.
Well, no, it's for every brown child that's been killed by something I made, I deliver 1 meal.
And
Can
that's
we
why
just call that oil guy Scottish Iron Man?
Eventually.
Like a really low rent. No, I mean, I just work on I just work on projects that sometimes
How
turn
the
out
fuck do you say I am Iron Man in the fucking most ridiculous Scottish accent?
I just wouldn't.
Please.
I am Iron Man, lad.
Iron Brew.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, I'm Iron Man. Iron Brew, man.
He is Iron Lad.
Fuck, we could be the Avengers. That oil guy could be Iron Man, Thor. I'd be Captain America.
I'll be the actual fucking Thor because I actually have a red beard.
Yeah. What does that make? Bezic has to be
the Arrow.
Wolverine or something.
I could do Wolverine. Wolverine sounds badass. I'm gonna need a better beard though.
Because you're Australian.
Yeah, he's already a hardcore survivor.
You have to go Hugh Jackman.
Yeah. Work on the Hugh Jackman beard. Got it.
But we already have Canadians, so Wolverine is a Canadian.
Yeah, he's a Canadian. But we don't like to talk about that because it makes Wolverine seem less badass.
True.
Prime Knight says all fortifications have a weak point, just like a chain. It's just a matter of time to put pressure at the right spot.
Ooh.
Yep.
Well, it's all gonna come crumbling down one day, and I cannot wait for that moment.
I mean, I
Indeed.
do think we're getting to a sort of stage where we might end up where. I mean, it's a weird thing, isn't it? I mean, we're at the sort of first time where countries may split on ideological lines. You know, the left and the right might just have to be separated.
Well, separate it, then the right invades, because we know the lefties won't have guns.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, do you even need to? I mean, you don't even need to invade. You just sort of leave them for 2 or 3 years until they all starve, and then just come back and take the land. It's not a big.
So something I've been wondering about is
Like invading Venezuela wouldn't be particularly difficult just now. You could send a couple of teenagers with some bats, and they could beat down most of the Venezuelan leftover military without too much fucking trouble.
Is that what we should do with our youth that need a hobby?
Lift their firearms. Well, like all vegans, because they're now vegans because there's no meat left. Like all vegans, they haven't got the strength to lift the firearm. So,
well, do you know that vegans are one of the most universally despised individuals in the kitchen?
Good.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the difference between a vegan and a paedophile? Pedophiles don't tell everyone they're pedophiles.
Yes. At least they're fucking subtle.
Well, see, as we established in our earlier story.
But morally, they're about the same, is what I mean. You know?
No, the difference between a vegan and a pedophile is that all vegans are pedophiles, but not all pedophiles are vegan.
Yeah, good point. Not all pedophiles. So what you're saying is some pedophiles can be saved.
No, but we can just feed them on the meat from the other pedophiles.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
If we lock all the pedophiles in California and just cut off the utilities and leave them for a couple of months.
No, I still maintain we should send all the pedophiles to China.
I maintain we should put them in a wood chipper.
Well, no, if we send them to China, they can destabilize China from the inside out. Yeah. And then we just walk in, kill everything communist, so that takes out the pedophiles too.
Why? Yeah, I mean, you just special forces training for pedophiles and then launch them into China.
I don't know about the training.
Training, that'll make them too powerful.
You want them to survive. So you give them special forces training and, net guns and stuff like that.
You're making a lot of assumptions by saying that I want pedos to survive, dude.
In China, not here.
I don't want it to survive
No. We send them to invade China so they die. Yeah. Then when China's been conquered, we walk in and kill them all. Yeah. They don't survive. We just put them to use before we execute them.
Yeah. Super pedos. And you just tell them, here's the rules. You can fuck any Chinese child you can get your hold on.
Oh my god, it keeps going, guys. I can't believe it.
What's that?
Going?
There's a new one.
A new
what? God.
Weaponize the pedos, that's what I say.
No.
Oh no.
Oh, New York Post, no!
What is it?
No, California.
I can't see the stream.
Epsilon strain of COVID-19 could evade vaccine, study says.
We're up to Lambda by now.
These fucking idiots don't know the English alphabet, let alone the Greek one.
They're gonna run out of letters fairly soon.
No, who named the Lambda variant?
Probably some
the
dumb,
UK.
Some uneducated idiot. So yeah,
Where?
the UK.
UK.
Well,
Okay, so since Epsilon comes after Delta, technically the Americans got this one right.
Yeah. Because this was like a day before the Lambda article.
Right. So a new study has found that COVID-19 vaccines may be somewhat vulnerable. Oh, I see. Somewhat vulnerable to the California Epsilon strain of virus. Yes. Somewhat, including all values above absolute zero.
Yeah.
The-
Yeah. Don't put any figures into this, we don't want to confuse anybody.
Yeah. The variant has 3 spike protein mutations. Woo! It uses to weaken current vaccines by up to 70%. 70% of what figure is the CDC giving us now? 40? 80? Come on. Also, I would like to point out that up to is a value that includes 0.
That's true.
Yep.
Oh, here we go. They give an actual number. The effectiveness of current shots could be reduced by 50 to 70% against the strain, which was first found in May 2020. May 2020? What?
What?
Didn't Delta just fucking come out like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, but I guess it's to do with the renumbering of everything. So, because obviously they just called it by the country it came from originally, didn't they? And then now they're trying to be PC by not blaming the Indians for things.
This is so much bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course it is. Look, it'll take a decade at least before we ever get anything remotely approaching the true story of this.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think it really depends on what happens next election, because if base Florida man gets in, we'll have fucking answers within months.
No, but down here though, like in 20 years from now, when the 8-year-olds from this generation get into politics, I go, remember that year and a half of my life you stole from me? I want some fucking answers, cunts.
Yeah. That's certainly a possibility, unless base Florida man solves it all before then.
It is genuinely disturbing to see, like, children whose age is in the single digits wearing masks. There's just something deeply unsettling about it.
Yes, because it looks like they're smothering the poor fucking kid.
They're not really learning, like, what facial expressions are supposed to look like.
Nice. Yeah. So they're all going to... Well, I've said it before. It's like, take all the... You're basically, through environmental conditioning, giving these fucking kids the bad parts of autism.
Yeah.
Sorry, the bad parts of Asperger's, because you can get really fucked up with autism. But you're basically giving them the bad parts and none of the fucking advantages.
My main Spurgy problem is that I can't recognize people's facial expressions.
That's the one that basically everyone Spurg has. But yeah, like...
Yeah, it's one of the main ones, but that's my main bad one, is that I can't tell when people are angry or not, or upset, or horny, or anything.
Yeah,
it leads to all kinds of difficult situations. And now you're basically forcing that on a whole generation of children.
Yeah, like if you and the research essentially shows that if you do not hit these skills at the developmental milestones, they're never going to be innate. Like, one thing that people with Asperger's can do is use their higher than average intellects and basically devote like a 2 or 3 processing cores worth of attention, which essentially brings them back down to average intelligence, to faking the ability to understand this shit.
Yeah, and that's why I never bother.
Yes. It is one of the worst things for people who do have to fake being normal to do, which is why I'm so jealous of Oil working for himself. Like, functioning in the workplace requires me to use essentially something like essentially like 3 processor cores worth of fucking power just to fake through the basic parts of human interaction, which essentially drops me down to an average IQ when I have to do it. Which utterly fucking ruins it, because I'm not good enough at faking it for it to last long enough. They eventually realize he's not normal. And he's not normal in that weird way where he doesn't deal with our bullshit. So we're going to make his life miserable until he quits. Anyway. So,
Yeah.
the super ultra scary...
We're fucking up a bunch of kids.
Yeah. So, the super ultra scary Epsilon variant. 49,221 cases of the variant. 49,221 cases.
That's so much. That's so many. Oh my god, we need to close everything.
How many deaths?
Probably a billion. No.
Yeah. We've 49,009 cases, 60,000 deaths.
No, we gotta close everything.
It doesn't tell us, funnily enough.
Since wait, hang on. Is this since May 2020?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Terrible.
Yeah. Could evade vaccines. This is literally a news article from the 7th of July. The strain that's been around since May 2020 that has infected 49,221 people could evade the vaccines. Who fucking cares?
You see how this is worded, right? So this is a strain from May 2020, but they make it seem like a new thing. Like, there's all these strains coming out. These unvaccinated people are machines that produce new strains, and they're gonna make us be an unhealthy society for the rest of our lives. We must vaccinate now.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Like,
do vaccines work though? Fuck.
Like, who fucking knows at this point?
Make up your fucking mind.
Yeah. So, what these numbers tell me is that cases of other variants confer enough immunity, more than the fucking vaccines, so that no one's catching the fucking Epsilon variant.
Yes, of course.
But who fucking knows? It's Saturday. Do vaccines work or not? I don't know. It'll change in 5 fucking minutes.
I just know I'm not putting a fucking mask on again.
Well, it's getting to the point where I wish I could defend my choice to not wear a mask with a fucking firearm.
If not, I'll get fired.
At least you get paid for the fucking inconvenience. I have to carry one on me at all times when I leave the house, or I could get fined and or arrested.
Oh man, I'm always reminded about how good it is to live in Norway, because
how good it is to live anywhere except fucking Australia.
Yeah. The joys of being a Norwegian.
Okay, so before we got distracted on that, we just finished looking at Donald Trump suing the shit out of people. So, going undercover to infiltrate Chinese-American far-right networks. Yes, Chinese-American. Those nasty, racist, white supremacist Chinese-Americans.
Okay. Cruelty, evil,
you mean the people who understand that communism is shit?
Yep. The people who have fled communism as legitimate refugees. Right. And this is and this is an example of why the BBC should be defunded, because clearly they can't fucking, with all their millions, they can't fucking hire anyone who knows how to write. Wu Qian can't take her eyes off her phone. She tirelessly checks a dozen Chinese-language Telegram chat rooms where thousands of conservative Chinese Americans discuss news, politics, and sometimes QAnon conspiracies. Woo! QAnon!
Is this serious? Oiled? Or is this a fucking joke?
Yeah, that's not a fucking joke.
No, that's true.
She looks
wow. Holy shit, he's actually right for once. Oh my god. It's almost like he doesn't understand what he's saying. Take a look at this guy.
Capitalism without competition isn't capitalism, it's exploitation.
He's right, but, you know, he's kind of doing that. He's kind of erasing the competition. For example, by having opposing journalists with opposing views being spied on, and then the data that the NSA gets will get leaked to rival news networks, let's say.
Holy shit, these people are utter fucking retards.
Yeah.
The fuckwit in chief.
It's actually me.
Someone says, say his name, Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Yeah, can you explain that for those of us who haven't been paying attention?
No, it's just Nick Fuentes.
Fuck. Nick Fuentes. Now, how did I not recognize that name?
Yeah, come on.
Yep.
Just nuke Twitter. Just get rid of Twitter.
Yeah, no, it's a far left platform. There's
Twitter
nothing
has
worth.
only one purpose and one purpose only.
I don't know. Like of all the websites causing problems, I'm not sure. Tinder might be worse than Twitter.
No, it's not. It's really not.
Oh,
Like, as
Tinder,
bad
Actually, no one
burn. Tinder deserves to burn.
as much bad
There's more
as
Tinder
Tinder is
users than
doing
there are
to
Twitter.
relationships nowadays, it's nowhere near as bad as the brain rot that Twitter is causing.
Yeah, but
Oh, look at this bullshit
such
fucking
a small
article.
percentage of the population use Twitter. I mean, it's just journos.
Yeah.
Do you guys know why Twitter is the way it is today?
Because
Jack
Dorsey's a
fucking
cunt.
retard.
No, because Tumblr banned porn, and like a majority of the Tumblr. No, unironically, Tumblr,
it's true.
Twitter saw a huge
Yeah, but there
spike
were idiots
after
on
Tumblr
Twitter
banned
before.
porn.
Yeah.
So all the politics of Tumblr moved to Twitter, and that's why it's the way it is right now.
Which is the only reason Twitter deserves to exist. When this shit disappears, we burn Twitter.
Yeah, but if you got rid of Tinder as well, then it would get rid of a lot of that fucking porn addiction as well.
Yeah.
I've never had Tinder and never intend to have Tinder.
So you don't.
Trim's just like, haha, I've got all sorts of places I can find my porn art.
Yeah.
Look,
The only acceptable place to look at pornography is one page at a time, discarded in a bush in a forest. When I was a teenager, that's how you had to find pornography.
yeah, but when you were a teenager, your internet speed was
it's
measured
natural-
in baud.
Yeah, exactly. Put pornography in its natural environment.
Yep, in a
In
box in a
Scotland, yeah.
fucking forest.
Discarded in a forest. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Loaded in the bush.
let's.
Oh,
So
Lord.
I just want to point out this fucking article from the bullshit Broadcasting Corporation. I'm not even going to look into it. The push to get tough Australian men to open up, they say, as they show a picture of a faggot. Fuck! God damn it! Don't say
Bundle of
that. Don't
sticks.
say that.
Bundle of
Yes,
sticks.
bundle
Beep,
of
beep,
sticks.
beep.
An absolute manlet loser.
The worst kind.
I'm sorry, but your hair should not be below your fucking ears if you're a man.
Okay.
The push to get
I
tough
have a
Australian men
complaint.
to open up.
The Vikings would argue that is not correct.
Yeah, no, I have a complaint.
Yeah, but they
my
make up for it with ultra masculinity. Sorry, let me rephrase that. You shouldn't look like a bitch.
Yeah, okay.
Is that the guy you're talking about? The push to get tough Australian men to open up?
Yeah, you know, the one that looks like a
That
bitch.
That guy does not look what I want to qualify as tough.
Yeah.
He looks like he's on the verge of crying.
If you could be mistaken for a woman from behind, acceptable.
Yes.
I actually have a friend that's been mistaken. So...
Also, on the Viking note, Vikings have beards. This loser does not.
Yeah, exactly. That's fine.
Yeah.
You
I
can
have a
tell.
feeling.
You can tell a. You can tell a
in Norway,
Viking from a
it's-
manlet because they have a big, sexy beard.
I mean,
I would
just
like to
look at
point
it.
out-
Look at this guy. I'm actually gonna be nice to you, Oiled, and just say that this guy, even without a beard, you just look that much more manly than him.
Yeah, I'm not going to be nice to you. So, Just as
No,
the
but
minor
I'm
point.
nice to you because I'm the better person.
Well, I'm not the better person.
I
So
know.
just to be clear, Trim technically doesn't have a beard. I know he's got something on his face, but it's not technically a beard because a true beard requires the infusion of your soul into it, and because he's ginger, doesn't have one.
But here's
but you also
here's
sold
the
your soul
counter.
to
I have half
weapon
a soul.
manufacturers.
I have half a soul.
He's
and
descended
that means
from
I'm
Vikings.
able to obtain the souls of others without actually stealing it. So I avoid freckles and I temporarily gain a whole soul.
Oh, right, okay.
You're a jaywalker.
A gay walker?
That's what I heard as
step
well.
on gays, yes.
Yeah.
I
Well-
exude my straight privilege by cis privilege by stepping on gays.
Right.
So you think it was Daywalker?
Yeah. Right, so getting back to our 33-year-old communist spy who has infiltrated Australia, who asked her real name not be used for the article. Yeah, she tiptoes her way through these far-right Chinese-American networks as an undercover infiltrator for the Chinese government in order to understand how disinformation flows through the diaspora. Ooh, big
Wait,
words
so you're
for an idiot.
you're literally talking to a Chinese spy, and they're telling you, yeah, well, I'm here to spy on these far right groups, and it's like, oh, interesting. You must be right. You must be telling us good information that we can just publish in a newspaper because you're a source that we can trust as a Chinese Communist Party spy.
Well, I'm just inferring the communist spy part from the evidence before me. It's not stated. I'm just inferring it from the obvious evidence.
Inferring it.
Well,
Shut
let's
up,
be
Trim.
honest, it's probably right.
Right, so the idiot goes on to say, I see similar disinformation every single day. Yes, to the communist, anything other than the party line is disinformation. I'm fed up with it and curious to check out the origin. No, you're paid to check out the origin. She first noticed a surge of pandemic-related fake news in the overseas Chinese diaspora last summer as coronavirus swept the globe. Oh yeah, overseas Chinese diaspora. Like, legitimately sounding like a communist spy here.
Yeah. Well, the poor Chinese are misled into believing that China is actually the source of the coronavirus, not America.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Really? Really?
Yeah. The spy also says that to combat the spread of misinformation, she organised a group of hundreds of volunteer fact-checkers to debunk these fake stories. How? How do you organise hundreds of volunteer fact-checkers? Or
By
do you
paying them
mean
off.
the spies back at the office?
Spy.
Yeah, just get activists. Yeah, it's like just anyone can understand whether something is or is not true. Yeah, it doesn't require any sort of training to be able to to understand how many sources and what types of sources you should check to make sure that things are
Just check the
true
first
or not.
leftist source you can find and assume they're right.
No, you just need to have the thing in your bio where it says you're a fact checker, and that's
If I just organize 200 people from my own social group from Facebook, they'll definitely be completely unbiased.
Not just
And,
social group, own
you know,
activist
using
organisation.
Well, I mean,
Well, same thing.
you're not biased, right? So why should the people around you be?
I mean, I'm obviously biased as fuck.
No,
You know what I mean?
not. How
No.
could you?
You're a Scot. Scots aren't biased. You're the most inclusive people on the planet.
I mean, just
Well,
ask
actually,
SNP.
your average Scot is so fucking left now. It's unreal.
It's
Yeah.
I
annoying.
mean, they are very, very, very left. The general Scottish people now. Dank is well to the left of me.
Hmm.
I mean,
well
he used
to
to
the
be a
left.
commie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So the question is, did he used to be? Shouldn't say that right.
yes, let's not
Should
get
he be
banned immediately.
Should he be chipped or not? Is the question. I mean, I've met him. I like him, but just to be safe.
Dankula has done a lot of good, so he does not need to be chipped.
According to Billy Blogs, he's an ex-commie, so he's recovered from the disease.
But that's like saying I'm an ex-pedophile, isn't it? I mean...
No, hopefully it hasn't seeped in that deep.
You can recover from communism. You can't recover from pedophilia.
Yeah, you have chance to repent before we throw you in the fire.
The fire rises.
So, the communist spy also says that there were false claims of fortification spreading like wildfire among extremely conservative Chinese immigrants in North America, a small but vocal group among diaspora communities. Yes, Chinese immigrants, the people that previously lived under a communist dictatorship. They are very politically active and often act collectively. Right, so what you're saying is they're politically educated and act as a voting bloc. How dare they?
Oh boy.
Yeah, most members of these chat rooms are fervent Chinese American supporters of former... Well, of course they're Chinese American, you fucking idiots. That's what the whole article is about. Fuck me, this person's clearly never fucking learned how to write. They
write as bad as I do. That's fucking terrible.
No, they write worse than you do. You've got an excuse. English is your second language. Then again, this bitch can probably... Oh, yeah. BBC Chinese Service Washington. Right, so the BBC's resident communist spy is writing about Australia's resident communist spy.
That explains the bias.
Yeah, right, where were we? So many of the people in the chat rooms are fervent Chinese American supporters of the God Emperor. They identify as Christian and harbour strongly critical views of the Chinese Communist Party. Is that supposed to be a fucking bad thing?
Yeah, of course.
Jesus Christ. The stupid bitch doesn't post anything in the chat rooms. Hold on a second. I thought you just said that she organised a team of fact checkers to dispute these people. She only observes conversations and then has others go into them. But other chat participants exchange tens of thousands of messages every day. Yes, people tend to do that.
This is the BBC creating propaganda against some of the politics of my country. Why is and the BBC is government funded, so I want to know why a foreign government is interfering in U.S. elections. Isn't that supposed to be bad?
Only when the right people do it? Yeah. Right, so last December, the spies spotted a fundraising appeal to benefit the Proud Boys, a far-right group designated by the Canadian government. Apparently oil is going through a wind tunnel.
Yeah.
Appeal to benefit the Proud Boys, a far-right group designated by the Canadian government as a terrorist neo-fascist organisation. Right, so who gives a shit? What does the American government say about them? Oh, that's not relevant. Really? To cover medical expenses for members who were injured during a pro-Trump rally in Washington, D.C. days earlier. Right, so people that were attacked by communist agitators.
Yes.
The message starts with a poignant line in Chinese. Woo! How dare they? For those who pave the road to freedom, do not leave them struggling with thistles and thorns. Oh, no. How could they? Well, the Proud Boys are an anti-immigrant group. No, they're not. In the eyes of the Chinese American far right, they're freedom fighters against communist forces. This is true. God forbid you be against communism.
I wouldn't dare.
Oh, whoever would be against communism? It's such a good.
He's dying trying to joke about it. He can't.
Yeah.
Oh, that physically hurts.
So, they said that the more donations were the merrier. Yes, that's generally how donations work, you fucking idiots. A dozen donors dated on the fundraising site that they are Americans or Canadians of Chinese, Hong Kong, or Taiwanese descent. Right, so people that are fucking terrified of communists. For good fucking reason.
That's just racism.
Yep, so some commented in
totally,
Chinese wishing the injured Proud Boy members a speedy recovery. Where's your evidence of this? This isn't in quotations, implying that it's the BBC author's opinion. Did they verify any of this? Did they have it translated by somebody from the BBC?
No, hang on. What's wrong with wishing Proud Boys a speedy recovery? Proud Boys are not a bad group, I'll be honest.
But
they are merely just replying.
But the Canadian government calls them a terrorist neo-fascist organization.
Well, I don't care what the
we
Canadians
all know
have
that
to say.
Antifa speaks the truth.
But Antifa isn't an organization; it's an idea. Yes, it isn't an organization, just like Al-Qaeda cells aren't an organization.
The Proud Boys aren't an organization either.
Well, they kind of are, but I get exactly where you're coming from.
Terrorism organization. Antifa. Yes.
Yeah, in less than a month, the fundraiser raised over $100,000. Ooh, $100,000 in under a month. According to data provided by the whistleblower site Distributed Denial of Secrets and reviewed by BBC News.
Sorry, I'm just laughing with a second.
What the fuck?
Hello, class. Welcome to Ethics of Double Penetration.
What?
Jesus
Christ.
Oh, that's funny. That's some funny shit.
How vibrant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gets vibrating too.
Right, so of the nearly 1,000 individual contributions, more than 80% came from donors with Chinese surnames. Yes, those evil white supremacist Chinese people. Wait, something there doesn't make sense. Oh, that's right, internalized racism.
Oh,
yeah.
Right. How could I forget?
Chinese immigrants in the US have become a rising force in conservative politics. Yes, because they hate the communisms.
How weird.
Many are propelled to the right-wing political sphere by their opposition to affirmative action. A policy that aims to reduce inequality in education and employment. Inequality in education and employment for who? But is seen by some Chinese Americans as damaging to the educational opportunities of their children and grandchildren.
Get more and more a fan of inequality. Because inequality means excellence. In my opinion.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this. That aims to reduce inequality. Right. So the Chinese American first generation immigrants think it's a bad thing because right wing bad?
Yeah.
Maybe, I guess.
Right wing horrible.
Yes. Anti-communism beliefs also play an important role in mobilizing right-wing Chinese Americans, as some had believed that the Trump administration's hardline policy on China would apply pressure on Beijing. It fucking did, we saw it, and eventually led to the communist regime's downfall. Eventually lead, rather. Fuck me. Fucking English. Grr.
Oh boy.
These people are so fucking stupid.
Yeah. But we knew that already.
Oh, look at this. What the Proud Boys were doing before Trump's speech that day. Oh. An OK sign photoshopped over a bunch of people walking around on the grass across the fucking paddock.
With the OK symbol, guys. Oh my god.
No. That's photoshopped over the fucking picture. These ingenuous fucking propagandists.
What are you talking about? This isn't Photoshop. This is totally
I can
real,
see
guys.
the fucking pixels, Jim.
I know. I'm just trying
I
to
know, I
play
know.
with the game here.
Yep. On the day that must not be named in January, more than 100 Chinese Americans. Oh my God, there was more than 100 of them.
The evil
Descended
day of
on
evil.
Washington. Yes, descended. You couldn't say went to Washington, joining other pro-Trump protesters in a march against the election outcome. Dozens of the crowd waved American flags. Those fucking racists. Shouted pro-Trump slogans and held signs saying "End tyranny" and CCP. What's
that'd be
wrong
nice.
with any of that?
Well, obviously, it's right of center.
Yep. A protester told a conservative Chinese-American YouTuber, who you have not named or linked to in any way, that the day would mark a new era for Chinese Americans. We have truly become Americans. We have finally entered the American political sphere, the middle-aged man says in a Mandarin. That's what you're fucking supposed to do! Isn't that the point?
Oh boy.
God damn it. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, you know? The thing that makes America great?
You know, the thing.
American dream.
Yes, but unironically, the American fucking dream.
Yeah.
This gives me fucking makes me remember the
Oh,
fucking
don't you
scene
know?
from Watchmen. You know, this is the American dream.
Captain America in the newest comic, he deconstructed the American dream and said, well, the only way for the American dream to be real is if we have no borders.
Captain America is not real Captain America. He can just go fuck himself. Go back to Hydra, you little
Oh,
bitch.
dear. So, they were blinded by political misinformation and showed a lack of judgment. Citation needed. They wanted to show the people's power to the lawmakers, she says, but they had no idea what the consequences may be. Are you daft? Of course they knew what the consequences might be. Absolutely fucking nothing because the First Amendment, fuck you.
But there needs to be...
Shall not be infringed!
Legal consequences.
Shall not be infringed!
And unless, of course, you read it like the fucking SJWs, and it means shall be infringed.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah, and many believe baseless claims that Biden is closely coordinated with China. Baseless claims. I spend a lot of time with Winnie the Pooh. My close friend, Winnie the Pooh. But it's a baseless claim that he coordinates with his good friend.
Being over in China asked me what being American meant to me. I said, the people of the United States of America, we understand that we need to correct our past.
Yeah.
Break.
So, the chat room remains active, with members sharing conspiracy theories about the COVID vaccines and President Joe Biden's alleged ties to China. Yeah, conspiracy theories, by which you mean the unpopular truth. Remember when conspiracy theories were stupid shit like Flat Earth, the Moon, and landing in Bigfoot? Remember when it was... Yeah, I miss the days when conspiracy theories were made up bullshit, not the actual fucking truth.
Yeah.
Well, before we call Bigfoot stupid, let's wait for that premium podcast.
Wait, Bigfoot is real, guys.
Well, even if he isn't, it's still a fucking funny story.
I
hope it's real.
I like the monkey guy. Big monkey.
The monkey.
Yeah.
You just like the idea of a big-titted female, and that's...
You're a degenerate fuck that makes me just look sane at this point, dude. What the fuck?
You can't call me degenerate. I'm not degenerate.
You're the degenerate thinking about hairy chicks. Fuck off.
No, I said you liked them. I don't like them.
Yeah, and who was the one who brought it out? You're the one thinking about it. Fuck off, dude. Jesus.
Well, I
Christ,
attribute
at
it
least
to you, so
I
it's fine.
have standards. Jesus. I knew Scots were weird, but fuck me.
Anyway, in my experience, a lot of Norwegian women are fairly hairy.
Which is why I'm into Polish ladies.
Like, very rare. There's nothing more to say. You're like, you're sort of going somewhere, maybe on some public transport, and you see a really super hot blonde girl, just in their little shorts and everything, and you look down and the legs are just completely. Oh fuck!
Wait, you think Norwegian blondes are hot? Fucking hell, dude.
I've seen some hot Norwegian blondes that haven't shaved their legs, and it's very disappointing.
Yeah, but they're not hot.
Well, they're not hot because they haven't shaved their legs.
Yeah, and you still think they're hot even with unshaven
No,
legs.
No, I've just said their eyes have dropped.
You just said
and
that.
then- I said they're hot. You see a girl that looks hot, and then you look down and you see the legs aren't shaved, and it's But
Yes, but you still said they're hot. They're not hot if they have hairy legs.
So your initial, they appear hot until you have fully seen the whole picture. Is what I'm saying.
There you go. You got trapped.
yeah. Actually, actual worse kind of trap. I think. I'm more disgusted by the hairy legs than just right, you've got dick.
Oh, fucking hell.
At least the trap shaved their legs. They're not animals.
Femboys have some standards.
They're not fucking animals, are they?
Dear.
Now, where the fuck were we again?
We just got finished dealing with the Chinese spies, talking about the other Chinese spies and how they're doing great jobs being Chinese spies.
Oh, great. Like, I'm happy for the Chinese spies being Chinese spies.
I'm not.
I'm completely ironic. I want them all to burn. Slowly. Painfully. In as much agony as humanly possible, actually.
Is it illegal to say that you would kill a spy?
No. Spies are traitors, and traitors deserve to die.
Well, no, you will try and execute them.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it's
you
not.
see, I'm just working in the interest of my country here.
Yeah. So, what oil? Why is the countryside 98% white? Ah, he's busy. Why do you guys think that the countryside in England is 98% white? Do you think it might be because it's full of the English?
No, it couldn't be.
Can't be. Sorry. Highly doubt that.
Couldn't be full of the English?
Impossible.
She says people make assumptions about her because of her looks. Yeah, is the assumption that you haven't washed your hair in 30 years?
Maybe, but most likely no. She looks like a completely sane and normal in the. No, fuck it. I can't. I can't. I fucking can't. Sorry, guys.
So tell us, why are there English in England?
Yeah, how did the English get in England?
Why is England so full of the English?
Sorcery? Evil white power, I guess?
Well, I guess they colonized it.
Well, yes, of course. England was the English's first colony.
We need to decolonize England.
Yes.
Give it back to
the English? The true English? The native Englishians? Englandians?
Yes, black people.
Give it back to the Fomorians. That's a nod to Celtic mythology. To anyone know you there?
No.
Fucking fish people.
Yeah.
Honestly, Celtic mythology is basically discount Norse mythology. It is.
But yeah, pretty much. Where do you think they got their inspiration from?
Exactly. Norwegians came down, Vikings told them about the cool stories. The Celts got jealous and like leprechaun noises, and there they made it.
Yeah.
And since nobody says anything against it, they agree with me.
We all agree.
Yes, perfect. I mean, the gods in Celtic mythology have their own name. I just can't be fucked to even try saying it out loud.
Yeah,
Well,
but it's
like-
sort of like Greek and Roman gods, where it's like technically the same, you just got a different name, whatever.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, so our sort of lightning god is Taranis.
Wait, what? Sorry, you roboted for me.
Maybe I'll lift.
Oh, okay. Can you try and repeat that again?
No.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't have the money to pay the Telegraph, the slimy cunts, to see their articles.
Sorry, what I was saying is the Scottish like thunder and lightning god is Taranis.
Nice.
It's what we call our super cool stealth, laser empowered super cool stealth drone.
I approve.
You should. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Because we built that for fucking fighting ragheads, right? Didn't we?
Lovely.
Well, who did we build it to fight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To war and all that shit.
Yeah, Britain doesn't build its
We still
weapons
haven't
to
found
fight.
a weapon. We still haven't invented a weapon powerful enough to be worthy to be called the Mjolnir yet. So.
Well, you see, that oil guy can't say this, but they're working on a top secret project where they're gonna make Mjolnir a real thing.
I mean, they can certainly try.
The Mjolnir Swiss Army hammer, yeah. Fucking.
That was a horrible sound you just made that I disavow.
What's that?
Never mind.
The Swiss Army hammer.
I mean,
what the fuck would you
parody.
call it? It flies, it shoots lightning, it hits people, it fucking opens portals.
I'm just saying how you butcher the fucking name, dude. That's all.
Oh well. Oh, sorry if I can't. If I
The name of Mjolnir.
Yeah, Americans can't say words properly. We know that.
Nobody can say Norwegian words except Norwegians because they don't sound the way they're fucking spelled.
Mjolnir.
Yeah, nobody speaks like that.
I think you almost did it, but then again, your Americanism holds you back.
I mean, who gives a fuck?
Mjolnir.
There's like 5 million of you, and there's only 40,000 words. Who gives a shit?
I mean, concentrated, awesome. We're not spread out and watered out.
Like 9. There's 40,000 words, and like 10,000 of them are for skiing.
Yeah, we don't need a lot of fancy words to communicate, unlike you guys who like to have a massive fucking alphabet, but with fancy words for everything. It's so complicated.
Skjerkenblurg.
Yeah, stop speaking Swedish. Stop speaking.
That's more Swedish. Yeah. I mean, like.
I thought we established that I'm bad at geography.
Well, we knew that you're American.
Among other things, yes. Yeah.
Quick, American, point to a map where Afghanistan is.
Yeah, right.
Where the oil is. Where the oil is.
I know where the oil is.
Every American
The
knows
oil guy knows
where the oil is.
It's one of my spurgy superpowers. I've got oil sense.
That explains why you're so fucking rich.
I can, well, not that. It's sort of just sense it in cars moving past me and things.
Oh shit, guys! Tomorrow is oil day.
It's
Oh
It's always
my
oil
God.
day.
Happy birthday,
Always
Will.
oil day. Always oil day.
Yeah, tomorrow's July 10th, which is like the oil or wax or shatter version of 420.
Yeah.
So that's when like all the stoners try out CBD oil for the first time, or what?
Something like that.
And in 16 days, I'll be an older man.
Oh boy.
Birthday coming up?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do for it?
From me and two generations upwards, we have the same birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fucked up. That means your family has sex once a year on the same day.
Nice as my grandparent is. They had like 6 kids. I only have one brother, so there's like only 2. Stroke of luck. Pure and
Wait.
simple.
Yeah, so you know what that means, Trim?
It
When
means
you-
that I am a child of the Christmas party.
It means your parents have failed to, replace their birth rates. Your
Oh
family's
yeah, but
responsible for the...
we don't count the. Let's just say that 3 out of 6 are considered worthy to be family members. So the rest have just been removed.
chippered.
Yeah, I
So
removed them from my
only
family
3 of
tree
them
because
could
they
lift
disavowed
hammer.
them.
Only 3 of them could lift Mjolnir.
Mojilner.
You're getting there. You're getting there, kid. One day you might be able to talk like a proper human being.
I mean, he's already speaking English. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Trim, give me your best American accent.
I don't speak retard.
I mean, that would be my objection to you.
Yeah, but I said it first, so mine counts and yours doesn't.
Trim can't speak American. Very sad.
If I'm gonna try and do American, I'm gonna do like a cartoonishly bad.
Yeah, but that's what we want, bro.
Everything. Huh?
That's kind of what we want.
Yeah.
Also,
I don't
America
even
has
know what the
Donald
fuck I'm gonna
Trump,
say.
so- America has Donald Trump, so I mean, like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, and
Donald Trump.
Norway is the only country in the world where actually female politicians are capable politicians.
I mean, we
That's
had
it.
Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
Had.
We have Priti Patel.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yes. I'm sure there would be better options, but I'd love to see them argue against her if she became Prime Minister. Oh, she's a woman of color. Good fucking luck, you scum.
Love to see that.
No, she has whiteness. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
shit.
Yeah.
shit.
They have like the perfect argument, you know? Everyone who I don't like has whiteness. And that's bad.
Everyone I don't like is a witch. If they say they're not a witch, that's exactly what a witch would say.
Like witches
Your
float
logic
like
is,
ducks because they're
flawless.
made out of wood.
Flawless logic, unable to
You know,
defeat it.
in Minecraft, witches drop sticks exactly because of that skit.
Really?
Yeah.
I would not have thought.
Hey, why don't witches wear panties
Why?
so they can grip the broom?
That's a good one. I'm going to remember that one.
Okay, so Billy Blogs has just kicked my ass and told me to view the article on an archive site, and it turns out that works.
Yes, an archive. Let's
Well,
go.
of course it works. Why would it not? Well, we know why.
Arc Ivy.
Yes.
Oh, we have Tucker Carlson too. Checkmate.
No, there you go.
Yeah, we didn't bring it up early enough, so it doesn't count.
So England has its own unique and complex identity, and it should have a parliament of its own too. It's got its own parliament, Westminster. Throw all the other fucks out.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, but the problem about Westminster is it does actually have to care for the other ones.
Well, just get rid of the devolved parliaments, and Scotland and Ireland don't get a vote.
I think we should just have a vote to kick all the other parts of the United Kingdom out and just return to Kingdom of England.
Yeah, kick
sounds
the UK
good.
like you kick V.
Everybody
No,
wants
guy
to
is
kick
just,
the
like,
Romanian.
internally panicking because he's like, no, fuck, we'll be completely fucked if you
No,
abandon us.
he doesn't care, man. He's making weapons. Like whatever he's needed, he will go. And
The thing about oil guy is that if ever the UK just says fuck you to the other, if ever England says fuck you to the rest of the UK, Oiled will just merely start laughing from Aberdeen, and then he will start the fucking veteran revolt.
Let's be real.
No.
Without
You guys are
England,
completely- you
Oil
guys are
could
completely
buy all of
wrong.
Scotland.
Hardly.
Yeah.
Like if it was up to me, England would throw Scotland, Wales, Ireland out of the Union, and then immediately invade. Go, yeah. We'll take all. Yeah, don't worry. We'll house all the nuclear submarines and all that stuff. We'll bring all that back to England. You guys don't want to be responsible for that. Then immediately invade.
Conquer them properly this time.
But I don't want to live under the SMP.
Well, but you won't be for very long.
Well, or we could just get rid of the devolved parliaments, tell them that they're no longer members of the Union and they're subject states, and just shut up and stop whining, and then invade. Then invade the rest of Ireland. One Ireland united under English rule.
Ireland united will never be divided.
What's the origin
will
of
not
that?
divide
Stupid
us.
champion? I don't know.
I didn't hear what you said.
Do you guys remember He Will Not Divide Us?
Oh fuck!
He will not divide us.
But
Those
in
were
the
fun
simpler days.
When Shia LaBeouf was just a fucking spurg and everything was so much fucking simpler.
I was there for the one in Liverpool.
Seriously?
Yeah, I went to the building, man. I still have the fucking flyer they were giving out about the He Will Not Divide Us project.
He will not divide us. He will not divide us.
I made my own like Kekistani flag, like a very small one, and like I hung it somewhere outside the building.
Didn't like Shia LaBeouf go full on ballistic? Like, he will not divide us. It just yelled that in the face of somebody.
He got arrested for attacking one of his own people because he confused him for like a Trump supporter.
A sane person.
I mean, Shia LaBeouf really suffered from being in the Bayformers.
Let's be real. It all went down. Holes was shit, and it went downhill from there.
Or was it?
Was it Holes? That was a fucking
the
travesty
Indiana
of a
Jones
movie. I don't know. He's never been.
Jones movies?
He's never been in a good movie, and he's decreased the value of every movie he's ever been in.
That's true. I mean, Constantine is the only movie he hasn't fucking destroyed by being in.
Oh, I still want to.
No, he was in Transformers.
I still want he still owes me desperately for fucking having to sit through that stupid fucking movie holes.
I'm just gonna stand by what I've said before. Transformers, each movie is 60% totally fucking horrible.
What are you on about? There was
and
one Transformers
40%
movie.
and
Have you been having
40%
nightmares again?
Amazing. Huh? No, I'm just being honest, actually. Every single Transformers movie, 40% is pure awesome. 60% is completely atrocious. If
Yes,
only
those are the
who
bits
is
with humans in them.
competent, if only someone
Yeah.
competent had access and controlled that, it would be an amazing movies. But unfortunately, it's Michael Bay, and it's like, I gotta check out the Pentagon. Haha.
Well, Michael Bay can suck a dick. He can just fuck off.
Yeah.
More importantly, English identity. It's actually a thing.
Really?
Yeah, and my God, this guy actually gets it. It's the mother of Palmas, land of Shakespeare, Dickens, Elgar, Holst, Beatles, the Stones, the Cotswolds and Cumbrian Hills, London and Liverpool. That's not so much in their favour.
Liverpool.
Stonehenge and St. Paul's. Like, how the fuck does England not have culture? Stonehenge, for fuck's sake.
Druids.
Yeah,
They
Michael
mentioned Dickens up there. Is like, no, he was a socialist. I don't care.
He at least he wrote shit. I think they're talking about more the influence his work had.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, interesting days.
Alright, I gotta bounce, guys.
All
It's
right.
been fun, dude.
All right,
Talk to you
second.
next time.
Catch you next time.
Shadilay.
Shadilay.
Have a wonderful day.
Boom.
I always like talking to that guy. He always brings up fucking funny moments.
It is great.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a good boy.
Yes, but he should not be allowed outside unattended after dark.
Oh, that's fucking certain. Especially when there's even alcohol close to the guy.
Or cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Allergic to cars.
Or close friends / roommates.
Especially that.
Yeah.
Poor thing should be locked in. He should be locked up for his own safety.
Yeah. Let's bring over what Solomon's been posting in chat. So, New York Post, FBI sees fully constructed US Capitol Lego set from alleged riot leader. Ooh, Lego! Ooh.
Ooh.
Right wing? Woo, Lego. Oh my god, no.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I'm just gonna say this. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, I support Armstrong.
Yeah. Armstrong had like every single political leaning you could possibly have.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
But like he said the Make America Great Again before Trump did.
Yeah, and before that was Reagan, was it?
I don't know. I haven't heard it before that.
Anyway, I like Armstrong. He's like,
Yeah.
first of all, he pretends to be like, aha, money is good, war makes money. And then he's like, you know what, I'm just gonna fucking tear down all of America and rebuild it to the most Darwinian perfection and make America truly great again. And then he fucking sumo squats, absorbs the nanites, and becomes a fucking buff motherfucker.
Nanomachines, son.
Oh god, I wish I had machines like that. They'd harden in response to physical trauma. I could break the president in half with my bare hand. Or was it in 2?
I don't know.
Man, that's a good game.
Doctor, disable my boom suppressors. What?
Oh,
you
God.
know, boom, like the sound they play in SpongeBob. Boom.
Oh god. Metal Gear Platinum never really get to make sequels to their best games.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've actually got the Bricklink page for the Lego set. Year release 2016. Gee, I wonder if something happened in 2016 that might have inspired someone that's right wing. Woo!
Woo!
I mean,
You see, you'll have like all the schizos on the left wing develop full-fledged like conspiracies. Trump team talked to the Lego team in 2016 when he was elected, and he got them to make the Capitol building so people would have plans on how to invade it. This is what it's
boy.
gonna get to. This is
Oh,
gonna be
no.
like some crazy blue and on shit.
Jesus.
Yeah. As Solomon says on the old Discord, millennial levels of Ocean's 11 right there. Did you get the blueprints for the Capitol? I got something even better. Takes out Lego Capitol set. You just have to build it first.
Oh man, I love the fucking memes.
It's an embarrassment.
Yeah. Oh shit.
No,
Well,
you know this would be something like they would find on Nicolas Cage's desk in National Treasure, and like he's heading for the Capitol.
yes. Well, it's not only second as a bounce because I look at the time and I don't have much time before I have to actually go to bed because I got fucking early shift tomorrow as well. I have a second job, because I'm a man. I work for my money. It's not the worst job ever though. This is pretty good.
No,
Thank you for the chat, guys. It's been fucking funny.
Yeah, it has been,
Yeah.
man. Thanks for joining us.
What's the second job? What's the second job?
It's pretty similar to the first one, actually. Only it's on land and not at sea.
Oh, you're still just serving cereal.
Yes.
I'm cooking bacon and throwing it in the faces of people who just wants a lot of bacon.
Hell yeah, brother.
God, I love being a breakfast chef. It's the most brain dead job ever. Fucking love it.
Maybe we can get you together with Harry. You can give him a
Giving a lesson on making a good breakfast.
Omelet lesson.
That was not an omelet. That was atrocious.
You saw my breakfast today, though, right?
Yeah, I saw, and that's
Absolute
the
fucking
manliest.
legend.
That's the manliest fucking breakfast I've seen.
That's a nice breakfast.
I approve.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was super impressed. I mean, fucking haggis and everything.
I've never tried haggis before, but I've heard it's good.
I know, but like,
I actually want to try haggis because it
breakfast-
doesn't sound that bad. It
breakfast
really is
haggis
like,
is a revelation,
I mean, it's not the worst idea ever. Just gotta admit, haggis
Yeah,
sounds pretty good.
There was some good stuff in that breakfast, man. Potato scone as well. Nice deep fried potato scone. Oh.
I really gotta
Fucking
try
delicious.
like that kind of breakfast one day.
Yeah, I was just I went to see my mother, and there's just a cafe next to her, and we just went in there, and I was like, "Fuck it, man."
Lovely.
Was an unexpectedly delicious breakfast.
Well, those are the best kind of breakfasts.
Yes.
Well, guys, have a wonderful day. I'll talk to you later. Bye bye.
Yep.
All right, Trim.
Yeah.
Bye.
I might pop off as well. I haven't eaten at all today, and I'm so hungry.
That's a really ridiculous reason.
Yeah, but you guys have been talking about food, and that's only been making me even more hungry.
I just all I've eaten today is that breakfast. That's all I ate.
Yeah, but
that was a
eaten
fucking
nothing.
sexy breakfast.
That was a huge breakfast. That'll fill you up for half a day.
It was 13 hours ago.
Don't matter.
Yeah.
Oh well, I'll leave you guys to it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go have
See you later.
have something to eat.
We might actually call it their oil, because I'm starting to flag. It's only 5 in the morning, and I've only been awake for like 30 hours. Thanks for coming and joining me for so long, guys. It's been great. Thanks, guys, in
been
chat. thanks the somehow like 30 subscribers we got over the last 2 days for some fucking reason.
Wow.
Thanks for joining us.
This channel's going places.
Yeah, I'd love to know where the hell they found us from, because I need to thank whoever shouted us out. Because Barry's apparently subscribed
really,
to us.
What?
What? Bearing?
Yeah, Baring is subscribed to us.
All right.
Well, you
fine.
know,
Well,
it's the Australian solidarity, you know.
all
must
well,
be.
The next episode, the whole next episode is just me talking about how much I love bearing them.
I mean, we can do that.
Because I fucking love bearing. Although, where the fuck is my Trumpy bear?
Oh, that might be part of it. Primed is saying that he mentioned us on the TISM podcast, even super chat. Oh,
TISM.
Primed. That's
Oh,
cool
damn
of you. Thank you. You
Very
shouldn't.
nice.
You shouldn't have, but it's muchly appreciated.
I'm now going to have to watch the TISM episode to find where we're mentioned.
So am
I
I.
see. So that makes sense why Bering joined.
Yeah. Well, thank you very
fucking
much,
blessed.
Primed.
Wow.
I mean, I physically have a Trumpy bear. I just wanted my Trumpy bear video. But you had to buy the Trumpy bear when it came out, didn't you?
Indeed. Yeah. Well, it's
Oh,
been
well.
a great night. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. There's been some fun topics and some horrifying ones.
Yeah.
It certainly has been.
I am beginning to think like I'm going to have to design some sort of military-grade wood chipper.
Like, just for the memes, like, do a sketch or something. It'll be freaking great.
I've just built one. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, for you, it's
That's
probably
what
easier.
our R&D budgets exist for a reason.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you could find an additional military purpose for it anyway. So, sounds like a plan.
Well, virtually everything ends up going in one or the other direction. Everything's either a mistake or a...
Just bill it to some random government. It's all good.
Yes.
Well, we are building ships for the Ukrainians now. You know that, right?
Ooh, I did not know
Well,
this.
I mean, they need all the help they can get against the Russians.
8 new. We're building 8 new. Well, actually, we're selling them 2 and building 6 more. Yeah. I mean that I can say that that's been, you know, that's factly publicly, but yeah. So that should be fun.
Yeah.
Some handsome bastard will be involved in that.
Some handsome bastard who will remain nameless.
Yeah. Absolutely. At all times. I suppose I can say I moved into like a project oversight position as well.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
So I'm actually like involved in more stuff now than I was before. So.
Very fancy.
Indeed. Very fine.
Yeah. Well, I haven't got to see the books yet. I'm looking forward to seeing about all the things I didn't know about.
We'll have to keep tuned to the news to see what
the
unnamed
historic
people
ones
are up
funniest.
to.
Yeah.
Historic ones are the funniest ones. It's like it's you've got to like go through and find all the failed projects. They're all the most hilarious. What have you been building, man? Where's this fucking? Where does £6 billion go?
Yeah, there's been some great stories publicly about military experiments and things that have gone a bit awry, especially in World War II.
Oh yeah.
Like the idiots who trained dogs to run under tanks with mines, but used the wrong country's tanks and blew themselves up.
Train them with the wrong things.
Yeah, they try.
Yeah. Attempts to make gay bombs. That was quite funny. That was the Americans.
Gay bomb.
Well,
They did try it.
I mean, it would have been effective if it had worked.
Well, how do you know it didn't work? How do you know that's not why you've got these trans people now?
Well, if it had worked anywhere, it'd work for the Navy.
They're putting the chemicals in the water to turn the freaking frogs gay.
No, two negatives is a positive.
But the Navy's still gay.
All right, yes, sorry. Still pretty gay. Well, there's certainly a lot of semen involved.
Hey!
Yeah, no, it's there are some funny ones. Like the early attempts at laser weapons are fucking hilarious. Some of them are really good. We've made this excellent. We've made this fantastic laser rifle. Oh yeah, what does it do? They shoot. You cut people in half of it. And no. It'll blind people like temporarily. All right, cool. But we can use it against anyone. Well, yeah, as long as they've not got sunglasses on, or it's raining, or it's foggy, or it's snowing, or basically there's anything but perfect daylight. But yeah, okay. Oh, super good. Yeah, that was worth it. I mean, like, a lot of technology has come out of that early attempt, but as a as a weapon system, not ideal.
Needed some improvements.
Well, yeah, they kind of all do. That's the problem is a lot of stuff gets built and then tweaked by committee. Like Solomon was making a point about dragon scale armor, sort of like defense suit thing that was designed, and it's fucking amazing, but it's incredibly expensive. But when they get to tweak stages, everyone gets a fucking pull on the thread, and it just become like ludicrous and impractical. Someone very clever designed a very clever thing, and then some very mediocre people in a large group all decided how it should be changed. Yeah. Designed by committee, not effective. The Eurofighter is an excellent example of that. The Typhoon is an absolute piece of shit. But the British version of it, quite effective. Because it doesn't have all the fucking modifications that the French and Germans insisted on.
The British version, somehow always better. Crazy how that happens.
Well, the British version of the Apache helicopter gunship, for instance. Infinitely better than the American one. Has really amazing high-tech things such as sand filters. Stops them breaking down in the fucking desert, stuff like that.
Well, we went on a tangent, didn't we?
Yeah, and a vastly superior Rolls-Royce engine, obviously.
The tangents are the good part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm just basically buggered, and not in a good way. Shall we call it there?
Yeah.
Yeah, been great chatting, guys. Thanks everyone in chat for joining us. We will see you same time, same place next week. Otherwise, in the Discord throughout the week. Thanks everyone for joining us, and Shadilay.
Shadilay.